Commissioners to order. Can I get a roll call, please?
Of course, Madam Chair. Commissioner Rudy Garcia. Commissioner Henry Roybal.
Here.
Commissioner Hank Hughes.
Present.
Commissioner Anna Hansen.
Present.
And Chair Anna Hamilton.
Here.
You have a quorum, Madam Chair.
Excellent. Thank you very much. That takes us to the pledge, the state pledge, and the moment of reflection, which will be by Isha Acuna. So if everybody would please rise. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I salute the flag of the state of New Mexico, to see a symbol of perfect friendship among united cultures. Oh, welcome, Michelle.
I'm not Aisha, but I am from Public Works.
That's good.
Let us take a moment to focus on the work ahead of us today, being ever mindful of our decisions, and in the best interest of our community, we take a moment of silence.
Thank you very much. That takes us to approval of the agenda. Manager Schaefer.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Commissioners. Our initial agenda for today's meeting was posted on Tuesday, September 20th at approximately 6:01 p.m. and our amended agenda was posted on Friday at approximately 5:41 p.m. In terms of changes from the time of the original agenda's posting, we added agenda item 4H to the consent agenda, which concerns a request for in-state travel that was not included in the travel for county commissioners upon which the budget was originally based. We added miscellaneous action item 6F, as in Frank, which is a resolution concerning voter convenience centers in the upcoming general election. Under matters from the county manager, item 9B, we included some reports that were submitted to the county on the economic and fiscal impact of Bishop's Lodge in Santa Fe County. And finally, for the short-term rental ordinance public hearings, which is items 12A, packet material has been added to that item in terms of updated recommendations from staff concerning that ordinance, as well as some additional public comment that has been received. Finally, while it doesn't change the agenda itself, I would note that for opening business under item 1G, in terms of employee recognitions, we do have the Chief Judge from the First Judicial District Court, Brian Beachide, present, who would like to recognize some county employees who work at the courthouse. And in addition, we did have a request to recognize a longstanding county employee who will be retiring from the fire department.
Excellent, thank you. So with that, those highlights.
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Hansen.
I move to approve the agenda as amended.
Thank you. I have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed or abstentions? Thank you. So that does take us to item G, which is years of service, new hires, and the two additional matters, which we're very grateful to have. So, Manager Schaefer.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. In terms of years of service for county employees, we do, as you know, recognize years of service in 5-year increments. For this month, we have several employees who are celebrating their 5th year with Santa Fe County, and several others who have reached the 15-year milestone. In terms of those who are celebrating their 5-year anniversary with us, from the Corrections Department, we have Manuel Baca In the Sheriff's Department, Orlando Lopez. We actually have 2 additional folks in the Corrections Department. Oscar Rojas, Daniel Whiteman. In our Health and Human Services Department, we have Alejandro Dominguez. In Public Works, Justin Martinez. In our Corrections Department again, Tracy, I believe it's Algren. And in Public Works, Joseph Black. Celebrating 15 years with us in the County Assessor's Department, we have Aragon Norman. From the Sheriff's Department, Sergeant Edward Webb. And in the Corrections Department, Aaron Garcia. So we want to take a moment to recognize the long service of those employees to the county. On the other end of the employment spectrum, we did want to recognize some new employees to the county. In the Clerk's Department, we have 2 precinct board members, Christy Brusso and Ashley Arevalo Garcia. Want to thank those temporary employees in particular. It's increasingly challenging to find election workers, and would continue to encourage and echo the clerk's call for employees who are able and willing to assist in that very foundational service to our community in terms of supporting our elections. We also have an election supply tech messenger, Alyssa Montoya, in the Clerk's Department. In the Assessor's Department, Susanna LeCure, or LeSuser, I apologize, I'm sure I butchered that mightily, joined the County Assessor's Department as an appraiser trainee. In the Human Resources Department, we have Ashley Archuleta, who's joined our team as a supervisor. In the Fire Department, Angel Chacon has joined us as an accountant. And I'm very pleased to recognize that we have several employees who've joined the RECC as Emergency Communications Specialist trainees. They are Kimberly Chavez, Keith Claxton, Destiny Garcia, Denise Gonzalez, Jeffrey Herrera, Joseph Madrid, Axel Martinez, and Amy Sandoval. So again, very pleased to recognize that we are turning the corner, I hope, relative to staffing at the RECC. In the Sheriff's Department, we have 3 Sheriff Deputy 3s and 1 Sheriff Deputy Cadet. Jeremy Apodaca, Nathan Cadroy Crotu, and Jose Lujan joined the Sheriff's Department as Sheriff Deputy 3s, and Andrew Wilson joined the Sheriff's Department as a cadet. Also in the County Clerk Department, we have another election supply tech messenger, and Adriano DePaula. In the Corrections Department, Ashley Hanan. In Health and Human Services, Laura Dominguez. In Project and Facilities Management, James Payne. In the Public Works Department, as a heavy equipment operator, Ray Chavez. Also at the RECC, Yajera Salas Banda as a Emergency Communications Specialist trainee. And in the Sheriff's Department, Secretary Caitlin Maez. And in the Utilities Department, finally, Douglas Crosby. So again, happy to report such a long list of new employees, as well as a substantial list of employees celebrating significant milestones with us. If anybody if there are no questions or comments from the board, I would welcome the Honorable Judge Brian Beachide to the podium to recognize county employees who work at the First Judicial District Court.
Yes, welcome. We're very happy to have you here in our chambers, Judge Beachide.
Well, Madam Chair, Commissioners, thank you for allowing me to be here. I certainly respect your time, but I have to say that when I recently became Chief Judge, became more aware of administrative things and how the court functions as a whole. As part of that process, I realized that some of my very favorite coworkers at the court don't actually work for the court. They work for you in this county. And so I haven't had a mechanism or opportunity to express my appreciation and the court's appreciation for their work. And so thank you for giving me a moment to do that today. Throughout COVID, all of a sudden, so many essential work, we would have been shut down. And they showed up every day, and I can attest to the fact that they also helped me mentally at times throughout that process. When it was challenging, they were always good to have a chat with and kept things going. So much appreciated. We've had some changes at the courthouse, as I'm sure you know, have new programs like pretrial services and drug court, other programs at the courthouse that have required I guess, retooling and reuse of the building in some ways, and that's required changes to the building. And I want to thank you all for being so responsive to our needs. We've had new doors installed to help with security and to provide those services. And in providing those changes and other maintenance, Greg Lucero, who's our electrician, Trevor Larinaga, David Ruiz, Laura Hernandez, and PJ Montano. They have come over, been very receptive to listening to our needs. I can tell you, judges are not necessarily great architects, and they have been very patient about listening to what we need and helping us come up with a way to make it work, and they made it work. And then finally, certainly not last or least, Corporal Chris Valencia and the deputies that allow us to do our work in a safe and secure fashion at the courthouse. We're supposed to pay attention to the issues, the law, and the facts, and do it without being worried or intimidated or otherwise concerned about what's happening in our surroundings. And without them, we could not do that. So they're very appreciated as well. And again, I just want to take this opportunity to thank you, because if your work environment is anything like the courts, there might not be a lot of thank yous coming your way. But I just want to tell you that what you do is appreciated, and we certainly are happy to have this chance to say that to you. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Judge Pichot. I can't tell you how much we all appreciate the fact that you took your time to be so gracious and give thanks for the things that we do and that we do together. And we look forward to our continued working relationship. Thank you so much.
Madam Chair and Commissioners, the additional the second addition to this item was a recognition of Donna Morris, who is an accountant with the fire department, and I'm going to ask Assistant Chief Montoya to come up to the podium, if I could, to lead that recognition.
And we will definitely miss her. Donna has always had the answer. If you ever had a question for her regarding the history of the fire department, you went to Donna. She always had the answer. If you had a question regarding a piece of apparatus we were working with 10 years ago, she had the answer. We have a sincere gratitude that we have for her here today, and you can see by the support that she will be missed. And we do have a plaque for her.
Yes, I have it.
Can I get that from you?
Absolutely. Bring her up. Donna, I think you need to come forward.
So yes, Donna, if you can come up. So on behalf of Santa Fe County Fire Department, we'd like to offer this plaque to you, show you our appreciation for your service and your dedication for over 20 years. We will miss you sincerely and dearly, and we thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair, Commissioners, Assistant Chief Bobby Montoya. I appreciate it. Getting teary-eyed.
That's good.
I appreciate the recognition, and I'm going to miss my family here at the fire department and at Santa Fe County as a whole. Thank you.
And Daniel, do you think we could get an old-fashioned picture up here with everybody who came from Donna and everybody from the fire department and the commissioners.
Madam Chair,
You don't have to fit, you just have to squish in.
Madam Chair, I just wanted to thank you for your service and dedication. I don't know if you want to go around through the commissioners first. And, you know, it's one of those things that I always say when on public record with our police department and our fire department. You guys are our local hometown heroes. And, you know, it's something that, you know, we're very proud of. And, you know, the fire department's been to my house when my mother-in-law and my father-in-law were very sick. And, you know, I can't express the gratitude and the appreciation that I have for what you guys do on a daily basis. So thank you so much for your dedication to our constituents of Santa Fe County.
See, I made a mistake. I was going to take the picture before letting the commissioners talk. Big mistake. Commissioner Garcia.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just echoing what Commissioner Roybal said to the fire department. Even the last year and a half, I've had the fire department go to our property twice, and my aunt gives you guys, she can't stop talking about you guys up to what you all did on our property. Donna, for an individual that has institutional knowledge, I'm a firm believer of institutional knowledge. You have, I get the chills talking, you have a lot of institutional knowledge, anywhere from working with Chief Stan Holden, with the vision that Chief Stan Holden had for this fire department into where we are today. You worked for a great man and many other chiefs that were there. Your institutional knowledge in that department's going to be missed, certainly by all the admin staff, I'm sure, and everybody else. But congratulations, and I'm sure you'll be missed. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much. Commissioner Hughes?
Well, I don't think I could say it any more eloquently than my two fellow commissioners, but thank you so much. 24 years is a long time to devote to our service, and we really, really appreciate it. Thank you.
Commissioner Hanson?
All I can say is, wow. You know, you are definitely going to be missed, and that is clear by the example of your fellow coworkers who obviously love you and care for you, and as we all do also, but it is a testament to see everyone here. So congratulations, good luck, and thank you for all of your service to Santa Fe County. We are grateful. Thank you sincerely.
Thank you. Well, you definitely welcomed me to the fire department and took care of me lots of times, and everybody else. And now you're going to get to go play with horses, which will be wonderful, but you will definitely be missed. Thank you so much. Now maybe we can take a picture. So I think that actually takes us to item 2, which is approval of meeting minutes. 2A is approval of the August 30th BCC meeting minutes.
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Hanson.
I move to approve the August 30th, 2022 minutes.
I'll
Second.
Thank you. I have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed or abstentions? Thank you. And then we have approval of the September 7th special meeting minutes.
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Hanson.
I move to approve the September 7th, 2022 special meeting minutes.
Second.
Thank you. Motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed or abstentions? Because that was. Thank you. So 3 is consideration of proclamations, commissioner resolutions, and other recognitions. A is request approval of a proclamation proclaiming the first Wednesday in October as Energy Efficiency Day. Commissioner Hanson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So when I was, before I was elected a commissioner, I was part of a Watershed, Soul Smart. We created this group called Soul Smart, and we had Energy Efficiency Day at the Roundhouse, and we did this for a number of years. And so when the Coalition of Sustainable Communities sent me this resolution, I thought, yay, we're back onto the Energy Efficiency Days, one of my favorite things because it's such a great way to help climate change and keep the energy clean. And so if you don't, implementing energy efficiency and other clean energy policies and programs can help boost economic opportunities and job creation while continuing to move Santa Fe County towards a sustainable future, whereas smarter energy use reduces the amount of electricity needed to power our lives, which helps avoid power plant emission that can harm our health, pollute our air, and warm our climate. Whereas for counties and states like ours that are trying to tackle harmful pollution, energy efficiency can get us about halfway towards our emission reduction goals. And whereas energy efficiency makes our homes and workspace healthier, safer, and more comfortable, whereas cutting energy waste saves U.S. households billions of dollars on their utility bill every year, up to $500 per household from appliance efficiency standards alone. And whereas improved energy codes for homes and commercial buildings also can significantly reduce utility costs and create new jobs, and Santa Fe County supports increasing the minimum level of efficiency for new buildings through adoption of a stricter code or the Model 2021 International Energy Conservation Code, IECC, whereas the residents of Santa Fe County can continue to contribute to our energy efficiency efforts by learning about and participating in the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, Race to Zero Pledge, which is endorsed by Santa Fe County, and the International Council for Local Environment Initiatives, IGLE, USA. Whereas a nationwide network of energy efficiency groups and partners has designated the first Wednesday in October as National Annual Energy Efficiency Day, and whereas together we can continue to contribute to our sustainable efforts by learning more about energy efficiency and practicing smart energy use in our daily lives. So now therefore be it resolved that we, the Board of County Commissioners of Santa Fe County, do hereby proclaim the first Wednesday in October as Energy Efficiency Day. Be it further resolved that the board hereby urges citizens to join us in supporting our clean energy goals and efforts to move towards a more energy efficiency now and in the future. And so when I was part of this group in 2012, one of our thing that we advocated was solar on the roundhouse. And I would still like to see solar on the roundhouse, but maybe we're making progress everywhere in the state and in the county. And so with that, I would like to make a motion to proclaim the first Wednesday in October as Energy Efficiency Day.
I'll second that.
Excellent, thank you. So I have a first and a second. Is there anything under discussion?
Madam Chair.
Yes, Commissioner.
Well, I want to thank Commissioner Hanson for bringing this forward, and we all know that energy efficiency is the cheapest way to generate new energy. So thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, and it's definitely in line with our goals and of how we are moving forward at Santa Fe County.
Absolutely. That's really excellent. Thank you for doing this. So we have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any abstentions or opposition? Thank you so much. Excellent. So that passes unanimously. And I don't even need a resolution number because it's a proclamation.
Yeah, I made it a proclamation.
Yes. One more thing I didn't have to mess up on. So that takes us to 3B, which is approval of certificates of appreciation for the 2022 Santa Fe County Fair contributors. And go to Commissioner Roybal.
Oh, Madam Chair.
Oh, excuse me, Commissioner Hanson.
I'd just like to thank my constituent liaison, Laura Jangles, for working on this proclamation for me. And I really appreciate her, and she is a new liaison to the county, and she's doing great. So thank you.
Excellent. Thank you so much. So Commissioner Roybal.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And, every year we get thank you cards from, the State Fair 4-H participants that we have. And, it's really wonderful to see how having that activity that with the county fair and the 4-H that's part of the county has such a positive impact on our kids and our youth in Santa Fe County. And, this year, I was thinking that, and every year I say it, but, it's something that I want, those 4-Hers to know that it's them who make this happen. We have volunteers that have a positive environment for our children for this 4-H events. But, in this event, the 4-H, it promotes education, sustainability. It's a positive environment. It teaches leadership skills. Also, even as far as public speaking, every year we have a lot of participants, and it's really wonderful. I went to the to the county fair this year, and just watching the excitement in the children in a positive environment where we have, a lot of volunteers that, really present a positive environment for these kids, and just the excitement that you see. My kids participated in 4-H as well, and so I know as a parent, the beneficial impact that it has on these children. So I wanted to bring certificates of appreciation forward for their participation in the 4-H and recognize them for this. And, I'd like to, challenge the commission. As you all know, this is my last year on the commission. I've turned out as a commissioner, but I want to challenge the commission to bring this forward on a yearly basis to recognize these participants on the 4-H. So I just want to, once again, thank you to all the volunteers, to staff for all their hard work. I know Anna is always working really hard, and Gina, they do a lot to make sure that this event moves forward. And a lot of the parents will, call and bring forward, things that they'd like to see changed and worked on. And I think all together we work in a positive manner to make sure that we make this event successful every year. But it's just, it was pretty neat to see all the kids selling their livestock that they raised this last year. And I think a lot of them use that to go to college, and so it's really just a great program that we have. So I just want to reiterate that and thank the commission for the support that we've brought forward to the 4-Hers, and give these recognitions out today. I think there was a total of 140 certificates, so I want to just thank the commission for that. And I want to give the opportunity for anybody, I know we have some board members from our 4-H here, if you'd like to come forward and make any comments, and then we'll present you with the certificates for the kids. Thank you.
Welcome.
Madam Chair and Commission, we thank you for this opportunity to come. Unfortunately,
Madam Chair,
most of our foremen,
Can you mention your name, please?
I'm sorry, I'm the Fair Board Chair, Monica Lurie. Most of our kids would have loved to have been here, but a lot of them have participated, of course, in county fair and also in state fair. And some of them are also getting ready right now to participate at the Eastern State Fair, which is going to start with them taking their animals in at the end of this week. So not very many of them were able to take off of school to be here today, but they do all appreciate everything that you guys have done for them and all of your support. So thank you very much.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, my name is Eric Sanchez. I'm the Vice Chair of the County Fair Board. I would like to just express my gratitude and thank you all for all the hard work, the county staff, Anna, everybody that works to make the fair possible. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That's really gracious, and really thank you for what you do to make it happen. It's kind of, as far as I'm concerned, easy to sit in this chair and do the support. It's hard for to actually make it real, and that's what you guys do.
Yep, you're absolutely right, Commissioner Hamilton. We're the cheerleaders, and they do all the heavy lifting, right?
That's right. That's right.
But if there's any other comments from the board, but I do want to just
Yes.
present these certificates.
Yeah, Commissioner Garcia.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ms. Monica O'Leary. I've known Monica before she was O'Leary. Eric, I know Ms. Mayo. And thank you guys for all you do in putting all the volunteers together. This is actually a year-long process that that you all put together, and for a good week and a half of the county fair. Santa Fe County Fair is probably one of the best county fairs probably in the state of New Mexico. All the individuals that participate in the fair, good job, well done. I can remember when I worked on that fair from repaving the asphalt on the parking lot, there was probably like 3 camper trailers there. I think now, what is there, 50, 75 camper trailers there. That goes to show how many people are involved throughout the county. Thank you for what you all do, as well as your team. Anna, thank you. Thank you for what you and your team do as well, for putting this all together. I know sometimes we have some difficult questions. You might get a little frustrated with me, but nonetheless, we get it all done as a team. Thank you for you and your team as well. Also, another part of the team is the Public Works Department. I see Greg sitting back there, as well as David sitting back there. Very essential individuals for programs like this. You know, when they get there, the lights are on, everything's going well, but thank you for everybody that actually participates in the county fair. It's actually a very good thing for 4-H, for the young individuals in this community, this county, as well as definitely the southern part of the county, my district, and the surrounding counties as well. Thank you for what you do. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much. Anybody else? Commissioner Hanson and then Commissioner Hughes.
Yes. I apologize, I didn't make it to the county fair this year, but it was because of the heat. It was quite hard on me, but so I can imagine only that it was hard on the kids, because you know, heat affects all of us, and the summer was quite hot, and I thank you so much for all of the work that you do, and to make these children be able to have this incredible experience at the county fair. And I sincerely hope that I will make it there next year. And I want to thank Anna and all the board at the county fair for everything that you do, because you do a tremendous amount of work, and I know that you're all volunteers. And so that is a great thing to give back to our community. So thank you very much. And thank you to all the kids who get to raise these incredibly wonderful animals and have that experience, because I think it's invaluable. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Hughes.
Well, I get to go last, so everything's already been said, but...
Sorry, my bad.
No, that's okay. Thank you very much. When I've been to the State Fair, I'm always impressed at how serious and caring the children are, the young people with the animals that they've raised. And I thank all of you for providing that very positive experience in young people's lives, which I think is, it's how we make our community better, raising people who can take us into the future. Thank you very much.
Excellent. Thanks so much. So back to Commissioner Roybal for the presentation.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I wanted to see, Anna, did you have anything to add?
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Commissioners. I just wanted to acknowledge this recognition and thank you for that. We work hard as a team. We have the Fair Board who does an excellent job in starting to plan this fair. Like Commissioner Garcia said, it's a year-long planning. And all the volunteers that we get, the Fair Association. But I also want to acknowledge the staff because without Public Works, I would not be able to do my job. Those guys really do get our grounds together. They get everything cleaned and ready for all the indoor exhibits, whatever we need in the barns, whatever last minute fixes. And then they're there for us during the fair for whatever we need, as well as my staff. I have a really hardworking staff, and I just want them to know how much I appreciate them. So thank you for the recognition. It really is something wonderful, and I want to thank the board for everything that they've done because they really do a great job in getting this all together every year.
Thank you, Anna, and I do appreciate. Thank you for acknowledging all the staff that's involved with the preparation. I know it's not an easy task, and every year you guys make it just the greatest event there is. So I really appreciate all your hard work. That's really all I have, Madam Chair. I just need to give these certificates, so you guys will distribute these. Okay.
Please do.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Excellent. Thank you so much. And before I move on to the consent agenda, I wanted to go to Manager Schaefer.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Commissioners. Before you move forward through the consent agenda, I did want to provide you with some additional information relative to consent item 4G. If that information causes any extended discussion, then perhaps I would suggest that we remove that item from the consent agenda. But item 4G is permission to use a cooperative purchasing agreement to purchase two Type 1 ambulances for the Santa Fe County Fire Department, specifically for Station 50 and Station 60. What I wanted to bring to the board's attention is that the budget being utilized for those purchases, as it was requested and brought forward through the budget process, consists of a capital or asset request to purchase one ambulance at $310,000 and a separate request to purchase a tech rescue vehicle for $410,000. What is actually being proposed by the fire department is to delay purchase of the tech rescue apparatus at this time and instead utilize the money that had been requested for that purchase to address a shortfall for the one ambulance and then purchase a separate ambulance, as well as address some other necessary capital purchases. The primary reason for that is that the ambulances are the workhorse apparatus of the fire department, and the current build time for ambulances is 2 to 3 years. So again, that's 2 to 3 years. We're placing a purchase now for a vehicle that won't be delivered for 2 to 3 years. And the fire administration felt as if we needed to make that pivot in order to ensure the timely replacement of the ambulances. But because it was different than how the budget was prepared, I did want to bring that fact to the board's attention. Because it doesn't change the budget, it wouldn't require formal action by the board, which is again why I'm giving you that information now before you move forward. And if there are any questions, again, I respectfully suggest that we remove that item from consent, but I did want to provide you with that information. Thank you.
Excellent, thank you. I think we will do that just to get further discussion. And are there any other items doing consent? Commissioner Hanson?
Yes, I'd like to move off H.
Right. And any others? So we would now be, I'd entertain a motion if we remove G and H on consent items A through F.
So moved.
Second.
Thanks. So I have a motion and a second on consent items A through F. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed or abstentions? Thank you. So that would take us to item G. I wonder, when the budget, I understand the rationale for the need for the ambulances, but I wonder how long the tech rescue request has been on the rotating, and year-to-year budget. I think it's been there for a while, and what would be done to fulfill that need in a timely manner?
I would ask AC Black to address their overall capital planning relative to apparatus. I think I could surmise what the answer is, but I'd prefer to have you hear it directly from AC Black.
Yes, welcome.
Madam Chair, thank you. So yes, so we do hear that concern about the tech rescue. As Manager Schaefer said, the ambulances are our primary workhorse, as 85% of our calls are medical calls. The tech rescue that was proposed for FY23 budget was for not a specific district, but for the countywide tech rescue team. With Chief Lindsay's direction, we decided to make the recommendation that we move that to those funds to purchase a regional ambulance. And to keep that, currently we do have a number of tech rescue vehicles on the tech rescue team that are able to respond countywide. And so this will allow us to prepare better for the FY24 budget when we submit a request for a tech rescue vehicle then. As Manager Schaefer was saying, we are seeing a number of price increases that are continually hitting us when we are looking to purchase and build these apparatus. And so this will give us a better window to spec out tech rescue, get to a better budget idea, and plan for FY24.
Okay. The budget was just approved a few months ago. There's a whole long period of time, months at the beginning of the year, that's given to analyzing needs. I find it hard to believe that the need for the ambulance wasn't, for 2 ambulances instead of 1, wasn't known then. So there must have been a rationale for the tech rescue finally floating to the surface. I understand it's a judgment call. I'm not saying I'm not supporting the decision. I'm saying that should have been justified a few months ago, and frankly, I think there should have been a little more detail about why the change. If it had to have been some sort of big change, if a few months ago you thought what we needed was 1 ambulance and 1 tech rescue. And I also, given that these things float around for a while, you put something in and things get taken in some order of priority. So there are some things that are always pushed to the bottom of the list. But that's what the long-term budget process is for. So I don't have a real specific objection, but I think that it's a little think it should be a cautionary tale that this change got made sort of in the 11th hour on an individual request after months of budget planning, which should have been done based on data. Like, we'd spend months analyzing what county needs are in all kinds of areas. And then the chief asks for a change on what? Like a judgment call?
Madam Chair, yes, ma'am, I do understand. We do understand the need to forecast out and develop our systems and to understand our needs. Please understand, we are trying to work within a dynamic environment. We are needing to make changes as well as the chassis on these ambulance purchases. We are having to change manufacturers of those chassis because we're not able to purchase the RAM chassis, which have been standardized as RAM is making changes to their deployment and who they're selling to and how those priorities are coming out. And so these are changes that are coming at a very rapid pace, and we are trying to forecast out those needs so that we can make better judgment calls and plan out in the future.
Has the very, very long what do you call
Build time.
Yeah, lead time that's needed. Thank you, Manager Schaefer. It was an easy word. Is that kind of a new development? Has that been increasing recently?
Yes, ma'am, it has. We've seen this throughout the COVID pandemic, that lead times are getting more and more and more. And so, Madam Chair, we are looking at 12 months just to get a chassis, just to get a cab and chassis for any apparatus. And then after that, we're looking at another 18 to 24 months for the manufacturer to actually build all the components. So we are seeing longer and longer build times.
Yeah, I get that. Okay, are there any other questions on this item? Commissioner Hughes.
Yeah, I just want to make sure I understand what's being purchased. So instead of purchasing one ambulance and one tech rescue, we're going to purchase 2 ambulances. And is that partly because we can get the ambulances faster, or what?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Hughes. So yes, the recommendation is that we are moving from purchasing 1 ambulance and 1 tech rescue to moving funds to make up for the budget shortfall that we have for our original request for purchase for an ambulance, and then using the remaining funds to buy a second ambulance.
And is that because we need the 2 ambulances, or because we can get the ambulances faster?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Hughes, that's because the ambulances are an incredible need, and we are putting on average well over 100,000 miles on our ambulances every year or so, as they are used 5 to 10 times a day, 20 times a day, running medical calls. And with the priority of the ambulances, the wear and tear on the ambulances we're incurring wear and tear on the ambulances much more than any other apparatus in the fire department. Thus, they are needing to be replaced on a much more regular basis.
Okay, so in other words, it's because of the lead time that you're anticipating you're going to need those 2 ambulances when they finally arrive.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Hughes, yes, sir, that is correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Hughes. Any other questions on this item? And entertain a motion?
I'll move for approval.
Second.
Thank you. I have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed or abstentions? Thank you, and thank you, Assistant Chief.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Take care. So that takes us to the item H that was taken off consent for approval of in-state travel, and I'll go to Commissioner Hanson, who pulled it.
Thank you. The reason I pulled this is I don't have any issue with anybody going to this conference. I would like to have gone myself because I didn't even know until last week that it was a possibility. But I think in the future what we need to do is with the budget is I think we need to start looking at the conferences and add in a little bit more flexibility in the travel budget for the commissioners so that when something like this does come up. I was, as you all know, I was just recently invited to the White House. Well, I don't think you know, but you know that I participate in NACO, and I was just invited to a meeting at the White House for building a better New Mexico. And that is something that I would have considered wanting to go to, but the time is quite short for the notice, but it's an in-person meeting. And so, you know, there are things that come up like that after the hard work that many of us have done on many projects in New Mexico. I spend a fair amount of time of my own time, since I'm only part-time, working with NACO on many different committees. And so part of the reason I was invited to the White House is because of my participation in that. And it's a non-transferable invitation is what it says here. So I think that the reason I pulled it is just as an opportunity to talk about our budgeting process in the future and how we can accommodate some of this travel for commissioners when there is really an opportunity to advocate for more money for New Mexico, more money for Santa Fe County. And you know, and I hope that Commissioner Garcia will find those opportunities for us at the outdoor recreation and bring back some of the grant opportunities to Santa Fe County, because Santa Fe County has many wonderful outdoor activities that we would like to highlight and make sure that we find grants and opportunities to do that. And so with that, Madam Chair, I move to approve item H.
Second.
Excellent. I have a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion or questions? If not, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Excellent. Thank you. So that takes us to 5, which are appointments and reappointments. We have a recommendation of county resident.
Madam Chair.
Oh, I did it, didn't I?
See, you were on it with the proclamation and just got ahead of yourself.
I did. I'm ready.
All right. Item 4C is resolution number 2022-073. And item 4E is resolution number 2022-074.
Thank you so much, Deputy Clerk.
Certainly.
So now we are actually on item 5. 5A is the recommendation of county residents of the City of Santa Fe's Library Board. And do we have Ambra for that? We do. Welcome, Ambra.
Hello, good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the Commission. My name is Ambra Baca. I'm Constituent Services Liaison for District 1 and have also been asked to serve as a staff liaison to the City of Santa Fe's Library Board. I am presenting for approval today a recommendation to fill the vacant county board member seat. Created by the City of Santa Fe in 1962, the Library Board is an advisory board to the city's governing body. The board recommends, in consultation with the City of Santa Fe's Library Division, Director of Staff, and policies and use of the library, book selection, acceptance of gifts, and other policies. The board consists of 7 members, 5 of whom which live in incorporated boundaries of the city, and 2 who live outside the city boundaries within Santa Fe County. Library board members serve a 3-year term and may be appointed for up to 1 additional consecutive term. The Santa Fe County Board of County Commission recommends county member appointments to the mayor for presentation and to be approved by the City Council. The board meets monthly on the 3rd Tuesday at 5:45. Santa Fe County advertised the vacancy for this board position April 13th, 2022, with a deadline of June 30th, 2022. Staff received letters of interest and resumes for the following appointments. For the following seeking appointment: Theo Romero, Sharon Uckland, Flavian Mark Lupinetti, Joseph Stack, Pamela Pierce, and Paul Stewart Spalding. Staff recommends that the appointment of Flavian Mark Lupinetti to serve a 3-year term. Flavian is a poet, fiction writer, and retired cardiac surgeon. Joining us is Margaret Neal. She's the Library Division Director. She is joining us virtually, and we stand for any questions.
Excellent. Does the person who's joined us want to have anything to say before questions, or is just available?
Madam Chair,
Yes.
did you say that was a 3-year appointment, Ambra?
Yes.
Okay. No, I don't have any questions, but I'll move approval unless there's any other questions.
Well,
Second.
so I have a motion and a second under discussion. Commissioner Garcia?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Amber. In regards to the who actually choose, we got several applicants. Who chooses or makes the recommendation?
The Library Board does, Commissioner Garcia.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Amber.
Any other questions or discussion? So I have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed or abstentions? Good, that passes, and thank you very much for the presentation, Amber.
Thank you.
So that takes us to 6 miscellaneous action items. 6A is a resolution requesting a budget increase in various funds to carry forward the fiscal year 22 encumbrance balances to FY23 in the amount of $21,480,519. Pretty slick, I got all that out. And we have Director Herrera. Thank you so much.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, very well read. This is our first bar for fiscal year 22. Since we roll over all since we roll over all POs related to capital projects, we essentially increase the budget authority that over the amount that we presented to DFA for fiscal year 23. And so in order to ensure that both systems align with each other, we request that this bar be approved and then processed with DFA.
Excellent. So are there any questions on this item from commissioners?
Madam Chair, I move for approval.
I'll second.
Thank you. So I have a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion? It's pretty straightforward. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed or abstentions? Fabulous. Thank you very much,
you.
Yvonne. 6B is approval of design build contract with James.
Madam Chair.
No, I have a short learning
So
curve.
close.
Thank you.
6A is resolution number 2022-075.
Excellent. Thanks, Madam Clerk. And Bill, welcome. You can read us into this design build for Public Works.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Commissioners. Pleasure to be here this afternoon. A little bit of background on this project. In 2014, the Board of County Commissioners authorized or approved the use of design build project delivery. We have gone out a multiple number of times with that procurement, and we're unable to award a contract due to non-responsive proposals, overbid, things like that. We've revised the scope. We went out again, and this time we were successful with a very successful bid and solution to the Public Safety Complex and the RECC Center. The project will, what we're here before the board is we have a contract, negotiating the contract, going through finalizing the design, and we're asking the board to approve the award of that contract and delegate signature authority to the county manager to sign that contract and the purchase order for it in the amount of $5,167,779 inclusive of tax. And so the project is going to comprise a separate construction of a separate building for RACC. We have a couple of renditions I can share with the board. Hit it, Daniel. That's the entrance to the new RECC facility that's been designed and going to provide a little over 6,000 square feet of space. In addition, the second rendition, if you could put that up, Daniel, is the expansion of the existing public safety building. This is the evidence bay and maintenance bay that they're going to expand out. The departments within that existing building will be able to spread out, occupy the space that RECC was in, give a lot more space to the sheriff's office, which is critical for their needs in the building. So with that, Madam Chair, I'll stand for any questions on the project.
Excellent, thank you. I actually have I'll go to Commissioner Garcia first.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Taylor. This is good. We've been at this project for many, many years. Some of the questions I have is the existing fire department, their bays. Where is the fire department going to go?
Madam Chair, Commissioner, the bay right now is going to be a separate project. I believe we were looking at opening up the bay and having it as a drive-through. That is still part of the project, correct? Gary, it is not. Right, the fire department has funding for that. We needed the funding for the more critical part. We were in council with the fire department on negotiating that, and they're going to come back with a project on their bay, separate project for the bay. The only thing that was in there, I'm sorry, Madam Chair, Commissioner, go ahead.
Madam Chair, so Mr. Taylor, so the portion of the public safety complex that is at the most westerly end is the fire department bays, and that's where the fire department currently is located. So will that be utilized by the sheriff's office? All of that?
Madam Chair, Commissioner, no. The fire department is still utilizing that. Initially, part of this project was to try to make that a drive-through bay, if I recall correctly. And that was, and I'll turn it over to Gary. He has more details specifically on the bay.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, Commissioner Garcia, in conversations with the fire department, they decided they did not need the drive-through bays, but we have been working with them on a separate project, and we're working to redesign the space with soft walls and some hard walls inside of the fire section that will take care of all their needs and should add quite a few additional offices. And we think that it is their conclusion that that will address their needs. So that one is in process. It is not part of this now. And any of the changes for the sheriff or is in the section for the sheriff, there's going to be a small addition on the east side, but it's going to expand the space and then use all the RECC space for the sheriff department.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So RECC will have a new separate component.
A separate building. Madam Chair, Commissioner, yes, that is correct.
And in regards to the bid, does this include furniture, fixtures, and equipment?
Madam Chair, Commissioner, it does not. There's a separate budget for that the county is going to purchase in conjunction with Jane's Corporation in coordinating the design, the trace for the electrical, the cameras, the furniture, and all that. So there is a budget for the FF&E that's going to be, it's not part of the actual project.
So,
or part of the contract with Jane's.
So there's a separate budget for FF&E's furniture, fixtures, and equipment.
Correct. And Madam Chair, Commissioner Garcia, it's the same methodology we did for the county admin building. We contracted for all the work. We did a separate, county did their separate procurement of the furniture for the facilities.
Thank you, Madam Chair, because whenever you go into RECC now, sometimes when I can't sleep at night, I watch public safety TV ads, and those people can go from Oklahoma, they can go to New York, they can go all over the country with their CAD or whatnot. And I would hope that we can do that at our RECC, where we have screens in there that are about this big, maybe a little larger. So I would hope that the furniture, fixtures, and equipment in the RECC, as well as the Sheriff's Department, are up to date. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Taylor. Congratulations, you and the entire team and the previous team that has worked on this for moving this forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Hanson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Gary. Thank you, Bill, for bringing this forward. Yes, this is something that's been in the works for quite some time. I saw one memo dated 2014, but I think it's probably been going on even longer than that. I would like to know where the money is coming from. How is this money we're bonding for?
Bonds or GRT. I'm Chair and Commissioner. GRT bonds.
Okay. So I think, I think this is a good use of GRT bonds to use to build a county facility. I see that as a good investment. And I just wanted to be clear that, this is a $5 million project, and that's a fair amount of our bonding capacity.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Hanson, just want to clarify, it's bond money and GRT money, so two separate funding sources.
Two separate.
Good, because I was going to ask what GRT bonds are in the way it was presented.
Yeah. Thank you. Other questions that I have. When do you plan to start on this project?
Madam Chair, Commissioner, right now, Janes has proposed to break ground in January. They're going to finalize the design in December and break ground in January. Finish the facility, RECC facility, by June of 2023, and complete and then move there'll be a switchover. Once they open up and operate RECC, they'll move them into there, and then they'll go into the existing building. And they are proposing finishing the project fall of 2023, which is very aggressive, but we like the schedule.
Yeah, building design, that's one of the...
Design build.
Design build, that's one of the attributes or ability that we get with that, is that it's a much faster schedule. We built 100 Catherine in record time, and I just also want to make sure that during that time we'll be working on getting a new JPA with the city and for the RECC, because I think that is also very important, as the fact that we are providing this new facility for the RECC. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. So are there other questions or discussions? Or what is the pleasure of the board?
Second.
Thank you. I have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Aye. Sorry about that. And any opposed or abstentions? Okay, thank you. And I don't need a resolution number on this one. So it takes us to 6C, which is a request approval of a memorandum of agreement between Santa Fe County and the City of Santa Fe regarding the use of Santa Fe County funds for prevention and intervention programs that address youth and community violence. We have Bill Taylor again.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Commissioners. We have a memorandum of agreement, as the Commissioner stated, between the city and the county, whereby both entities in this memorandum of agreement will fund $100,000 per year. It is a contract through a term of 2025. That's why it's before the board for that amount of over $300,000 in the contract and the number of years with the MOA. I do need to point out that there has been some modifications to the scope in the agreement, and what was uploaded in the board docs does not contain those. We passed around, you should each have a copy of the correct scope of under scope of the agreement. The changes were, it's section 1 of the agreement on page 3, and 1B, C, and E were modified to include that the city will act as a lead agency in E for incoming state and federal funding. City will contract with a service provider with positive youth development expertise and community credibility to pilot, evaluate, improve, and expand a program to recruit, support, educate, and employ youth at high risk with violence to serve as community support workers and contribute to youth violence. And then B, the county community service department will provide the city with the county's portion of the funding. So those 3 items in the agreement were changed. With that, Madam Chair, I'll stand for any questions and additional clarification. But we're asking for approval of the corrected agreement before you.
Thank you. I'll go first to Commissioner Hanson.
Thank you, Bill. Thank you, Charlene. I think so. I'm concerned, and I'm going to be very direct about it. The reason I'm concerned is that the city cannot receive state funding at the moment until they finish their audit, and so if we're going to go and enter into agreement with them, I want to make sure that they can receive the money from the state that is being allocated, because otherwise it's going to come back on us, such as what we are doing with the Recovery Center, since they could not accept that money for the Recovery Center, which is in the city. And so we are now, once again, still the lead. So I would like to know what guarantees we have that this will be that the city will be able to accept state money.
That's what?
It says the city will act as a lead agency for incoming state and federal funding.
Yeah. I think that's a question for some answers or some discussion.
Madam Chair and Commissioners, I just wanted to let you know that we have not yet applied for funding from the state or federal funds. At this moment, they haven't opened up and we are not able to apply for them. I was not aware of the city's current status. However, within those terms, when we met with the state, they did say that the city or county would have to act as the lead agency. For the purpose of the MOA, we identified the city as they had more capacity to do so, but that is something we can address and look into.
I think it is, Madam Chair, I think it is something you have to look into because we're going on the 3rd year where the city has not fulfilled their audit responsibilities. And I think this is an important program. I want to see it succeed, you know, and I'm good with us working with the city, but I also feel very strongly that I want us to be able to acquire as much capital and money as possible so that we can provide these services and not have it held up, or we have to all of a sudden have an emergency meeting to change the agreement so that once again we become the lead agency. And so those things concern me.
And what do you want to do about that?
Well, since they haven't applied for any money at the moment, I would like some reassurances from the city, personally, that they're going to get their audits done on time, and that they're going to act in good faith.
Manager Schaefer?
I was going to suggest that perhaps we table this item until the next meeting to really identify the practical realities of this concern in terms of what funding might be on offer, and then follow up as appropriate relative to the implications for that, rather than having a conversation in the abstract. That would be my recommendation.
I would think that's a good idea.
I accept that.
Okay. When you're looking into things, I would wonder if you could look into the even contribution of money, since the city is a lot more populous, and how that decision was made. So do we have to have a motion to table? So, please.
Madam Chair, I think Commissioner.
I was wondering if I could ask my question before we
Yes.
table it.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea, because
Okay, thank you. No, I just wondered what's been done so far, like who's been hired, how many youth have they worked with? I mean, what's the project look like so far in terms of implementation?
Commissioner Hughes, there has not been any implementation. We do not have an identified service provider. An RFP has not been released. We are still just trying to get the process between city and county solidified before we move forward with any program or initiative.
Oh, okay, so this isn't, this project is just starting, basically?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Garcia?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Chanel, I just wanted to give you a shout out. Thank you for everything you do for this community, especially on the south side. You know, anybody can go down there on a Friday or Saturday night and see what's happening down there. But thank you for being involved and having passion for your job as into what you do for this area of our community. I appreciate that. One of the things, whenever we do work out with the city of Santa Fe as into the recommendation that we're going to have up here, I'm very interested in the deliverables, how we actually track what the deliverables are for this type of a contract, and then also who can actually apply for this money, because I'm very concerned that a lot of people organizations, nonprofit can apply for this, but it's kind of it's a challenging task. And I just don't want somebody to go out there and say, we're going to do this, we're going to have these meetings on a Friday, it doesn't work for me in that route. But if you can just keep that in mind as you talk with the city or the other providers out there, as into very interested in the deliverables and who can apply. But thank you once again for what you do. You know, you and I have talked about this, and there's a lot of stuff, especially there on the south side, that has happened in my district and Commissioner Hansen's district. But thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair and Commissioner Garcia, I just wanted to say that we will be part of the RFP process in developing the actual RFP to make sure those deliverables are covered, and it will be a collaborative process from start to finish.
Are there other inputs or questions at this point before? If not, I would entertain a motion to table.
Madam Chair, I would move to table.
Second.
Thank you. Motion and second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Excellent. Thank you, and thank you for the presentation. So that takes us to 6D, which is the request authorization for the county manager to submit a letter to the National Resources Conservation Service requesting federal assistance to restore damages caused by extreme flooding along the Rio and Medio. And we have our Deputy County Manager, Leandro Cordova. Welcome.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Commissioners. The Rio and Medio Mutual Domestic Water Consumer Association approached the county on behalf of this program that they had gotten some information about from the NRCS, which is the Natural Resources Conservation Service. As we all know, there's been a lot of major flooding occurring up in the Rio and Medio area in the burn scar from a few years ago, affecting not just private owners as well as the county's open space, but as well as access to the mutual domestics tanks that they have up at the top of, at the end of the county road. So essentially, I also have today on WebEx Mr. John Kadlasek, who is the president of the mutual domestic, and at some point I'd like to give him an opportunity to kind of present on some of the details. But essentially, they ask the county to be able to act as a sponsor for this type of program. It's a federal program that provides emergency health, safety, welfare, property help through the federal government, and it's a program that would actually allow for us to help private property owners as well, which is something the county's not able to do. They do request that a sponsor be take the lead on this, and so the mutual domestics asking the county to start with a letter of request to the NRCS, which the county manager would sign if approved today. And I'll stand for any questions, but if I could, I'd like to see if Mr. Kedlasek is on WebEx and if he's able to provide a few comments.
Yes, please do. That's great.
Yeah, so hello. Thank you, Madam Chair and Commissioners, for giving me some time to speak. I should do a sound check. Can you hear me okay?
Can everybody hear okay? Yes, good. Thank you very much.
Yes.
Good. Great. So I have some pictures that I wanted to show, and it looks like, Leandro, are you able to share what I sent you or not?
I believe that you're able to share your screen, and I think it might be easier if you could share your screen and show those pictures.
Yeah, when I click share, I get an open system preferences dialog that comes up, and I don't really know what to do from there.
Daniel, are you able to share the materials?
Madam Chair, I do not have the documentation, but
well, let's see.
Mr. Kadlasek, if you just make an attempt, if you're not able to share at all, you got rejected, an outright rejection on
Well,
sharing?
I think it has something that, well, it is something with WebEx.
Interesting.
Yeah, it's telling me to go to my system preferences, and from there I have no idea what to do. So
Daniel, are you able to assist online, or should we?
I can send this presentation to somebody else if.
Madam Chair, I'm gonna add my email to the chat in WebEx, and
okay.
Mr. If you can email it to me, I can display it once I receive it.
Okay.
And Daniel, I forwarded that to you as well.
Not seeing anything. Yeah, go ahead.
Would you like to be able, or would you be able to give your commentary while we're trying to load up the?
All right, let me know if you can see what I'm sharing.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you. Yeah. So as the Deputy County Manager said, we had the fire 2 years ago, and the BEAR report, which stands for Burned Area Emergency Response, predicted that because of the fire, there could be major flooding, and there was even a comparison that there was a 1 in 10 chance that the flooding in the valley could be like the Chama at Bodie's in Abiquiu. This is a river that's typically about 30 cubic feet per second, and there were estimates that on the flood of July 26th, the cubic feet per second were between 1,000 and 2,000 cubic feet per second. So we saw water in our creek, which is usually 4 feet wide and a few inches deep, span as wide as 70 feet and 20 to 25 feet deep. And this continued 5 more times. We actually had 6 floods in the period of about 4 weeks. You could scroll down to the next slide. I have or the next page. I've got a picture of the water tanks. Maybe zoom in a little bit on that so that we could just see it a little bit bigger. These are the water tanks at 97 Rio and Medio. Between the house and the trees, yeah, where there's sand, that used to be a pasture. Everything upstream used to be completely foliated. That's where the 4-foot wide river went through. This is the result of the flooding. The first flooding brought down a lot of debris, which is part of the reason that it was wider. And then the second floods, yeah, let's go up a couple more. I think, yeah, yeah, so there we go. So this is where the road was to the tanks. You can see that once the debris washed through, then the river just came down deeper and faster. And so now on this property, there are 3 channels that look like this that completely took the road out. You can go on to the next one. This is a road at 87 Rio and Medio, which is actually my property. This road here, and when I say road, I'm talking about what's on top of that embankment that you're looking at. This road gives access to 91 Rio and Medio and to the 2 tanks, and it's now very destabilized. And this is slightly in a bend in the river, so water is going to continue hitting that spot. So part of what would need to happen is cross-main structures in the river to help protect that, so that any work that was done to this spot wouldn't just get washed out with the next flood. Okay, next slide, please. So this is now what it looks like upstream. This used to be completely foliated with willows, oaks, and other vegetation. Now it's been completely wiped out and scoured. And and you could show the next slide too, please. The following slides just show more of the damage, and you can go down one more. So again, this is the view upstream. This is actually, the trail is right on the right here. So however many of you know this trail, it's completely unrecognizable from what it was. And you could go down to the next slide too. This is actually the first crossing, which used to have a completely different look. This was all vegetated land and had a great big rose pasture, which some of it is left there on the left, but a lot of it was washed away. And I think there might be one more slide. That might be the last one. Okay. So we did have someone come out and give us an estimate on what it would cost to fix that in a natural process restoration way. And he came up with a bid of about $250,000 to replace the road and put stabilizing structures in the river that would help direct the water in the right direction for restoration of the river. They would use large boulders for this and do it in such a way that it would protect the work that was done on the roads, because there's no doubt that we'll have flooding again the next time we have monsoons. And then let's go back up to the very top, because aside from letting you know how badly we need this assistance, there's another very important point that gets made. And obviously, this is just a small part of the Rio and Medio. We're creating what we're calling the Rio and Medio Watershed Coalition, because the river is running through Forest Service and open space and our private property. And there are a lot of agencies involved. And we kind of have this vision that we're not the only watershed like this around Santa Fe. We're just the first one to get hit by a fire and then floods. So we're hoping that we could bring these agencies together, come up with a 5 to 10 year long-term plan that addresses all the way up to the burn. So obviously that's the Forest Service, and all the way down through our village. This isn't a problem that's going to go away. And fortunately, there was no damage to any houses. There were no injuries, but a lot of access issues to houses because people lost their culverts. So I wanted to let you know of our very, very strong desire to work with all the agencies involved because it is a river and it's a river system. So what happens downstream affects what happens upstream. And I've learned a lot about the dynamics of rivers. You know, when you have a head cut downstream, upstream wants to level to that lowest elevation, which is why the river will just continue cutting upstream. And that's why it's so important for us to get these veins with the big boulders in it as soon as we can. I guess that's all I had to say. This is just obviously a first step. We would be so happy to work with the county open space and have the Forest Service at the table. And I know that Andrea Romero is putting together a meeting later in the month that's going to try to pull together the stakeholders to work on this and address it in a long-term way. But this grant/loan application at this point is our only suspect. There's others that we're looking at, but nothing has moved forward yet. Mr. Schaefer recommended the emergency water fund with the Board of Finance, and we're in the process of doing that. There's a lot of T's to dot and I's to cross to get that application accepted. So that's also something that's in process. But we're hoping that we can get some work done before flooding happens next year. If we do need to access those water tanks, which serve about 55 households for our mutual domestic, we wouldn't be able to right now. Certainly wouldn't be able to get any kind of heavy equipment in there. And we have telemetry equipment on the tanks. The well is downstream, and the tanks reach a certain level of water and then tell the well to turn on and fill it full of more water. So any kind of issues that we would have with that equipment would have to be serviced and couldn't access it through the road. So the system is at risk currently, as well as the water table has been exposed, so that's affecting recharge of the aquifer, as well as just the loss of all the topsoil and the sponge quality that has for helping the aquifer refill. Yeah, I think that's all. I'd be happy to take any questions and see if I can answer them.
Excellent, thank you. Before I go to questions, Leandro, do you have any further background or sum up?
Madam Chair, yeah, just to sum up, as mentioned, this program is a federal program. The funding for it had been utilized and used up in this particular funding year. Luckily, we're coming to the end of the fiscal year, and there should be more allocations made. Our neighbors in Mora and San Miguel County have been accessing this program to a lot of success, and they have used a lot of the money, but because our representation know the importance of it, they're pushing to make sure it's fully funded in the next fiscal year. So this letter gets us in line. It's the very start of the process, but it's not the end. If we do apply for actual grant funds, we'll bring that back to the commission, and we would have to also work on a 25% match that comes with this, so that would be another decision the commission can make. A lot of that match could be in kind, and I want to thank Public Works for working really closely with Mutual Domestic and everyone in Rio and Medio. There's going to be a lot of opportunities to probably come up with that in kind as we actually implement the project and the suggestions that are made. So at this time, I am requesting that you authorize the county manager to sign a letter to NRCS requesting assistance and indicating the county's potential willingness to act as a local sponsor for the participation in this program. And I stand for any other questions if there are any.
Madam Chair.
Thank you. Commissioner Roybal, and then Commissioner Garcia, and Commissioner Hanson.
And I, Madam Chair, thank you. I do want to thank Leandro for working with the community, and I also thank Mr. Kadlasik for his presentation and photographs. I did go out to the community and look at some of these areas, and it's really been devastated. So I'm glad we're working in that way, but I just want to ask Leandro again to just continue working with the community and seeing how we can help and especially bring this forward. But I do, if there's other questions from commissioners, I do want to move a motion for authorization for the county manager to submit a letter to the Natural Resource Conservation Service requesting federal assistance to restore damages caused by extreme flooding along the Rio and Medio. But
Second.
that's
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Kulsek, for actually taking all the time to do what you've done out there. I have a question. About 2-3 months ago, we passed an emergency resolution where the governor's office was issuing out some money for emergency funding. Where is that money? Where did that money go? We haven't done anything out there with the state money?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Garcia, we didn't have direct access to that money as I understand it. That's why we made the suggestion that they go to the Board of Finance to try to request some emergency funding. And as Mr. Keldusek mentioned, they're still in the process of trying to get on the agenda for the Board of Finance to see if they could get some emergency funding through that program.
So, Madam Chair, so whenever the governor's office or the Congress issues an emergency declaration that there's infrastructure upgrades or infrastructure maintenance for an emergency, something that we didn't know about, we still have to go in front of the Board of Finance to get that emergency funding?
No, Madam Chair, Commissioner Garcia, I don't know if we had direct access to the emergency funding. I don't think we did, and that's why we recommended they try the Board of Finance as an alternative to that emergency funding.
I guess, Madam Chair, I'm just a little confused. There's talk about all this emergency funding out there for flooding. There's emergency funding for who knows what, but
Madam Chair,
I guess they felt like we should have been informed about this emergency funding before we actually passing the resolution. But what's the emergency funding for? I guess at the state level.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Garcia, I don't know if I could answer your questions directly. I do know that Assistant Chief Vigil has also been working with the community up in Rio and Medio, and so he's kind of our conduit to federal emergency funding, and so I don't know. I believe he tried to access that funding. I don't know if he was successful or not, so I don't know if I could answer that any more directly.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Maybe Manager Schaefer can help us. So whenever this flooding occurred, it's still the same way it was 2-3 months ago. Our blade operators, our Public Works Department has not gone out there and at least assisted in the possibly temporary channel of the existing river out there?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Garcia, our Public Works crew has been up there to do as much as they can. Unfortunately, at the end of our county road, it becomes a private road, and we aren't able to work on the private area because of anti-donation issues. So that's part of why this program is alluring, because it does allow for direct help on the private properties.
So, Madam Chair, so if it is emergency funding, we are allowed to go on private property if it's a health, safety, and welfare for that piece of property, correct?
Madam Chair and Commissioner, a couple of different questions, and I'll try and take them in order. The emergency declaration by the Board of County Commissioners was a necessary step to pursue federal and state emergency funding, but it wasn't sufficient. I did just confirm, and I don't believe that the governor has issued an emergency declaration due to flooding in Santa Fe County, but I will confirm before the meeting is over that that is in fact the case. But I was not aware of any such declaration. There are other counties for which such a declaration was made, and I believe that has to do with the fact that our damage thresholds did not meet, or our damage assessments didn't meet the necessary thresholds. But I'll confirm that before the meeting end. Relative to county maintenance or maintenance of non-county maintained roads by ordinance and resolution, the board, not this board, but Board of County Commissioners as a body in the past has established as a policy for the county that work, even in emergency circumstances, in terms of maintenance, requires reimbursement of the county. And so, that is why we feel constrained under existing ordinance and resolution that we're unable to make the repairs on the portion of the road that, again, is not maintained by the county. I hope that addresses the questions that were asked.
Madam Chair, Manager Schaefer, yes, it does, but I would hope that my colleagues here would definitely look at flooding or something that is in dire need of an individual that cannot get in and out of their homes, emergency vehicle access, health and safety of the general public. If there's some sort of a there's some sort of something that happens, weather or whatnot, I feel that we actually should be able to take our grader out there as we did many years ago off of General Goodwin Road. But it's just something to think about. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Leandro, and thank you, Manager Schaefer.
Thank you. Commissioner Hanson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for this presentation. I wholeheartedly support us having this letter sent and trying to find money for this kind of situation. It is impactful when we see communities devastated like this. I don't know if John is still online, but is that road even passable?
I am. No, it's not. The owner of my next door neighbor at 91 Rio Medio, she can't access her house and she can't get propane. They're trying to figure out a way for her to get propane. She doesn't have phone service. She's at the end of the road, so she has it worse than anyone.
So,
can I interrupt?
Can you identify yourself?
Yes, this is Irene Jimenez. I live also in the area, and it took my road, like really bad. We've been without a road for like a month and a half. My husband cut his foot with a chainsaw. We couldn't get him across. We're having to cross through the river, to the field, to the church to get to my vehicles. It's been absolutely devastating for us.
Just for the record, I'm really, really sorry for the difficulties, but just for the record, could you repeat your name or ask Mr. Kadlacek to do that?
Yes, yes, Eileen Jimenez.
Thank you so much, Eileen. Yeah,
You're welcome.
We have a in general and
Bad
from
connection.
representation a good sense of the dire circumstances. So, Commissioner Hanson.
thank you, Eileen, and I am very sorry also for the difficulty. And so I think that whatever we can look into doing to help this community is really important. And I just wanted to say that for the record. And
yes.
Thank you very much for sharing the situation.
Which I'm not saying we can't participate. I'm just saying that's the way they tend to present it. Have we thought about that? I guess one ask is for the county to do part of it.
Can you hear me now?
No, please.
We lost you for a few minutes.
Okay, yeah, I'm sorry. I'm getting a bad connection. We have a bad connection here at my house. What was the question, ma'am?
I'm not asking you the question. I really appreciate
Oh,
your
she doesn't have
participation,
a
but I'm
mic on.
asking Leon, the deputy manager, a
I
question.
didn't hear what she said. This phone.
So if you could please mute, that would be appreciated. Is capital outlay a possibility?
Madam Chair, Commissioners, yes, I think we're looking at all options as possible opportunities. We also are still not exact on the entire amount that we're going to request, so we don't know what we're asking 25% of how much because we don't know exactly what that would be. As I understand it, as NRCS receives this letter, they'll send out a technical team to work with all of the partners in this project, and we can get a better idea of the assessment. You did see that there's some rough numbers, so we're looking at probably about $250,000, but there is also a lot of opportunity for in-kind to contribute to the match. And so that is also another component at this time. There will be continuing compliance and obligations of the sponsor and the mutual domestic as time goes on. And because a lot of the work will probably be done on our open space, we would most likely be following up on that anyway. So we will have to work on quantifying what that ongoing maintenance would probably cost us, and we would be able to use some of that towards the match. And then the last part of it, hopefully we could work with a mutual domestic, and then I would have to go beg Yvonne to help me find some money and see if we could find that to bring to the board.
Excellent. Thank you. So is there further discussion? If not, I have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed or abstentions? Excellent. Thank you. And thanks very much for the presentation, Leandro. So that takes us to items 6E, which is request authorization for the county manager to apply for and manage a grant application to the National Telecommunications and Information Administration for the expansion of broadband services in Santa Fe County. And we have Chris Heyer. Welcome.
Good afternoon, Commissioners, Madam Chair. My name is Chris Heyer, and I'm from the Community Development Department in the Economic Development Division. There is a federal notice of funding opportunity that is being offered through the National Telecommunications and Information Administration, known as the Middle Mile Grant. We are putting together an application known as the Rural Connect Santa Fe County Project. This is a request to authorize the county manager to apply and manage a grant application. Broadband is a requirement for life in the 21st century and is a critical economic development tool. It allows for essential economic development investment and is an engine for job creation for rural areas. In fact, a report published by the Federal Reserve Bank of Richmond found that increasing access and usage of broadband in rural areas leads to higher property values, increased job and population growth, higher rates of new businesses formation, and lower unemployment rates. Thus, our proposed service area for this grant application is twofold: extending the fiber network approximately 31 miles to the east to Glorieta, and 2, run down Highway 14 and provide approximately 33 miles of fiber optic cable to the communities of Cerrillos and Madrid. The intent is to run new fiber optic cable via underground conduit and aerial poles from the existing middle mile point of presence, or the POP, owned by ReadyNet at the Santa Fe County Fairgrounds, to areas that are or underserved by high-speed internet via fiber optic cable. Existing broadband maps show all of Santa Fe County as served by broadband high-speed internet. However, these maps overstate both availability and speed for rural parts of the county. Broadbandnow.com reports that approximately 6,000 people in Santa Fe County do not have access to any wired internet, and approximately 13,000 people do not have access to the FCC standard of 25.3 megabits per second. These households are concentrated in the areas which Rural Connect, this is our project, aims to serve. The Rural Connect service objectives are to expand and extend ReadyNet to bring high-speed, reliable, and affordable broadband to rural Santa Fe County, enable resiliency, and prevent single points of failure through alternative network paths and redundancy, and lastly, to support delivery of retail broadband service throughout partnerships with last-mile providers. Rural Connect expects to increase available internet speeds, increase last-mile provider competition by increasing the number of providers, and expanding the range and speeds offered by existing providers, and make internet more affordable for consumers and businesses. Further, it will bring 1G symmetric service to 22 anchor institutions along the routes, increasing access to internet and improving these institutions' ability to serve residents. So therefore, our total ask for the grant is $13.6 million. So the federal request will be $9.5 million. There is a requirement of a 30% match of up to $4.1 million. We have identified 1.25 as in kind for that match. 716,000 is staff hours, and $522,000 is the water line right-of-way that goes out to through the Canyonsito water line to Glorieta. So we have an expected cash match of up to $2.5 million. We have a deadline of Friday, September 30th, and we need to have a commitment letter signed by the county manager for our application that says that Santa Fe County will ensure that this match is available. If it's not, we'll have to turn the grant down if awarded. It will take approximately 6 to 8 months for the NTIA to make a determination of who they're going to award. We have heard from the state broadband office that there is going to be money available in this legislative session for broadband projects, especially middle mile. We feel confident that we're going to be able to get capital outlay appropriation from this year's this next legislative session to be able to substitute for Santa Fe County's required match. So what we're asking is that the commission allow us to apply, or allow the county manager to apply for the grant, and then we'll come back if it is truly awarded and update everybody on the progress. I stand for any questions.
Excellent, thank you. So Commissioner Garcia, and then Commissioner Hanson, and then Commissioner Hughes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm all about getting broadband to rural areas of the county. This is a challenging project. So correct me if I'm wrong. So you're asking us to give signature authority to our county manager so you can apply for a grant on Friday. And is this just for the letter, or by us approving this is guaranteed at $2.5 million? And if it is, where's the money coming from?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Garcia, the money is something that can be allocated. Okay, so let me start over. If Santa Fe County is committed to provide the match, and we decide to go ahead and provide the match, it'll be from appropriations of probably fiscal year 24.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
I think Manager Schaefer has some additional inputs on your question.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Commissioner Garcia. Obviously, anything we submit in support of the application will be factually accurate in terms of what authority we do or don't have. And right now, we don't have $2.5 million budgeted or allocated for this project, and we won't misrepresent anything or suggest anything to the contrary. And by applying for the grant, we're not committed to ultimately accepting it, because there could be a big ask that ultimately comes to the board in terms of matching funds if we are unable to secure the match from other sources. I asked staff to bring this forward to the board now so that you were aware of that, and that you were thinking about that possibility as we head into the next budget cycle in terms of potential priority projects. But in addition, and as an alternative to using current resources, staff is also starting preliminary conversations with our financial advisor about a potential revenue bond to meet needs such as this and some other large capital projects, the need for which is starting to come into greater focus, such as public safety radio project for our firefighters and sheriff's office. So again, there are a variety of alternatives that we may ultimately bring to the board. Should we receive the grant and should we not receive a match from other sources. But because that ask could be coming, we wanted to make sure that we were getting out in front of the board before we even submitted the application. I hope that answers the question, Madam Chair and Commissioner Garcia.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Manager Schaefer. One of the other several questions I have is, you have here the pop box, which is built there in between the Chavez Center and north of the county fairgrounds there, that box that everybody always wonders what it's about. So in your memo here, you say you're going to go from there down State Road 14. So your grant is actually going to request that you're going to run fiber from that pop box down Rodeo, down Cerrillos, then down 14?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Garcia, the idea is to go from the POP down Richards Avenue and then across to Highway 14 and then down around. So we hit Bahia Vista neighborhood, as well as the studios, as well as the emergency complex, and then on our way down 14 through San Marcos and down into Cerrillos and Madrid.
So this, Madam Chair, this application for this grant agreement, does it require that we already have the right-of-way from the city of Santa Fe, New Mexico Department of Transportation?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Garcia, there are going to be 3 railroad crossings that we have put into the grant, and we've asked for permission to be able to cross those and in the grant. So that part is taken care of. As far as the DOT right-of-way, we're working with our engineers, and they have already apprised the DOT and PNM of our intentions to be able to run these lines down. So that is already being addressed.
Madam Chair, you're the ReadyNet chairman, correct?
I'm sorry,
Are you the chairman of the ReadyNet?
Vice Chairman, yes.
So when you speak about your engineers, are you talking on behalf of you representing ReadyNet, or are you representing the county right now in this grant application?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Garcia, it is a joint application. Santa Fe County owns the assets, and ReadyNet is going to be the operator and insurer and maintainer of the lines. So I am a Santa Fe County employee, and that's who I'm representing right now. We have a general manager for ReadyNet that will take care of operations.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And the same question I have in regards to the right-of-way down the water line to Cañoncito, that's actually State Highway Department of Transportation right-of-way. So we'd have to get approval from the New Mexico Department of Transportation as well. The only I understand how we need broadband to rural areas of the community, and you can have the Congress giving money out to rural areas of the country, but what happens is we go down a public road, just like the previous topic we talked about private roads. Once we go through the public road, once you get to that private road and all these areas in Madrid, Cerrillos that access off of a private easement, it stops right there because that's a private easement and we cannot spend government dollars on a private access or a private road to get broadband to the individual's house way up there. So those are just some of the concerns that I have in regards to this applying for this grant. Also, can you give me an update as to what happened to the previous $28 million grant that we applied for?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Garcia, yes. We were actually not approved for that. We were very close. We were what's considered the A list. We had a protest by an ISP. It was New Mexico Surf, who shoots wireless, and they claim to have coverage in all the areas. And when we had very little time to actually come back and refute their claim, and the only way we could do it, probably, as we think about it, is through a heat map. And that would require going out and doing speed tests along about approximately 900 census tracts. And so we lost the ability for that grant. We did have a debrief with the NTIA. They said that we had everything there until that protest came up.
Thank you. Commissioner Hanson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Chris. Your last answer was a question I had. I wondered what happened to that grant. That's unfortunate that this company, and they have continued to cause problems for other people that I know of. So that is really unfortunate for us and makes me feel even more concerned about their activities. I think we should definitely apply. I think we need to apply. We need to have as many venues and avenues or revenue sources and find as much of the money as we possibly can, because that is the only way we are going to be able to get broadband to our communities. And even though this doesn't affect my district, it inadvertently it will affect my district, because it will affect the entire county and it will help everyone. And so with that, I would like to make a motion for authorization for the county to apply and to manage a grant application to the National Telecommunication and Information Administration.
Second.
Excellent, thank you.
Okay, so thank you, Chris, for coming forward. I think this is important to move forward with. So thank you.
Thank you. So I have a motion and a second. Under further discussion, Commissioner Hughes?
Yeah, I just had one point of clarification. Were you saying that there's possibly state money for the match?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Hughes, yes, there is an Office of Broadband that has been created through Department of IT at the state. They are working on a middle mile service for the whole state. And they're finding that there are some challenges and they're not as moving as quickly as they would like. So they have delayed a lot of the ability for us to be able to apply for these grants, yet they say they support us. They give us a guarantee that they will try to do what they can in their power. Their power is $123 million. However, it's ARPA money right now. And so we can't apply for a federal grant using federal funding for the match. So they're going to help us go to the legislature and ask for capital outlay of state money.
Okay, thank you.
Excellent. And I just want to add that I think this is crucially important. Obviously, there are hurdles, but there are options. If the hurdles are insurmountable, we'll never, however, be able to do it if we never apply for these. And broadband is just one of those things that everybody says is important, but it's actually very difficult, obviously, to get done because we have all these fabulous people at the county and elsewhere trying to get it done. And, it is very frustrating. I really applaud you guys for doing this again and for having made such a good showing on the first grant application, even though there was an unfortunate end, and thank you for that. So I have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed or abstentions? Thank you very, very much, Chris, and all. Doesn't take us anywhere without my glasses. That takes us to 6F, which is a resolution amending a previous resolution to clarify that the designations of the Mandala International Magnet School as an additional polling place / voter convenience center for the consolidated precincts listed in the agenda, and the New Mexico School of Arts as an additional polling place are effective only for elections to be held in 2023. And I'll go right to our county clerk.
Hello, Madam Chair, Commissioners. So this is a bit my fault. Legal believed me when I was ambitious to add 3 more polling sites and didn't clarify with me that we meant Carlos Gilbert for just this election to try it and measure if people were going to be utilizing more downtown sites, and then that would inform our decisions for next year's resolution. So we wanted to amend it so that we don't have to have a site at Mandela and the New Mexico School of the Arts, because we're not ready to add additional sites there. So it's just clarifying that Carlos Gilbert only this year, and then we are hoping to be able to add more next year.
So it's essentially taking off the other 2 sites.
Yes, but there is the regular sites that we normally have as the corresponding. So like, I think Gonzales, Salazar, we traditionally have those already. So those it was just that Mandela and New Mexico School of the Arts were going to be additions because of the intensity of voting downtown on election day.
So, okay, it may just be my little confusion, but we are going to have them as sites in 2023.
We're going to try to, yes.
Okay. Commissioner Hanson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Madam Clerk. So my only question is what's going to happen to Salazar?
So Salazar is going to remain open.
Because Salazar is a popular voting place.
It's a popular voting place. The idea is that we're trying to add more polling sites, but we have to roll it out slowly because it requires recruiting presiding judges, taking election judges and training, mentoring them and then moving them up. Presiding judge is quite a big job these days, and we don't necessarily have as many as we'd like. So we're working on mentoring them now, and then we would have more resources to be able to have more polling sites, particularly downtown where people, voting after work seems to be very popular because we have VCCs, which means you can vote anywhere, and people are choosing to vote after work and then go home. So.
Okay, so basically what this resolution is saying is that we're not using Mandela and the School for the Arts.
Yes.
Okay, so I moved a resolution amending resolution number 2022-071 to clarify the designation of Mandela International Magnet School as an additional polling place, voter convenience center, and for the consolidating precincts, et cetera, and the New Mexico School for the Art as an additional polling place. So they will be removed for this year.
No.
For the election in 6 weeks, yes.
Yes, for this year.
Yes.
And they will be you will work to reinstate them.
Yes.
And you'll bring another resolution forward.
Yes, so by statute, we have to bring one next June and July to sort of lay out our plan for the next 2 years after that.
So I'm moving this resolution.
Second.
Excellent. So I have a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion? If not, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed or abstentions? And just note that Commissioner Garcia is temporarily in absentia. So thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Commissioners.
And I guess, can I get a resolution number?
Yes, Madam Chair. This item is 6F, and it is resolution number 2022-076.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. So that takes us to item seven, which is presentations. And we have a presentation on the Dolly Parton Imagination Library by Growing Up New Mexico. And we have Anna War. And Anna, can you introduce the others that you have with us?
Yes, good afternoon. I am Anna War from the Community Services Department, Senior and Community Relations. Today with me I have Jessica Terrazas and Rita Bermudo. They are from Growing Up New Mexico. Back in 2015, Santa Fe County entered into an agreement for Growing Up New Mexico, who was formerly known as United Way of Santa Fe County, to run the Dolly Parton Imagination program for us. It has been a highly successful program, and so I'd like to invite Jessica and Rita to give you all an update about the successes of this program. We've gone from about 250 kids initially back in 2015 to over 2,000. We won a NACO award for it in 2015. So with that, I will turn it over to Jessica and Rita.
Thank you. It's been an honor to manage the program and oversee it for the last 5 years. I have now recently changed into a different position with Growing Up New Mexico. So Rita right here will be now taking my position to manage this program. Like Anna mentioned, we have been very successful with this program, especially as we have seen how much with our annual survey, the results of the benefits families have obtained from this program, especially because it is completely free, no cost for each of the families we are serving. With the increase of the program throughout the years, we've been able to expand the coverage area with Santa Fe County at covering not only city limits, but the whole entire county and all the zip codes that have come along with it. So if I am able to, I would like to share our 2021 annual survey results. For example, we send this questionnaire that you guys see up on the screen once a year to our families to see the benefit that they are obtaining by receiving these books. In comparison to 2021, there was a 3% increase to have these families read from maybe once a week to on a daily basis. And we had also seen a 5% increase in just reading at all, especially high quality books. This program in itself was established by Dolly Parton herself in her home state of Tennessee in 1995, and it's been a motion to expand it nationwide. And I also know originally in 2015, when Santa Fe County was the first program to start in the state of New Mexico, has now been able to expand at different areas through different affiliates. So with the generosity of Santa Fe County Community Service Department, we've been able to now have the honor of sustaining 2,500 kids, and that includes from age 0 to all the way to age 5, and they get a monthly book every month. Every month this book is sent out directly to their home, so as kids grow a little older, they come and get that knowledge to understand that that book is for them, and they look forward to getting that book. As a recipient for my own son, I see the benefit of being exposed to early literacy and being, especially now with screen times, being so at the front forward of each family's home. That is something that's crucial, and we are really trying to expand our efforts community-wide to also see how much more interest as this shows. You can see how much there is families at an 86% expressed that since receiving these books, their child has now expressed interest in books because of receiving these books. In question number 5, we are always asking who else in the other household benefits. Through reading these responses, we have found out that sometimes because they're receiving bilingual books, not only is the child receiving the books, but sometimes if parents don't have that education, they are learning how to read with their kids as well. So it really has benefited the entire household and not just one child. Any questions?
That's fantastic. Yes, Commissioner Hanson?
I think this is fantastic. Yay for Dolly Parton, and yay for our county providing this to our children, because clearly early childhood education is the most important thing that we can do for our children and for the longevity of our community, workforce, and education. So thank you very, very much.
Thank you. It's an honor to be here.
Excellent. Thank you. Commissioner Hughes?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I just wondered, I know Growing Up New Mexico has a lot of programs. How does this fit in with your other programs? In other words, do people who take advantage of the library also, take advantage of your child care options and things like that?
Yes, and as a matter of fact, they do. So the benefit to Dolly Parton is that we, along with Santa Fe County, have opened this program not to only be restricted to families that are receiving services from Growing Up New Mexico. So we're able to enroll anybody regardless of them participating and being part of our programs. But it definitely fits in because through our home visiting programs, there's a series of evaluations that are done at these home visits that we provide through Growing Up New Mexico. And for example, we use the ASQs. Through the ASQs, there is a lot of points that are being brought up about literacy. Does your child engage with books? Does your child interact? How extent is your child's vocabulary? So that is a key component to our programs in its totality, because we are able to really capture what the rate of early literacy exposure is through those families.
Thank you. Very good and very important program.
Thank you.
It
Madam
really
Chair.
is. Who said that? Commissioner Roybal.
Yeah, I just want to echo my sentiments as well as and thank you guys for the leadership that you brought forward. I mean, from 250 to 2,500, that's 10 times over the years. And so the more children we can reach out there, because I think everybody knows, and it's been said for a very long time, that reading is very important to education for our children. So I just want to say thank you for doing that, and I'm really glad that Santa Fe County has taken a leadership position in that. So thank you, and I do appreciate it.
Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you. Commissioner Garcia? No. I just want to, just more kudos, just to thank you also. I mean, if anybody ever thought one person couldn't start something that caught on nationally and made more difference than many, many other efforts, just look at this program that Dolly Parton started, boy. But thank you for doing that, and thank you for bringing us the information in the presentation. It's so good to stay up on, especially the good things that are happening in the county. So
Thank you.
thank you very much. So that takes us to item 8, which is matters of public concern. So I'm going to, I think I have a list of people who have signed up. I'm going to start with those of them that might be here in the audience, and then I'll go to everybody who's on WebEx. And if you didn't sign up, I will ask for anybody else who has something to say and wants to speak. There are quite a number of people here, and we're going to, Daniel, if you could put up the timer, we're going to do 3-minute comment periods for each person. So, please, we really want to hear what you have to say, but really want you to think about, what and you say to stay within the time limit. And I also want to remind everybody that we have a public hearing on the short-term rental things. So I'm not going to entertain comments on that during matters of public concern unless you're not able to be here later. But because that it's just confusing, we have the public hearing on that later. So this is for all kinds of other comments. So I'm going to take this in the list, in the order presented to me on the list. We have several people who've wanted to speak about Rio and Medio, which is great, even though that item has already come and gone. Are Lauren and Wayne Nick Sabato here, or are you guys online? I guess if I go in order, I'll switch back and forth. Are the Sabatos online on WebEx? I assume that they're not here, or they would have stood up.
Madam Chair, I do see them on WebEx.
Okay, so can you?
Hi, we're here. I'm sorry. I thought you said you were starting with people that were in the room first, so I wasn't ready.
I don't blame you at all. I did say that, but it turns out if I want to go through the list, I have to take you all from wherever you are. So that was my bad, and I apologize. And if you could just identify
I apologize.
yourself.
I need to grab. I need to grab my husband because I just actually told him and a neighbor that they're starting, but they're starting with people that are at the county building. So I really thought we had at least another 15 minutes. I apologize. Is it possible to have somebody go first and a second, or?
I will. I will go to the next on the list and then come back to you. No worries. You see, I've already made a
Thank you
hash of this.
so much.
Okay. Is Eileen Jimenez available?
Madam Chair, I did see her name before. I'm wondering if she is thinking the same thing as a previous
I think so. Okay, well, let me try to correct myself. How many people are here in the audience who want to speak during matters of public concern, not the public meeting? Great. Why don't you guys all self-organize and come up one at a time and introduce yourself so that we know who's speaking. And if you're on the list, I will check you off and then I will go back to the list. And I apologize for generating more confusion. So somebody who raised their hand, you're close to the front, if you would just come up and please give us your name before you give us your comments. Please, I mean, unless you don't want to, it'd be preferable.
My name is Bill Mueller. Good afternoon. I'm a poll worker, and I worked the recent election, the primary, and I've not been paid. And I don't know why, and I'm down here to see if you guys can help me get paid. I stand for questions.
Well, we don't typically take questions during matters of public concern, but it's definitely worthwhile having come down to let us know, and we will look into it.
It's my concern.
Obviously. Thank you, and thank you for what you do. It's a tremendous help to have people who are poll workers. Can somebody else please come up and give us your name?
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, thank you.
My name's Roman Garcia. I'm the former county manager, and I'd like to ask the Santa Fe County Commission to rethink how jail treats mental health, addiction, and jail deaths. I don't know how we get the word, but get the word. Rethink how jail workers face their misconduct and often fatal misconduct. I don't know if you do that now. Please do it if you don't. Define how human rights are viewed and recognized. New Mexico has a human rights statute, which is not followed. It should apply to your jail. And I think the Commission should establish a policy to oversee the jail, similar to Resolution 2015-136, which the Commission repealed, and also have a jail advisory board. You are not getting the word. I'm starting to try and get it for you. I'd like you to investigate all jail deaths. The district attorney, the sheriff, nor you have looked into how many people have died or why they've died. You have to figure a system to get the word to you. The public safety report that's given to you at the end of this meeting, at the end of every meeting, lists male and females come and go, but it doesn't tell you how they come and go. Some go by death. Evidence to establish an evidence chain, a chain of evidence, and storage of evidence. Yes, it belongs to some other department, but you handle the budget for that department. You can say, how's your evidence locker? That's one thing. I have about 17 items, and I will gladly give the recorder a copy of this document and give the others a chance to speak about deaths at the jail. Thank you.
We'd be happy for you to give that to us. Can the next person please come up?
Ladies and gentlemen of the Commission, thank you very much for allowing me these 3 minutes. My name is Antonio de Vargas. My daughter's name is Carmela de Vargas. Carmela de Vargas died in 2019 on November 9th as a result of lack of care while she was incarcerated at the Santa Fe County Adult Detention Facility. The county just settled a wrongful death lawsuit for me. And I can tell you that my daughter would be alive if they would have only given her a blood test. Now, the jail is nickel and diming the inmates, and they're dying. My daughter was in there for a misdemeanor, and that should not be a death sentence. That should never be a death sentence. A blood test would have saved her life. A simple blood test. She was sick for 2 weeks, and not once did the doctor or anybody try to help her. And they released her to the hospital when there was no hope for her to live. And that is outrageous. Now the county is going to pay $80,000. A blood test doesn't cost $80,000, folks. It just doesn't. Now, the only thing I want to ask from the commission is this. Get rid of your incompetent doctors. Get rid of your warden that has no control over the jail. Get rid of your public safety director that was hired after he was fired from Arizona jail, where he was overseeing a gang of an inmate gang working with the guards to distribute and drugs and sell drugs in the facility. What my lawsuit has determined is that there are just as much drugs in the facility as there is outside. The difference is the needles are dirty, the facility is dirty, and the doctors don't manage this. So I would like to see if the county would institute the medically assisted treatment system, program for these inmates. At least 80% of the inmates are addicts of one sort or another. And they're not there to be tortured. Many of them are even just waiting for a court hearing. They're not even convicted yet. They're not convicts. They're not convicts until, they're innocent until proven guilty. A lot of those folks are just waiting for a hearing. They don't deserve to die, and you just had 6 deaths this year, 3 in the last month and a half. My daughter died in 2019. You guys have no control over your jail, and there's torture going on in there, and it's outrageous. Thank you very much for your time. Appreciate it.
Thank you, sir. Can I have the next person, please?
Do I have to hit anything here? Good afternoon. My name is Susie Schmidt. Can I take this off?
Please.
My name is Susie Schmidt, and my story is similar to Mr. DeVargas's. My son, Rex Corcoran, was in jail November 2019. He died 4 days after Carmela DeVargas did for medical neglect. If you're going to have a medical facility in your jail, you should be able to have people in there that can treat people to keep them alive. You just don't throw them into medical, lock the door, and don't check on them. That is ridiculous. And in that sense, you shouldn't even have a medical facility, and you just take them to the emergency room right away. In my son's case, he was ignored for many hours. Then they finally take him to the hospital. Hospital says you brought him too late. Great, huh? Wasn't great for me. Nobody from the jail ever called me after numerous calls that I did to the facility. You have policies and procedure. Don't you follow them? Isn't there any reprimand if they are not followed? Isn't there policies and procedures in place in your jail? I would like for them to be followed. I did not get a call. My son was in the hospital for 3 days, and I called medical, and they kept saying that we assure you, ma'am, your son is fine. I didn't find out to the day he was to be released that he was in the hospital. Oh, in ICU in an induced coma. I didn't get a chance to tell my son how much I loved him, tell him goodbye, and him to go and die by himself. The warden calls at that time. Oh, he don't care. The warden needs to go. His words to me, not my problem. 7 days prior, I took my son to court, and he was walking and talking. What I want for your jail that you control, it needs the MAT program to be implemented. If somebody is on medication that is prescribed from a doctor, should continue to receive it, whether it's methadone, whether it's Suboxone. What are you doing? You're discriminating. You take pregnant women, but you don't continue to offer what a doctor has prescribed for a person? That's an injustice. You know, all these people need, you know, it's just the national standard of care. If you see somebody bleeding out, aren't you going to help them? My son probably begged and pleaded for his life and was tortured, and no one helped him till he was down on the ground and was transported. I call that negligent homicide. It is a disgrace, and no one here will understand that unless you're standing in my shoes right here. How my heart hurts, and how I suffer without my son, and how you tortured him. You need to change things. You need to pay attention to your jail. This is yours. Rudy's, he's not here. Yours, everyone here. Please take some responsibility for it. You know, you like to get accountability from people. I want the same. I want you to be transparent and let everyone know what really is going on. Through my lawsuit, everything that I asked for was either lost, not available, everything. I have not gotten answers why my son was treated that way and why I was treated the way I was. I had to pull the plug on my son. Do you know how that feels? I didn't see his eyes open. I couldn't tell him how much I loved him and tell him that I'm going to miss him. I live each day this way, and it needs to stop. You need to change things. And it's going to be my goal, if I have to be here for every county commission meeting, to go over this with you until things are changed. But people that you hire in your jail are not doing their job, or they just don't care. If you saw somebody bleeding out, wouldn't you help them? That's the right thing to do. Well, what happened? My son didn't get any of that, and many others. So how many more people are going to die? But I would love to have transparency. I want answers. I would love to know exactly what happens instead of you doing spoilization of evidence. You oversee the jail. You are the ones that can make the changes. What is it going to take? More deaths? Or me coming every other Tuesday? Because I will continue. The MAP program needs to be implemented. The guards, the nurses, the COs that are in medical, they all need to be trained. I would love to see the training that they receive, because I doubt that they get any. But you really need to look into the people that you hire to run your jail, because it's your jail.
Thank you very much.
And things need to change. Thank you very much for listening to me, but I hope it sinks in.
Thank you. Can the next person who wishes to speak please come up? Is there anybody else in the audience who wishes to speak during matters of public concern? Okay, sorry, we'll go back to the people who are on WebEx. Lauren and Wayne Sabato, have you come back? Daniel?
Madam Chair, I do see their names online.
Okay, so if Lauren and Wayne are not back yet,
Hi.
is Eileen, are you back?
Yes, we're here.
Okay.
We're here.
Can you hear us?
Yes, we can hear you, and if you could just give your names and give us your comment.
Hi. Well, it's Lauren and Nick Sabato. We live in Rio and Medio, and we're neighbors with John Kadlachek and Eileen Jimenez. And the situation is unprecedented and devastating here. If you haven't seen it, I think John showed pictures. And even from the pictures, it's very hard to imagine the devastation here. And the thing is like, no matter what's happened already, that we're trying to move on and fix, that we're in high anxiety for next monsoon season, because it's going to happen again. It's going to take so many years for the burn scar from the 2020 Medio fire to heal. and that we will be having flooding every single year. And the water came within a few feet of our house. There's a cliff going off behind the house that used to be a gentle slope down to what was like a small creek, and now it's a cliff. It's like a 15-foot cliff, and the water. So thank you so much for agreeing to participate in that grant with the federal government. I'm sorry, I don't remember the name of the division. I'm hoping that will help us here. And
yeah, I just want to add that the devastation is, again, hard to imagine unless you've come up and seen it. And also, so many neighbors in this community have been affected. Again, the devastation is unbelievable. Thank you for your time.
Excellent. Thank you so much for your comments. Is Eileen Jimenez available? No, she never spoke. I don't think so. She's losing it. Thank you. Is Julie Raymeyer available? And I'm sorry if I butchered your name. I have to give the county manager a run for his money.
I'm sorry, Madam Chair.
It was I just butchered somebody's last name, and I was just here. Daniel, do you see Julie on the line?
Madam Chair, I do not see Julie on WebEx.
Okay, if she comes on, please give me a heads up. Is Leah Morton online?
Madam Chair, I do not see Leah Morton on WebEx either.
Okay, same difference. If she comes on, please let me know. So, is Chris Meckles available? Chris, are you on WebEx? Okay. Do you see Chris Meckles online?
Madam Chair, I do not see Chris Meckles on WebEx.
Okay. Sue Baum, are you online? Oh, that's right. Okay, and this is for short-term rentals, so we'll be doing that, and I wasn't looking at the heading. Thank you. Is there, just to be clear, is there anybody else in the audience or online who wishes to speak during matters of public concern, other than short-term?
Madam Chair.
Yes?
Madam Chair, William Mee would like to speak.
Okay, William, if you can unmute yourself. William, are you there?
Yes. Madam Chair
Yes, now I can hear you.
and Commissioners, I just wanted to speak to the Settlement Annexation Committee that was formed per Resolution 2021-105. And in regards to the earlier ReadyNet presentation, we have areas in the Agua Fria Traditional Historic Community north of Santa Fe River that do not have broadband access. And some of the areas that were annexed along the river don't have it. And apparently it's because there are no hardwire connections for CenturyLink and Xfinity, even though they advertise speeds of 100 megabytes per second, but then they only deliver between 1 and 25 MPS. So people have gone to satellite providers like New Mexico Surf, HughesNet, Viasat, etc. And this didn't really come to a head until we had the pandemic and people were required to work from home. Students were required to do all their lessons online. And thankfully, the schools were able to provide a lot of hotspots. But even in an area that you would think is pretty well served by broadband, it isn't. And I think that Commissioner-elect Justin Green, after he got elected, he got a lot of firsthand knowledge of tremendous problems in District 1. The second part of this is in Soli Lomas, which was an annexed area, in the various subdivisions that they have. And they have, the contractor used septic tanks from a manufacturer who is now deceased for probably more than 2 decades. But he used number 9 welded wire in constructing the septic tanks instead of a 3/8-inch rebar cage. And so the septic tanks collapsed. So the Soli Lomas subdivisions have asked the city, now that they're in the city, to run a sewer line. And the city is very hesitant to do so. But so what they're doing now is just having various septic tank pumpers having to go in and pump, like once a month. So, I mean, it's another failed thing that I didn't know when I gave my testimonies in 2021 on why we need the Settlement Annexation Agreement Committee. So thank you very much, and hopefully we can work on this more.
Thank you very much. Daniel, do you see anybody else on WebEx who wishes to speak during matters of public concern?
Madam Chair, I don't see anybody else on WebEx that's indicating they'd like to speak during this matter.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. So I'm going to go ahead and close matters of public concern. And that takes us to item 9, which is matters from the county manager. Manager Schaefer.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Commissioners. Keep it very brief. First, I did want to recognize and bring to the attention of the board that Chanel Delgado in our Community Services Department, specifically our Youth Services Program Manager, was recognized by Mothers Against Drunk Driving for her exemplary work in ending drunk driving, and received an award last Thursday at that organization's Honoring Heroes recognition dinner. So again, congratulations to Chanel. We appreciate everything that she does for the county, and congratulate her on her richly deserved award. Secondly, I did want to bring to the public's attention through this meeting that senior centers will be reopening beginning on Monday, October 3rd, on a staggered schedule. I encourage anybody who's interested in receiving in-person services at our senior centers to go to the county's website in order to see the staggered schedule for the reopening. Per state guidelines, seniors and guests who come into the centers will be required to be screened and signed in for COVID-19 protocols, and face masks will be required to be worn by seniors and county staff in the senior centers as well as the adult daycare facilities. That's all I have, Madam Chair and Commissioners. Thank you.
Thank you. So, those are updates. Are you, let's see, we do have under matters item B, which is report on the economic and fiscal impact of Bishop's Lodge. And for that, I think we have Deputy County Manager Leandro Cordova.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Santa Fe County was approached about a potential local economic development act project whereby the county would borrow money from the New Mexico Environment Department and in turn loan the proceeds to Bishop's Lodge Resort for a new wastewater treatment plant. At its August 30th, 2022 meeting, a majority of the Board of County Commissioners indicated that they would be willing to consider using gross receipts tax revenue bonding capacity for this potential project. Accordingly, staff was directed to continue to work with the resort on a potential LEDA application. In addition, the BCC requested that an analysis be done on the economic impacts of the resort and its planned expansion. The resort contracted with a third-party impact data source, LLC, to analyze the economic impacts. The contractor prepared the following 3 documents that were attached and were delivered to county staff on the afternoon of September 22nd. County staff was asked to add these reports to the BCC's agenda, and county staff is still analyzing the reports. Consequently, at this time, county staff expresses no opinion on any aspect of them, and these reports are informational only. Further, as indicated, staff has not completed its analysis of the reports and therefore expresses no opinion on any aspect of them. And finally, no LEDA application has yet been submitted, and so for these and other reasons, no deal points are before the BCC for consideration or direction today.
Great. So we appreciate you giving us these. Everybody here has, we haven't had time to look at them either because they're very new. So presumably in the future, you guys will review them. We'll get a chance to review them and then take them into consideration.
Madam Chair, I was wondering for the LEDA, I noticed on the memo that it says that the applicant hasn't submitted the LEDA application. Is that correct?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Roybal, yes, as of yesterday, we still do not have a completed application. We have been working with the applicants on getting that done.
Okay. And it's my understanding that the application requires information on the terms of the agreement as far as deal points from the county. And so technically they can't submit that LEDA application until they get that data from the county. Is that correct?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Roybal, yes, and as we indicated in the memo, we haven't had a chance to completely analyze the impact study and get to that point. We are working with them to try to get to some terms.
Do we have a time frame where we might be able to get that information to the applicant?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Roybal, we're meeting weekly with the applicants with the goal of trying to get something before the next BCC meeting. However, that's not a guarantee at this time, but that's the goal.
So right now we're looking at probably getting it back by October 3rd so that we would be able to bring it forward for the October 11th commission meeting.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Roybal, that's our goal, and that's what we're working towards.
Okay, and what I guess what is the issues that are still remaining or that we have as far as I know that originally we wanted to try and do it during the downtime for that resort and for the community, because in the downtime I think is now in the winter. So is that still something that is a goal for us right now?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Roybal, yes, our goal is to get this we've been working pretty hard on this since the August 30th meeting. We've been trying to prioritize this, and so that's still our goal, is to get this moving. We're also on the same track working on applying to the NMED for the actual loan.
Okay. And I just, for clarification, and for my own clarification, a LEDA base, is it based upon gross receipts tax or job creation, or do you know that?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Roybal, I'm going to allow Mr. Montoya to answer that question for you.
Madam Chair, Commissioner, the primary driver is job reduction, although economic analysis and economic impact is a mandatory part of the review process.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Andrew. So that takes us to matter number 10, which is matters from the commissioners and from other elected officials. I'll start with Commissioner Hanson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you. It's surprising to have this many people in our audience, so it's nice to see all of you. I wanted to share some of the events and things that I've been involved in. Over this last week, the last couple of weeks, I attend the RTD Espanola Maintenance Facility ribbon cutting. The new Blue Bus has a beautiful new facility. It is a LIDA building, and it was very exciting to have the ability to be there. I was there in Commissioner Hughes' stead since I am the alternate, but I care about the RTD, and the RTD is a blue bus that provides service throughout northern New Mexico, and it is free. And so their maintenance facility is really impressive, and so that was a great thing to see. The job creation that is being provided there. Also, the Agua Fria Mutual Domestic had their annual meeting on September 17th, and Senator Rodriguez and I were both in attendance and talked about the needs of the Mutual Domestic in Agua Fria. As a member of the River Commission, we had for the city of Santa Fe, we had a wonderful river talk at the Water History Park about who owns the water. The Water History Park is on the corner of Camino Cabra and Upper Canyon Road. I have a special attachment and concern for that park. When I was a Parks Commissioner for the city of Santa Fe, I had the opportunity to rename that park, and we renamed it the Water History Park and Museum. It was called the Hydroelectric Park, which wasn't that attractive. So the other thing that I did attend also, New Mexico Environment Department had DOE oversight, had an open house up in Los Alamos. And since I am somebody who has spent a lot of time watchdogging Los Alamos and Lanel, I was still quite concerned that DOE oversight with the New Mexico Environment Department, they still have not retained their Q clearances that were removed from them during the Trump administration. And so that was very concerning to me because they need them to check on things up at Lanel. So if any of you are also concerned about the safety of Lanel, I hope that you will let your opinions be known about the fact that the New Mexico Environment Department does need their Q clearances to be able to provide oversight of Lanel. And then the last exciting thing is this morning, Commissioner Garcia and I attended the meeting by BLM and on the proposed recreational shooting range on public land in Santa Fe County. It was during their NEPA process, and we were invited to be cooperating agencies. And so myself and Commissioner Garcia and Elias Bernardino, our county manager, a deputy county manager, will be working on a resolution to bring forward because they want a decision on cooperating agencies by the end of 10 October. This is something I've been working on for quite some time. It goes in line with the protection of the Caja del Rio and how important that is. Then I know that people in the county and in the city are also all dealing with the extraordinary noise that is being generated by mufflers in the county and in the city. I live in the city, so I hear mufflers every night racing up and down Cerrillos Road. And so I asked our county attorney what we might be able to do about The same thing that the city is doing. They are raising their fees to $250 for people who are violating the muffler prevention noise and emission control devices. State law states that every motor vehicle shall at all times be equipped with a muffler in good working order and in consistent operation to prevent excessive or unusual noise. And no person shall use a muffler, cutout, bypass, or similar device upon a motor vehicle on a highway. The muffler emission control equipment or device, engine, and power mechanism of every motor vehicle shall be so equipped and adjusted as to prevent the escape of excessive fumes and smoke. Every registered gasoline-fueled motor vehicle manufactured or assembled commenced with the 1968 model shall at all times be equipped and maintained in good working order with a factory-installed device and equipment or their replacement designed to prevent, reduce, or control exhaust emissions or air pollution. So I think this is a concern. I don't know how we at the county exactly can deal with this since we do not have a traffic ordinance, but it is something I am very concerned about, and I think we need to work with the city and the county. I think we need to work together to curtail this activity that is keeping people up at night and that people are concerned about. That is all I have at the moment, Madam Chair. Thank you for the opportunity to share that information.
Excellent, thank you. Commissioner Hughes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just have a couple of items. One is that in regards to the jail, I'm very concerned. I know that we take people in who are already probably in very poor health, and I know that people at the jail do care and spend a lot of time trying to keep people alive. However, I think we can probably do better, and so I would really like the warden and the county manager to bring us some options for what we could do to make things safer for the people in jail. Working with the homeless, I knew a gentleman many years ago who passed away in the jail. It was very sad. He was a very nice man. He just happened to get into a fight one night when he was drunk and got put in jail and died of a heart attack. And it seemed to me totally unnecessary, and I think that's how everybody feels who has a friend who dies in jail, that they should be taken care of. I'm also concerned if people are not getting medicines that have been prescribed for them. I was assured that that doesn't happen anymore, but I want to make sure that if people are prescribed any kind of medicine for any kind of condition, that they get that in jail. And then I think, I'm also a little concerned that we may be overusing solitary confinement, or what we call special management, because I think that makes people more susceptible to bad health outcomes, mental health outcomes especially. So anyway, on a different note, I have a town hall meeting with District 5 next Tuesday at 5:30 on WebEx if anybody wants to join. And I think one of the things we'll talk about a lot is preserving of open space and development in District 5. There's been a lot of housing developments approved in District 5, which is concerning a lot of the residents of District 5, but also I think we need to offer assurance that the places we've designated for open space are going to remain open so that we don't totally change the character of Santa Fe County and turn ourselves into Albuquerque. I grew up in a lovely little city of Lancaster, Pennsylvania that was the size of Santa Fe when I was in high school, and now it's the size of Albuquerque. And nobody there wanted that. And so, it is, overdevelopment is something we need to worry about. So anyway, we'll talk about that on Tuesday. But that's it for me, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Excellent. Before I go on, apparently Commissioner Hanson has something else.
Yes, I forgot to mention, I forget what day it is in the month, but on October 8th, I will have coffee and tea under the trees at Reunity Resource, and the topic this the last coffee and tea under the trees for the season is the Forest, Health and Community. Forest Director, Acting Forest Director James Duran will be there, along with the Espanola Ranger District. And we are going to talk about the forest and its health. There will also be a complexity scientist, Valerie Gramillion, who will also be attending, and it should be a very interesting and lively discussion. Yes, I agree with Commissioner Hughes that we need to pay more, we need attention paid to the jail. We do pay attention to it, but we are all concerned about the situation there. So thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Roybal.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I wanted to circle back a little bit to the 9B item for Bishop's Lodge. I just want to make sure that, I think I asked this in one of my questions, but just want to reiterate the need to discuss the collateral that Santa Fe County is looking at, and also the terms with Bishop's Lodge prior to October 3rd. And then I wanted to just thank my fellow commissioners for the support on the certificates that we that we provided to our 4-H participants. I think it's really important to recognize them for their contribution and their participation in the county fair. So I just wanted to, thank the commission again once for that, and also I was remiss by not thanking my liaison, Miss Ambra Baca, for her hard work in putting that together. If she hadn't worked on that, I wouldn't have gotten those certificates ready. So thank you, Ambra, and thank you for all the support that you give to my district. That's it. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you very much. So I just want to remind everybody that I'm going to have coffee with the commission tomorrow night, Wednesday night. It's virtual. Everybody is more than welcome to join from 5:30 to 6:30. So, and we're going to have opportunity to talk with our public works people about projects in District 4, and including roads, which I know there are some real concerns about. So I hope everybody can join. That takes us to other elected officials. Deputy Clerk, do you have things for the clerk?
I just have a few comments and just a brief start. The clerk and I had met with Mr. Mueller a few weeks ago and explained the election issues, the payment process, and so he was unable to provide at that moment some of the documents needed. The early voting begins October 11th, and at the time, the regular voter registration of the paper registration forms, that does close the 11th, but there will be same-day registration during the election, so people will be able to go into the voter convenience centers and register to vote if they had not already. But early voting begins in just 2 weeks, October 11th.
Excellent. That's it?
That's more than enough right now.
I can believe it. Okay, are there any other elected officials, I assume primarily on WebEx, because I don't see any in the audience? Our sheriff or our assessor or our treasurer who want to make provide any information at this point? Hearing none. Daniel, do you see anybody on?
Madam Chair, I do not see any elected officials on WebEx.
Okay, great. Thanks for the double check. So that takes us to item 11, matters from the county attorney. And just to let everybody in the audience know, we will have executive session and then we will come back out for the public meeting. Hopefully it will not be too long. And I appreciate everybody's patience. So Attorney Young?
That's right. Thank you, Madam Chair. Commissioners, I would ask that we go into executive session to discuss threatened or pending litigation in which Santa Fe County is or may become a participant as allowed by Section 10-15-1H7 in MSA 1978, and that's specifically on Enterprise Bank and Trust versus the County of Santa Fe and the City of Santa Fe. I don't expect it to take very long, as you mentioned. Perhaps maybe 15, 30 minutes if the chair would like. Thanks.
That
Madam
sounds
Chair,
great.
I'd
So,
like to make a motion to go into executive sessions for the items that have been summarized by our county attorney.
Second.
thank you. I have a motion and a second. Can I have a roll call, please?
Of course, Madam Chair. Commissioner Henry Robal,
Yes.
Commissioner Hank Hughes,
Yes.
Commissioner Anna Hansen,
Yes.
and should I mark Commissioner Garcia as excused?
Yes, please.
And Chair Anna Hamilton.
Yes. Thank you. So we're now in executive session, and we will anticipate being out here in about a half an hour, which will be approximately 10 minutes after 6 or maybe a quarter after. And once again, I really appreciate your patience, and we'll hold the public meeting then. Good evening, everybody. Thank you all for your patience. We are back. If I could have some order in the chambers, and I would entertain a motion to come out of. Guys, can I please
Madam
have
Chair?
some? Yes.
I'd like to go ahead and make a motion to come out of the executive session where the only items that were discussed were the ones that were summarized by our county attorney before going into executive session, and there was no action.
Thank you.
Second?
So I have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
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 So we are out of executive session, and I believe Commissioner Hanson, do you have we're on item 11B. Yeah, she's logging in. We have a moment. Yes, Commissioner Hanson.
Madam Chair, I move to approve a settlement agreement for Enterprise Bank and Trust versus the Board of County Commissioners of the County of Santa Fe and the City of Santa Fe D-101-CV-2021-02309.
I'll second.
Thank you. So I have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed or abstentions? Thank you. So that takes us to item 12, which is the public hearing, and this is the second public hearing on the proposed resolution and ordinance, amending Ordinance 1992-3, the Business Registration and Licensing Ordinance, and Ordinance 1999-10, the Lodgers Occupancy Tax Ordinance, to license and regulate short-term rentals in Santa Fe County. Our Director of Growth Management, Penny Ellis Green, is going to make the presentation, and I want to give everybody a heads up. They've spent quite a bit of time and effort in the quick time between 2 weeks ago's meeting and tonight to make changes that were responsive to the public input we received 2 weeks ago. And I know there's been minimal time to get out with any public information on that. So there are a lot of changes here that Penny is going to give us a summary of. So Penny, if you can take it away.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Commissioners. On August 9th, the board gave authorization to publish title and general summary of this ordinance to regulate short-term rentals.
Hang on one second. I've seen some hand motions in the crowd. Can everybody hear? No. Can anybody hear?
I can hear myself twice. Is that any better? But I'm hearing an echo.
It's going to be very difficult.
Too far away. Is this any better?
I really apologize. We're going to try to sort this out, but they're actually having an acoustic engineer come tomorrow because we've had so much trouble, and I truly apologize. And I also recognize how important this is because this is where you guys want to hear what these changes are, because you're here to make public comment. Do me a favor, Deputy Clerk, could you turn your mic on and say something as a test?
Can you folks hear me?
Yes. Would you? Can we?
Penny, you want mine?
Maybe. Yeah, she's just going to see.
Okay.
Can you hear me better? Whoa. Can you hear me better now? Okay, thank you.
Thanks, everybody.
So at the September 13th BCC meeting, staff heard a number of issues raised by the public and the commissioners. Much of this related to the feeling that an owner-occupied short-term rental should be treated differently from a non-owner-occupied or investor-type short-term rental. In those situations, the owner is generally on site when an STR is rented, which may lessen the likelihood of non-compliance and negative community impacts. To To address the comments and concerns raised by the public and the commissioners at the first public hearing, staff is proposing a new draft which distinguishes between owner-occupied and non-owner-occupied STRs. The two tiers are as follows. An owner-occupied STR, whether it's in the same house as the primary residence or an accessory dwelling on the same property, would apply for a business registration. That has a yearly fee of $35. The renewal is automatic through payment of the registration fee. There would not be a requirement to come back to the county for review unless there's a change in the application. This greatly simplifies the process for owner-occupied short-term rentals. As owner-occupied short-term rentals would be reviewed administratively, appeals would be heard by the BCC. Only one business registration would be approved per owner, and notice would be provided to adjacent property owners and owners within 500 feet of the dwelling used as a short-term rental. The other tier is the non-owner-occupied short-term rentals. They would continue to apply for a business license, which has a fee of $375, a renewal of $300. Renewal requests would be submitted for review. The fee is based on review, processing and issuance time, inspection, tracking through our contractor, and the use of online permitting. A non-owner-occupied short-term rental would be reviewed administratively again, and appeals would go to the board. The notice would be provided to adjacent property owners and owners within 500 feet of the property boundary. Yearly current water meters would need to be submitted if the property is subject to existing county water restrictions. All short-term rentals would be permitted within all zoning districts where residentials are allowed as a primary use. Applicants for both registration and a license would have until March 15th, 2023 to come into compliance. All short-term rentals would meet the following requirements: would display the registration or license and a notice providing additional information for guests, such as the number of vehicles, quiet hours, owner's contact number, and solid waste disposal. All listings would include the business registration or business license number. All short-term rentals need to pay applicable taxes. And this is a general requirement. People have said that taxes are paid by the platform, but as with all taxes, it's the responsibility of the owner to ensure that the taxes are being paid. And there is already a lodger's tax ordinance that requires all short-term rentals to pay this tax to the county. All short-term rentals would comply with occupancy limits of 2 people per bedroom and daytime occupancy limits. So again, that was a change. The previous draft had the occupancy limit based on the septic tank standards. Everyone would comply with existing water restrictions. It's just a reminder to applicants that may not know that they even have restrictions. They'll provide on-site parking for designated or designated off-street parking. Certify that the short-term rental has the fire protection requirements that the fire marshal listed. That list will be provided to the applicants and they would just sign that they've complied. It includes smoke and carbon monoxide detectors, fire extinguisher, egress requirements, a spark arrestor on a chimney, and storing flammables away from the structure. Provide for solid waste storage with a minimum requirement to store inside or in a container and remove at least monthly. Provide rural addressing on the property, and just to note that address signs are the red and white reflective numbers that emergency services use to find an address. Our staff is available to post these if a property owner does not have one, and comply with quiet hours between 10 p.m. and 7 a.m. Please note the short-term rental application requirements relative to water meter readings. have lessened. In the previous draft, applicants were required to submit utility bills or readings showing water consumption or water meter readings from a well for the previous 2 years. Under this proposed ordinance, a non-owner occupied short-term rental would need to provide water meter readings upon application and thereafter on an annual basis. There is no such requirement for an owner-occupied short-term rental. The requirement for applicants to provide permits for a dwelling has been removed. The short-term rental must be within a dwelling legally recognized under the SLDC. As necessary, staff will review our photographs and our own permit files to confirm dwellings are approved, as we do for all current permitting and platting requests that we get. So the applicant doesn't have to do research or provide documentation. We've added definitions for accessory dwelling unit, owner-occupied, non-owner-occupied, primary residence, and vendor. And we have kept in the technical cleanup language. Additional public comments were added to board docs on Monday, and I handed out a stack of additional comments that were received either yesterday or today. This is a second public hearing. Required legal noticing has been completed and for action to be taken by the board. Staff recommends approval of the ordinance, and Madam Chair, if I could enter the entire memo and all exhibits into the record.
Yes,
Thank you,
please.
and I stand for questions.
Yes. So there's no reason, unless not to go directly to public hearing on this, but hopefully everybody has heard some of the changes. How many? Raise your hand if you're here to make comment on this. Okay. Can everybody who wants to make a comment please stand up and be sworn in? I'm not going to do it. The clerk's going to do it. So.
All right, and Madam Chair, you want, when they come up to testify, to state name, address, and that they're under oath?
Yeah.
Okay, so for right now, you're going to repeat after me, all right? Raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Yes. All right, so when you come up to testify, you will state your name, address, and that you are under oath for your testimony to be considered valid. Understood? Thank you.
Thank you, everybody. We're going to do, because there are many, many people, and I imagine there are also some people on WebEx, we're going to do a 3-minute time limit for each person, and I think Daniel will put the timer up on the board. Daniel, can you put our timer up? If you're not testifying, I'd like to just keep some decorum. Everybody's lining up. That's great.
Okay.
And in general, if everybody could, you have the full three minutes, but I don't want to have a lot of redundant testimony. Everybody was great last time. The information's incredibly valuable, but if somebody has already testified very specifically to things you were going to say, if you could simply indicate your support for what was previously said and add new information, it will be most efficient that way. And I really appreciate everybody being here. If you can start.
Hi, I'm Kathleen, and I live in Madrid, 1 Harvey Road.
Can we have your last name for the record?
Oh, Casey, Kathleen Casey.
Excellent, and great, and you're under oath.
Yes, so I really appreciate all of the changes. I feel like that was, awesome that you listened to what everyone was saying. The one thing that I'm really still concerned about is the tax collection. When you look at the Airbnb website, and also when you look at your website, it's difficult to discern what taxes were being collected from our customers for Airbnb and then remitted to you. When you look at their website, it says they pay for Taos County, Taos Ski Valley, the village of Taos Ski Valley city tax, Ruidoso, Santa Fe, and Albuquerque. So a lot of people that I've even talked to here think they've paid your lodger's tax, and I am telling them that they haven't, that Airbnb has remitted only the City of Santa Fe tax, which we thought was gross receipts tax, I assume. So it's been very confusing. Also, when you go to your website, I cannot find that lodger's tax, nor can I find where to pay that lodger's tax. And I think last time I spoke to the fact that I have a business and I do pay all of my taxes that are required of me. So it seems onerous that we should have to pay in arrears when it was very difficult to find out that information. Still haven't found out about it, honestly. And then the other thing I thought was important to bring up is that Rudy isn't here. So all of us in District 3 that live in Madrid, and we have a very significant issue that is different than the rest of the county, isn't being heard by the person that's supposed to represent us. So I don't know how that gets resolved. I realize you changed the date to March 2023, but there won't be another public hearing where we'll have a representative. So I'm not sure how that resolves, but I just don't feel like that's fair. And then also, as far as the issue of Madrid, I think affordable housing is the main issue, and this is just a floodlight on that. And when it is that we come to you, I hope that there's some way that we can figure out how we can be helped as an unincorporated town. But that's it. The big thing is that Rudy isn't here, and I don't see how that's supposed to happen when our issues are very specific to our village, and he's our representative.
That's okay.
Do you have is there
No,
an answer?
I don't have an answer for you, but everybody else here is listening to the issue. So if you have something more specific to say about the affordable housing issue in Madrid, but you may have said that last time, everybody else will hear it. And
I feel like it would be better said in a different setting so you don't have to listen to every single little issue that we have, so that we could go to our person and then they could make you aware of it at whatever
Good
meetings
idea.
that you have.
Okay.
So just pointing that out, that's all.
Okay, great. Thank
Thank
you very
you.
much.
My name is Adam Johnson. I live at 121 Arroyo Hondo Trail, and I understand that I'm under oath. Madam Chair, members of the Commission, I am the director of the Old Santa Fe Association, and I speak on its behalf this evening. Short-term rentals are sometimes used to offset costs of homeowners who rent casitas or rooms in their homes and yet still live in and contribute to their communities, like the woman who spoke before me. We support the right of primary residents to use their properties in such a way. However, we do not support the removal of housing stock by speculators who are not part of the communities in our county, which the ordinance in its present state leaves open to unlimited speculation. When non-owner occupied rentals are bought up in villages like Tesuque and in Madrid, these communities suffer immensely. Not only does rental income leave the community, but the constant flux of short-term rentals are unpredictable elements. Short-term rentals can disrupt and even exploit the thing that makes such a place special to the people that live there. It is one thing to rent a room in your house or in your casita and still be a part of a thriving neighborhood, and it's another thing entirely to make neighborhood residential units into businesses at the expense of neighbors and community culture. We would like to lend our support as the Old Santa Fe Association to your efforts to write an ordinance regulating short-term rentals. We really applaud you for trying to tackle that. We recommend adding several items to the ordinance as written. Namely, we strongly recommend the inclusion of a primary residence requirement. This will allow permanent, tax-paying, and community-contributing residents to have short-term rentals in Santa Fe County. A primary residence requirement will not affect the vast majority of people here today speaking on behalf of their Airbnbs and their VRBOs. What's more, a primary residence requirement is a tried and tested standard for STR ordinances around the country in tourist destinations. Santa Monica, Miami Beach, Boulder. These popular destinations protect their local STRs and prevent outside speculators from buying up property through their primary residence requirements. Bigger cities, Portland, DC, New Orleans, San Francisco, Denver, Los Angeles, New York, all major tourist destinations in the country have primary residence requirements. And yet Santa Fe lacks one. We have a chance here tonight to change that. So please amend the ordinance as written to prevent non-owner occupied short-term rentals. For those existing, I would recommend grandfathering them in at a term of 5 years. Thank you for this time. Thank you for your time this evening.
Thank you. But can I ask a clarifying question?
You
The
may.
very last thing you said was grandfathering for a term of 5 years, meaning they get 5 more years and then they're out?
We would propose that non-owner occupied short-term rentals be allowed to continue to remain for 5 years. Yes, that's correct.
Got it. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you very much.
My name is Emmett Soper. I'm a 20.
Excuse me, I cannot actually hear the speaker, so if we could please just have decorum. I know how important this is to everybody, but I want to be able to hear everybody too.
My name is Emmett Soper. I live at 21 Sabroso Road in El Dorado, and I am aware I'm under oath. I'm very interested in the tax issues because I'm trying to get clarity on that. Currently, Airbnb, for example, does collect the lodger's tax, but I'm concerned that it doesn't pay it to the county. And so that might be something the county would like to look into. Under the new proposal, if I understand it correctly, Airbnb would no longer collect the lodger's tax, and the lodger's tax would be paid by the individual owner. Is that correct?
No, and maybe this is a good time to just get a little bit of clarity on that.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, no, that's not correct. The ordinance just states you have to pay all applicable taxes. How that is done would be down to whether or not you use a platform or you don't use a platform. It's just a statement that short-term rentals need to pay the applicable taxes. I don't know if legal has an additional statement.
Madam Chair, so Airbnb and some of these platforms do enter into agreements with local governments, and depending on how this ordinance shapes up, that is something the county would definitely pursue with Airbnb. And those are typically voluntary collection agreements, I think is what they call them, and whereby the platform agrees to pay on behalf of the host those taxes, and there's an agreement there, and it's clear. So that is something that I would recommend pursuing
Right.
with those platforms.
So thank you. And so that's my understanding, is that the county will pursue that with the platforms, but that it actually then becomes important for each individual who uses those platforms to make sure they know that you're with Santa Fe County and not the city.
Great, and I think the county's missing an opportunity if they're not getting these lodger's taxes, which they should be.
Yes.
So.
May I just say one thing, please, Madam Chair? From the research I have done, we have to have, Santa Fe County, an ordinance filed with these platforms. And once we have an ordinance filed with the platforms, then they will send the appropriate taxes to us. That is what I have understood. I can't guarantee that because I don't have an Airbnb.
But that makes perfect sense, because then there's a name and a number, a business license, and everyone knows how to pay their taxes
Yes,
appropriately.
and which is why the county committed to looking into that.
Right.
So,
Great.
Yes.
Well, thank you very much.
Oh, excellent. Thank you.
You bet.
Excuse me. My name is David Carr. I live at 3411 Via Magdalene, Santa Fe, 87507.
And you know you're under oath.
And I am under oath. I testified last commission meeting regarding asking if the county STR ordinance will apply to the Area 1 Phase 3 annexation, or if the city of Santa Fe will apply. I am chair of the Cielo Lumbre Homeowners Association Architectural Control Committee, and we are in the process of updating our rules and regulations and want to be able to include the proper city or county STR ordinance. According to the Santa Fe Extraterritorial Land Use Authority Ordinance 2013-01, the Area A Phase 3 annexation area is in the presumptive city limits. Section 11 of the ELUA specifically states that the city shall issue business and vendor licenses such as short-term permits within the presumptive city limits. Section 12 of the ELUA also states that the city shall issue development and building permits within the presumptive city limits. The Cielo Lumbre subdivision falls in the Area 1 Phase 3 annexation area. We have one homeowner who applied and obtained a short-term rental permit from the city. And we have one other short-term rental that was told by the county within the last year the permit was not required. Based on the ordinance, the ELUA, it appears to me that the city of Santa Fe would be the agency to issue short-term rental permits in the Area 1 Phase 3 annexation area. This has been confirmed by Ms. Ellis Green. Subsequent correspondence with the City of Santa Fe STR office regarding the one permit that was issued by the city within our subdivision stated, and I quote, is currently outside the city limits and is in the Phase 3 area of planned city annexation. Since it is not within the city limits, they don't need a city-issued short-term rental permit. And whoever issued it seems to be done so in error. It is apparent that the city and county are not on the same page regarding this issue. I would request the county governing body have the county attorney contact the city attorney to resolve which jurisdiction governs STR in the Phase 3 annexation. And also would request that specific language be included in both the county and the city STR ordinances to make it clear which entity applies in the annexation area. I also would request that this county and city staff responsible for enforcing the STR ordinances be informed and trained when responding to the requests for STR permits. And I have some documents here I'd like to enter or provide this correspondence.
If you could give them to, they'll take care of it.
Excuse me. Earrings. Hello, my name is Pat Lillis. I live at 2119 Conejo Drive, Santa Fe, and I'm under oath. First of all, I'd like to start out that I've read this ordinance. It allows one license to a permanent primary resident, but allows unlimited licenses to investors. The short-term rentals that are currently affecting our affordable housing in this area. I ask that you pass a short-term rental ordinance with a primary resident requirement, a requirement that would help prevent Santa Fe County from losing even more housing to investors and speculators that buy up homes to run as short-term rentals. Because of this disappearance of affordable housing stock, and because the impact and detrimental impact of short-term rentals have had on home ownership and affordable housing over the past few years, I started to research the impact of short-term rentals on tourist communities such as ours when the city of Santa Fe proposed changes 2 years ago. The topic is complicated and not easy to understand, but is one of the reasons why it has taken so long to set standards and restrictions locally and nationwide. Using Airbnb as an example, what started out as a cheap way to travel by renting someone's couch or extra room has turned into an industry. And now, if a community allows investors to run non-owner occupied, short-term rentals, that community will be on hundreds of websites recommending it as a place to buy homes and invest for short-term profits. For example, without restrictions, speculators can and will buy up less expensive and smaller properties and run them as short-term rentals that will negatively impact local housing. One example is when a person or company with wealth outbids the average income person looking to buy their home, their primary residence. Another example is when a long-term renter is evicted to make way for a possibly more profitable short-term rental. For example, in the city of Santa Fe, one person has 50, another 32, and that's the way it goes. A primary resident requirement where the host is the owner of the property and is permitted to rent their guest house or bedrooms is now the most common requirement in tourist communities where short-term rentals have caused housing challenges among working people. A primary resident requirement is the ideal because the reality is that short-term rentals that do not have that requirement take a home away from a potential homeowner or long-term renter. Every investor that purchases a home to run as a short-term rental is taking away a potential home from a county resident. Please help protect Santa Fe County residents by passing an ordinance with a primary resident requirement. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Dolly.
Good evening. I'm Robert Wiles. I live at 1331A South Sierra Azul, and I acknowledge I'm under oath. I appreciate the opportunity to speak to you because this is quite an important topic, and I hope Santa Fe gets it right about the opportunity to have a owner-occupied short-term rental. I would agree with that, and I had written several points about my case regarding that and why that would be a good thing to support. And now that it's been addressed by some of the changes, I'm just going to leave these with the scribe up there for each of you to see what my individual situation is.
Perfect.
Also, what I would like to know is I was so happy to hear some changes here tonight from being here last week. Is there going to be changes perhaps initiated from this week as it's further studied as to what's to be implemented as the actual ordinance? And if that's the case, that there could be some more changes, how would we be able to see what the ordinance is so that we could make a comment regarding those changes before it was to occur?
Well, I think it's important to address that. If the suggestion is for substantive changes, we would have another public meeting.
Okay. And so how can we see what the current the rewrite is that she was so eloquently reading tonight?
Madam Chair, Commissioners and members of the public, we did put a banner on our front page of our website. If we needed to go and do a rewrite again after this, we would do the same thing. So it was a banner right along the top of the Santa Fe County website.
So that would be santafecounty.com?
No.
SantaFeCountyNM.gov.
SantaFeCountyNM.gov.
That's correct.
Okay. And I appreciate the evaluations that you've made and the changes that are for supporting the owner-occupied. And I leave these with you.
Thank you very much.
Madam Chair, would it be a possibility for staff to maybe make a copy for him or for anybody that needs a copy of the revised?
Anybody can ask. I'm sure we could do it if they want copies made. Come on forward.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Adita Ladd. I live on 3 Tano Vida, and I believe I'm under oath. I speak under oath. Can everybody hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
So this is very interesting because I thought I was going to be the first to speak on this matter, but actually it seems like this is a very concerning subject matter to many. And I want to be clear too that this is not an objection to owner-owned STRs who have vested interest in maintaining their property. This is a really grave new situation we are facing. On our small private street of 7 homes, mostly occupied by retired professionals, a house, quite a sizable, beautiful property, was sold to a startup investment company in Miami through crowdfunding for as little as $1 share. It is advertised as a rental, sleeping 12 people, and they expect an 85% occupancy. So for 310 days a year, this de facto party house could impact our tiny road by 12 or more cars daily, just for starters. Given that the company is on the other side of the country, there is a lack of transparency as to how this will be managed. The probability of stressing out and overloading precious resources, such as the water well, septic tank, trash accumulation, fire hazards, noise, etc., is of grave concern. There is no control over what can go wrong. No one to monitor closely the comings and goings and what needs may arise to maintain the safety and peace of this community. So I believe, commissioners, that this is the time to initiate regulations to ensure this doesn't spread, and equally importantly, to control what has already happened. Because I ask you, would you buy a home on a street where there was a hotel without an on-site concierge, reception staff, maintenance, housekeeping, etc., and was a free-for-all right next door to you? And these are just some of the concerns. Santa Fe is a destination place, so it would be hard hit, I think, by these investment companies that have no personal interest in supporting the community and upholding the good for the people here and the benefits of the city. And I do believe that the grandfathering worries me because that gives you 5 years more free reign of havoc to be wreaked in these small communities. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Corey Mansfield. I live at 2842 Highway 14 in Madrid, and I acknowledge that I'm under oath. I spent the last week gathering some online signatures on an online petition, which I did submit earlier today, that now is up to over 160 signatures in favor of these proposed regulations on short-term rentals. I think we're now over 85 of those signatures are from Santa Fe County residents in particular who feel that their housing options have been limited due to a lack of regulations on short-term rentals in the area. So I just want to start by saying thank you for considering this, and that there are voters and constituents that might not be in this room that are very much in favor of what you're doing. I think a lot of my main issues are kind of addressed in the updating of the ordinance. I do agree that owner occupancy is very different than people who own multiple houses that they are not on site for. I've seen it in my neighborhood. I've seen it in friends' neighborhoods. And just since there are so many people who want to speak tonight, I just want to kind of respond to something I heard at the last meeting. I was there on the web conference. A lot of Airbnb operators were referring to themselves as Santa Fe County ambassadors, and I just want to remind everyone that Santa Fe County ambassadors include service and hospitality workers, retail and gallery workers, public maintenance workers, public transportation providers, healthcare workers, and many, many other working class members of our community, and we deserve access to housing in the communities that we serve. And also a reminder that the short-term rental industry would not exist without all of those other industries that I just named. And as soon as you lose the people that can work in those industries, you're going to lose your tourists too, and your Airbnb isn't going to mean anything. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
My name is Caitlin Lord. I live at 6 Red Dog Road, and I realize that I am under oath. Also agreeing with the primary residence ordinance, I think there is a difference between owner-occupied land and Airbnbs because we need housing. We need housing, not people who claim to love their communities, but then look away as they turn people like veterans out on the street. Twice in the last year in Madrid, veterans have had to relocate or leave their community entirely due to being evicted for the sake of starting an Airbnb. I've had friends evicted with a note card on their door giving notice of eviction so the landowner could pursue their dream of having an Airbnb oasis, end quote. I implore you to see that if this is unregulated, this will continue to negatively affect the lives of people who do not have the economic privilege to compete in the housing market, and it certainly doesn't happen working for minimum wage in New Mexico. In the years they were paying your rent, they were paying your mortgage, they paid you to have an Airbnb. Renters don't have anything to show for being a good tenant. They don't own property. They can't claim rent on their taxes like mortgages. I think that if we open our eyes to an experience outside of being a landowner and having an Airbnb, you'd realize how detrimental it is to be hoarding and withholding housing from your community. Additionally, as a teacher for the Santa Fe Public Schools, I'm very aware about the inaccessibility to housing in Santa Fe County for families, and this is part of the problem. So while we are standing here inside talking about this, there are children out on the street that could have a place to live. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah. Can you please, you can proceed.
Hi, my name is Diane Pierce. I live at 2410 Avenida Chaparral in Santa Fe. I know I'm under oath. I don't see the clock.
It's okay, he's not going to start till you start
Okay,
talking.
so, okay. I've lived in this area for 30 years. I've been teaching for 25 years. I will not be able to live on my retirement. I bought a fixer-upper in Agua Fria, and I want to turn it into a vacation rental. And I see the problem people are talking about with investors from out of town and out of state buying up gobs of property and diminishing the amount of affordable housing for residents who live here. However, for myself personally, I understand you're going to make a distinction as to whether I live in the vacation rental. I don't feel like I should have to move out of my house to live in the vacation rental. I'm setting that up so that I can retire. And so I feel like the regulations mostly make sense. I very much object to 2 people per bedroom. I've been remodeling this house and planning on 3 people per bedroom. I actually want to be able to have 12 people sleep in the house. I feel like there are times that families want to stay together. I haven't ever stayed in an Airbnb, but I hear a lot of stories about how happy families are when they get to stay in an Airbnb together, okay? Where the property is that I bought, the zoning is I have 2.5 acres, and so does everyone else on my street. We maintain that road privately. I have a well, I have a septic, and I don't feel like, I understand people don't want a party house next door, but there's other ways of enforcing those kind of laws if people are partying and they shouldn't be. Also, in my neighborhood, there are plenty of homes that have probably way more than 12 people in them. Certainly, the neighbor across the street from me has way more than 12 cars every day coming and going. So I hope the regulations will work for a variety of scenarios, including mine. And I would hope in the future, too. I mean, I work in the schools. It would have been so nice to just see a PowerPoint and get to see in writing the new proposal instead of just hearing it and having to take notes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Evening, Madam Chair, fellow commissioners. My name is Chris Leslie Curtis, and I am president of the Santa Fe Short-Term Rental Alliance, and I am also a county resident, and I am speaking on behalf of myself as well as my organization. I did testify on September 13th, and I want to take this opportunity to primarily thank you. I work in advocacy. I've worked in advocacy for early childhood education for many years, and now later in my life for the allowance of reasonably regulated short-term rentals. I was going to stand up here and thank you for the revision of all the ordinances, removing septic and occupancy limits and all the things that you have already discussed. But after listening to previous testimony, I'm now going to think on my feet and shift gears and let you know that I'm here to also advocate for my property rights as a non-owner occupied STR owner. I have a daughter in medical school. In her third year of medical school. I have another one who's a junior at San Diego State University. I manage my own properties. I'm a second generation small business owner. My father, Ed Leslie, built some of Santa Fe and some of the affordable housing that is being occupied now. My uncle, Walt Chapman, was a builder in Santa Fe and helped develop this beautiful town into what it is. We are not outside investment corporations. We are a second generation family trying to send our kids to school, and we should have a right to have a non-owner occupied short-term rental. And it is false that you are not requiring in the ordinance that non-owner occupied renters can only have one permit. Isn't that correct? I believe that that is in your ordinance. It is for owner occupied, but I believe it's also the same for non-owner occupied. I don't believe you're allowing an unlimited number of permits for non-owner occupied, just as the city is not. I own 2 non-owner occupied units in the city of Santa Fe, and they have limited that to 1 permit per natural person. I was grandfathered in with 2, but I want to know who owns 50 STRs, because I don't believe anyone does. According to Isaacson at the city, the maximum number of multiple ownership of city STRs was less than 5. So who owns the 50?
Okay, no, this is not actually an
So it's
open
not a
forum.
discussion, but I call into question these facts.
Right.
And I ask the county to please research these facts and make sure that this is actually based on real data.
Yes.
And if it's an out-of-state LLC or something of that sort, I think that we have to understand that. But I will say, as a New Mexican resident, that I do not believe that there are huge outside investment companies coming in and buying county property. So I will say that, and I will also say that I personally oppose the residential requirement. I lived in Albuquerque and managed my properties in Santa Fe. So where does the residential requirement pertain to? The county of Santa Fe, the city of Santa Fe, or the state of New Mexico? So I think more research needs to be done about that before the county imposes that regulation. Thank you.
Madam Chair, not really a question, but I know that we did have some of the questions earlier answered right away, and I was just curious on the question where she asked about 1 permit.
Yeah.
Can we clarify that, Penny? 'Cause
yes.
I think that's...
Madam Chair, Commissioners, the current draft does not limit the number of non-owner occupied short-term rentals. It limits an owner occupied because it needs to be your primary residence, and you only have 1 primary residence.
Right, that's the point.
Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Liz Emmons. I live at 43B Lavadero Road, Santa Fe, and I understand I'm under oath. I have only been here for about 6 years. I've been in the western part of the United States for about 25. I used to live in Denver. I understand the changes that have happened in Denver, both due to legalizing pot and the adding on of short-term rentals. As a 25-year veteran of being a business analyst, data is critical to analyzing any issue. When this all came up, I wasn't aware of the proposed ordinance until about 5 days before the hearing on the 13th. After that, I dove into the numbers. This is what I'm an expert at. There is no data available for rural environments. It's all based on urban. The city of Santa Fe has legitimate issues. Anywhere in the country that is in a high-density area has legitimate issues. But let's be clear, affordable housing around the country has been an issue for decades. This is all verifiable. You can verify it with the federal government. The federal government has recently declared that they will not be able to catch up with the need for affordable housing for decades. STRs are not the issue in Santa Fe County, the rural environment. We are never going to have a density issue. Amet has taken care of that. There's not going to be any new well permits issued. We're not going to have this influx. Yes, there's going to be concerns with regards to some big companies coming in, but folks like Chris, who are residents of New Mexico, why are we not allowed to prosper here? Isn't that what we're afforded in the Constitution? We have to be mindful of these things. I'm not an elitist by any means, people. I come from nothing. Nobody gave me anything. I've had to work for it my entire life. No man gave it to me. My daddy didn't give it to me. Nobody did. So what I have is because of me. So that's what I'd like people to consider. And then I'll add one more thing onto Commissioner Hanson, which she testified to earlier with regards to the taxes. I have had a conversation with the senior management at Airbnb with regards to the remittance of taxes, because I am a pit bull when I don't get information that I want. I badgered them for 6 months until I got on a phone call with a senior manager. The issue is this: they currently do not see a difference between the city and the county. In order to change that, the county must have an ordinance, such as Commissioner Hanson said, with a directive in it, directing them to separate out county residents from city residents. Further, they must give a directive that the hosting platform provide documentation of remittance to the owner as proof of payment. Airbnb, VRBO does not allow us to collect and hold those taxes that we are responsible for remitting. They will not allow us to do it. So it's up to the county to order them to do it. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Patricia L. Bentley, and I own number 10. Can you hear me now? I'll try. I am Patricia L. Bentley, and I own number 10 and number 12, Camino Cienegua in La Cienega, which is Santa Fe County. So I had lived at number 10, Camino Cienegua, for about 12 years when the property next to me was sold by the owner then, the previous owner, who started renting it out to 20 people at a time. There were many dogs being abused, 20 cats on the property. The people living there, the renters, were violent. I was always nervous going home. I'm sorry, I get nervous when I speak publicly, but I'll continue. So I bought the property. I sought out the owner who was underwater. I bought the property. I turned a property that was in shambles into a beautiful property. I tried twice to rent it. One time I had to evict the tenant. Again, a very terrible tenant who was destroying the property. Another one couldn't pay his rent that I kept very low because I understand the other side of the coin. So it's a 5-bedroom property. I live next door to it, so technically I'm not owner-occupied, but I am next door. I keep a hawk eye view on that property. I have multi-generational families coming in there. 5-bedroom, it sleeps up to 15 people. I have very peaceful families come and and be there 5 generations at a time in that home. All of my neighbors love what I have done to that property. It's beautiful. I cleaned up all the rubble. And I ask that the county take into consideration that Airbnbs generally are managed by people that really care about their guests. And every time we have a renter come into our home, they have an opportunity to rate us. And they will tell the world if they found an ant in the house. They will tell the world if the bed was not comfortable. We take extremely good care of our property. And I am asking the county over and over again to please cut the weeds on my roads, to please stop my neighbors who illegally dump rubble all over their property. We're listening to dump trucks all day long come and dump rubble. And I call county land management, and I'm told they've been asked to stop doing this. They have 30 days. Whether or not they continue to dump rubble is not the issue. And I don't understand why, if it's illegal, it's not an issue. So here I am, trying very, very, very hard to do the right thing for my community, for my pocketbook. It's taken me a lot of money to turn that terrible looking property into a beautiful property. I'm still in debt over it. And with the ordinance that is proposed to limit the number of people, in my particular situation, there's 5 bedrooms. It's my understanding then that I would only be allowed 10 guests. In the city is not regulated. There'll be a 4-bedroom property, and there's many of them that have 9 beds, and they're bringing in 16 people. And, it's not regulated. So it would probably put me out of business, because large families come to my place because I keep my rates low and because I take really good care of it. And if I can't bring in groups of 12 people, or right now it's 15 people that I allow, quite often a number of them are children. If I can't bring in those large groups, it's going to put me out of business. So I'll have to go back to trying to find that perfect family to rent that property. I have not had good luck. I wish that was not the case.
Thank you very much.
I live at number 10 Camino Cienegua, and the property I rent is number 12 Camino Cienegua.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Madam Chair. For clarification on that question, was that children that were also part of it? Was it two adults per bedroom?
It's just 2, I think it's just 2 people, but you can ask Penny.
The occupancy limits are 2 per bedroom, but that doesn't include any child under the age of 5.
Okay, thank you.
Hello, my name is David McMath. I live at 55 Arroyo Seco Circle, and I understand that I'm under oath. Can you hear me?
You're just a little tall for the...
Okay, I'll duck down.
Sorry. Yes, you can hear you.
So my siblings and I, we grew up being taught the values of hard work and that you reap the benefits of your labor. We ended up starting a construction company in which we all work in it. And through saving and hard work, we have been able to acquire a short-term rental. I know there have been a few minor adjustments to the proposed ordinance, but in all reality, not much has changed, and it would still negatively affect the majority of those here, whether we know it or not. Let me give you an example of what it is like working with the county on getting different approvals and permissions. We purchased a rundown building in our neighborhood back in 2020 with the goal of using it as an office for our paperwork and for our business, and also to help get an eyesore out of our community. We were originally told that reconnecting the utilities, all we had to do was submit a hand-drawn application, and it wouldn't take that long to get approval. But our paperwork was rejected, stating that we needed more planning. We hired an engineer and have submitted and resubmitted plans multiple times, each time being sent back, asking for more and more details. After over a year and a half and thousands of dollars, we finally got verbal approval. But now we have been informed that they won't actually sign off on our plans until we sign a water covenant agreement, which requires us to meter our well and submit annual meter readings. We live 20 miles outside of the city of Santa Fe, but we have been informed that the water metering ordinance is required throughout the entire county of Santa Fe, not just the city. So when it says in the proposed ordinance that STRs will have to comply with existing Santa Fe County water restrictions, it still means that all of our wells, which will have to be metered, regulated by the county. Speaking to everyone here, even though supposed changes have been made in the proposed ordinance, STRs will now be considered businesses, and as such, that's how everyone owning an STR will be treated, having to spend hours upon hours of time and thousands of dollars trying to get everything up to the county standard of approval. And for many of us here, it just won't be worth the effort anymore. I would like to also encourage all the commissioners to look out at the audience. And the people here, they aren't big investors. They aren't huge corporations. These are people that live within Santa Fe County, people that are hard workers, people that contribute to the community. And a vote in favor of this ordinance is really a vote against the people of your communities. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name's Elizabeth West. I live at 318 Senna Street in the city, and I know I'm under oath. Thank you for being here. Thank you, Chair and Commissioners, for the work you do. And it is really a pleasure, a footnote here, to be in this gorgeous room. I want to say right off the top of my head that I think when people invest in short-term rentals, it is a kind of business. And most of the people here today, I would say all of them, are responsible people, whether they live right on the property or live in the county. They appear to me to be responsible people who care. I wish all short-term rental businesses were run like that. And we do know there are a lot of exceptions. For the time being, I just want to say for sure, I do think you all have made a lot of effort, and little tiny things that you've done make sense by and large. I do recommend that you pass the ordinance with the amendment that would require a primary residence occupant. I can see a way around that in a way if there were some definition of what is a primary resident if you lived next door, as the previous two people before me was speaking. That could be worked in there. That would require a lot of complicated stuff, and I pity the people who would have to go through it, but that's where we are now. One of the things I like that you're doing is, in effect, I hope, raising the, taxes for the state, but also requiring a fee. And that will go, I read about it, it will go to contribute to assessment of are people following the rules, are people taking care of places, and that's incredibly important. I mean, enforcement is the new big word. Remember, it was transparency for a while. Now it's enforcement. And friends of mine who live in the county are pretty upset about lack of enforcement, of course, when it happens to ourselves. It's a tough thing to own some property and want to make some money from it in a decent way. And I don't think I've heard one person here this evening who strikes me as an evil owner. Not at all. But we do have to have regulations. Thank you for listening to me. I think this could be worked out. I hope it is revisited, even though that sounds exhausting to you. Thank you very much. Please pass this. I think if you're going to pass it tonight and not address it later, which I hope you do, actually. If you do address it tonight, I hope you pass it. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for hearing me. My name is Sandra Quintana. I will try to do my best because my English is not so well. My husband used to be a developer, and I remember for her to working very hard just to have a permit for building something. They take years and a lot of work. Right now, I can see buildings all over the places, and I just mentioned this because I think it's very unfair. They try to make things difficult for people like me who live with short rented because the population and the water, when you can see another side, is a month of constructions. My husband passed, and I have an 11 years old daughter. Before my husband passed, we have a lot of problems or issues with money, and he started telling me that maybe our house, we can be good to do an Airbnb because he's reading and it's something maybe we can do it. Later, when he passed, I started to do that. And that has been my salvation. That has been giving me the opportunity to keep in my house. We owned that house. Of course, we had a couple mortgages, and we have the small house to belong to his mother in the city. I received the notification that I cannot short renting in the city, and it's the place I live now. I renting the big house is out the city, Camino La Tierra, and I just coming from my country 4 days ago, and I see the letter that says that now they intended to no permanent short renting, and that was very scary for me because I'm not a big corporation. I'm just a not very educated person who found Airbnb the way to do something that made me feel proud, that made me feel like I'm doing this business and I contribute because I had people to help me to clean, the manager, the handyman, the landscaping. I don't make a lot of money, but I survive in the same way. And I try to be very reasonable with my neighbors, and I go to the next door and decide, I give you my information. And when something they doesn't like it, like in the past, one of my neighbors knocked the door and tell me, my guests stay in the patio, talk aloud for too late. And from that day, I put it in the rules, not allowed to talk aloud in the patios later than 10 p.m. It's the way I manage things. I listen to my neighbors. It's something that has been learned. My house has so many rules that one person say, oh my God, I never see a house with so many rules. And I was afraid that I don't going to rent in my house anymore, but I understand I had to do that. So far, I have been doing good. My neighbor has been nice to me, and hopefully, you're thinking in people like me. I'm here, what about me? Please, before you make strong decisions, because I cannot rent in the small house anymore, it's in the city. That's my only provider. And my daughter, she wants so hard that we keep in that house because it's his father's memories. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Hi, my name is Ben McMath. My address is 55 Arroyo Seco Circle, and I understand that I am under oath. I would kind of like to maybe present this from a standpoint that really hasn't been looked at here. Our founding fathers gave us the Constitution to protect our rights to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. They understood the pursuit of happiness to be the ability to earn a living and to own private property without ridiculous and, quite honestly, tyrannical regulations placed upon us by government officials. They believed these rights were God-given and that elected government officials had the duty to actually uphold these rights. I'm going to be honest, an ordinance like this is just blatantly unconstitutional and tyrannical. As public servants, you're elected to serve the people. You don't work for lobbyists and public interest groups. You work for we the people. Section 1 of the 14th Amendment of the Constitution grants us the right to private property without deprivation. Ordinances like this are a direct violation of the 14th Amendment because they allow government officials to regulate private property in such a way that removes the benefit of even owning private property. I mean, what's the point of owning property if you can't even decide what you can and can't do with your own property? That's ridiculous. It's just taking away the free market concept that this country was founded upon. And honestly, it's making it impossible for people to comply without going out of business. And in turn, it's helping big corporations and big businesses that have the resources to be able to comply with this stuff. But you're hurting the small entrepreneur, you're hurting the small business owner. And I would like to just strongly urge you guys to actually uphold your oath to the Constitution and to just drop this ordinance outright, because honestly, it's ridiculous.
Hi, my name is Joel Lashefka, 16 Sendero del Oso, and I understand I'm under oath. Didn't expect to talk tonight, so I'm going to riff a little bit here. I hope you don't mind. A couple things that I heard that I wanted to reiterate. I have a secondary life where I make a career with online platforms. And what I've understood about online platforms is they are not great about communicating with people. And so if the county is going to require that we submit and document and back that up, I think that the county has a responsibility to ensure that the platforms are doing that within their ordinance. Making it our responsibility is really going to be onerous. It doesn't sound like it would be, but it is. It's hours on the phone with people that have no idea what you're talking about and pretending like they know what you're talking about and then send you somewhere else, and then you're all in these different places. So I understand I want the county to get that money. Absolutely. I live in the county. I want the county to have that money. I want to have increased bike lanes. I want to have lots of stuff that I don't get by living in the county. There are many things. That's probably a different meeting, right? So I just wanted to say that I really hope that you can take that into consideration when you move forward with this, if you move forward with this. Yes. It's Leshefka, Leshefka. Yeah. The other thing that I would say is that I'm standing here as an owner-occupied Airbnb owner, but I do not believe that you should make a blanket statement that says non-owner-occupied Airbnbs shouldn't exist. Why am I saying that? That actually goes against my personal interests as a business owner. I want less people out there competing with me, right, in my business mind. So I want you to get those people away. Like, don't let them have those Airbnbs. I just want to have it as an owner-operator. But it's not really the reality. What you're hearing from a lot of people, and what I'll tell you in myself, is that I do not have a retirement fund. That's ridiculous. I'm 45 years old. I don't have a retirement fund. I don't get them. I don't trust them. I don't get the market. So what I have done is I've invested in property. I have 2 properties in the city of Santa Fe. I do long-term rentals. Me and my family make a personal choice not to Airbnb those properties. Santa Fe has a real issue with housing. I've lived in cities that have that issue, and I believe in providing a home for families to live in. We struggled to find a home when we moved here years ago. It was really, really hard, so I get that. When we're talking about the county, it feels a little bit different. It's not like that. We're not piled on top of each other. We're not experiencing the same issues there. And I do believe that a lot of people have invested their life savings, as I have, in property. And they did that because there weren't these restrictions. One of the reasons we moved to the county and we were able to afford the home that we moved into, a home that we truly love, that I have been waiting 20 years in my life to buy as a self-employed, self-made person, as a lot of people here are explaining to you as well, is that I would not be able to do that if I could not rent out that property. What I have found given that property that already existed, that was there to purchase, is that it is best suited for an Airbnb. Okay, and I understand that's not really what we're talking about here, but so maybe there is a happy medium here because the county is quite big. So I understand that certain communities are having a real issue with Airbnbs in there. Perhaps the county is too large to give a blanket policy like this. Or perhaps there shouldn't be just a very specific thing that says you can or cannot do this. Perhaps there's a compromise. 5? Is 5 properties not a corporation? Does 5 properties allow somebody to continue to send their kids to school, to plan for their future, to buy their coffin? There's a lot of things happening here. So maybe there's a balance that we could strike here. I don't think anybody in the room is saying they want giant corporations to come into Santa Fe County, but I do think that it's a little draconian to say one or the other. I'm very sorry for taking so much time.
That's great. Thank you very much.
Hello, I'm Shirley Vote-Spear. I live at 100 Pine West, and I understand I'm under oath. And I just wanted to say, first of all, I appreciate the amendments to the ordinance. I think those are very good and very positive. What I just would like for everyone to consider is equal treatment for short-term hosts as is given to people who have long-term rental properties. They're both legitimate businesses, and it seems unfair to penalize people who chose a business, maybe the short-term rental, but not do anything and treat them differently, like it's a business that isn't legitimate. I don't think that's fair. And I also would like to question, is there any evidence that there are more disturbances with short-term rentals versus long-term rentals? I know Airbnb has codified its no party house rules this year. They've instituted many measures that include a 24-hour safety line, a neighborhood support line. They've partnered with VRBO to keep repeat offenders from renting properties. They have consequences for hosts that include account suspensions to full removals from their platform. So I think that helps ensure that hosts operate responsibly, as opposed to, I'm not sure what is an effect for someone who has long-term rentals. Are there any consequences for violations of their tenants or renting out for a house to 20 people? I don't think there's any rules about that in the county. It just doesn't seem fair. And I also think that there's a false assumption that restrictions will resolve the housing shortage. So I think that if the restrictions are so onerous that they have to sell their properties, that doesn't mean that they are going to be added to affordable housing in the county. It may mean that they will be purchased by wealthier new residents. So I just would like for you to take that into consideration. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you very much.
I want to just say I don't covet your job listening to people complain all day long. I'm sorry.
Some of the inputs are good. And if you could please give your name as well.
Yes. My name is Rachel McMath, and I live at 64 Arroyo Seco Circle, and I understand that I'm under oath. With all the time, effort, and hard work that goes into drafting and passing an ordinance, it's logical to assume that there's definitely a purpose behind the proposing of these regulations. So here's a few questions we would like to ask you. Is safety or negative impact really your concern behind drafting this ordinance? As brought up multiple times, safety regulations have been built into short-term rental platforms, and your data is extremely inconclusive on negative impact concerns. Is environmental health the concern? Your data shows that short-term rentals are occupied less than other housing options, and therefore put a smaller strain on the environment. Is money the concern? Specifically, community money. As we've already conceded, short-term rentals bring money into our communities through obviously the short-term rental itself, restaurants, stores, galleries, shops, street vendors, and on and on. So is money for local government the concern? STR owners are one of few housing providers that pay grocery receipts and lodgers tax. And the money tourist spends gets taxed again because everything gets taxed. And STRs bring money, but the fees that you're asking for don't. Because licensing fees will go to pay salaries for increased staff and materials needed for the licensing process, and this doesn't even take into consideration the additional monies that will be spent trying to enforce the new regulations. Is the short supply of high prices of housing the issue? I have to laugh every time I think that we're talking about 2% of all the housing in this county. Further, you have admitted that the same 2% fills a much-needed hole for firefighters, traveling nurses, LANO workers, etc. Is your concern big corporations? This could go two ways. Do you want to keep out large corporations? Creating regulations that mainly affect individuals and small businesses totally defeats this purpose. Do you want to help large companies who would be the only ones able to comply with the new regulations? Are there special interest groups pushing you? I thought it was really interesting that you included the 2 points as negatives. I quote, STRs may impact traditional lodging partners, e.g. hotels and B&Bs. And although STRs bring substantial economic benefit to communities, when unregulated, STR platforms can put pressure on communities and the lodging industry. The only other thing that I can think of is the true purpose to regulate people's private property. We're coming here to ask you, would you be opposed to spending your time and energy instead on something more needful to our community, such as finding ways to help our huge addiction problems, or helping businesses find much needed workers, or helping willing workers find a business that will actually give them a full-time job and not just a part-time, or keeping out the large stream of poison-infested drugs coming in? Is this really too much to ask?
My name is Kathleen Casey. I live on 40 Gold Mine Road in Cerrillos, and I know that I'm under oath. And I thank you for all the work that you've done. I agree with all the short-term residences that I'm a B&B owner, and it's been, as a retired person, and it subsidizes my income, and I'm able to pay my mortgage. But there's one question that I'm really concerned about now, and it's 7.1.1, and it says here, for the year immediately preceding the application, the gross rental income from the STR and proof that applicable gross receipts taxes and lodgers occupancy taxes have been paid through the most recent reporting period. Now, I am not savvy. I go on those sites, and like this young man a couple of times before me, it is so difficult to get on and get somebody to answer questions. I don't really understand this, so could you explain this part to me?
Madam Chair, Commissioners, I'm not sure what that section is. Which section is it? I think you're reading from the old ordinance.
The ordinance, yes.
I think that
On
was
your
the one
site.
that was done last time.
Yes, so that
This
no
is a
longer
new
exists.
ordinance.
It no longer exists?
No, there's just a statement saying all short-term rentals need to pay applicable taxes.
Okay, so I do not have any receipts that I have to show you from a year before or any of that.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, that's not in this ordinance.
It's
Not
not.
in this ordinance.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Please,
Good evening. My name is Scott Lippman. I live at 1242 Caminito Tranquilo.
excuse
Sorry,
me, I
Scott
can't
Lippman.
hear. Can
I
everybody
have severe
please-
stage fright, and I'm trying not to pass out. I'm serious. And my phone died, so all my notes were went past my battery time. But I took the oath. I actually agree with most everybody in this. We'd have to sit here for hours and discuss it. Just a few things. Can you clarify the owner occupancy? So generally, I vote selfless, not selfish. This affects me, meaning that when I vote for things, it's not whether it's personally beneficial to me. Right. It's to be for the better of the community. It shouldn't matter what my personal history is, but I did build my house 27 years ago as a social worker in town. My wife a teacher. From my understanding, primary residence shouldn't be defined here, but it should be defined by whatever the larger federal guidelines are for primary residence. So
Yes.
I'm not on premise if I rent my house if I leave for 3 days, and I use that to do a staycation in Santa Fe. Does that exclude me as a primary resident? Or would that be acceptable? Because I can't live on the same property because the county doesn't allow me to have a guest house on it. Otherwise, I'd love to do that based on the size of my land. So also, if I rent under 15 nights, I'm not required to report income tax per federal taxes guidelines, including state, though the largest tax are required to do in gross receipt sales tax. Just as a suggestion, because I use them, Avalara is the company that I use. I rent my house 3 nights this year. They coordinate electronically once you register with the platforms. Every month they send me a bill, a report to do. If I had a private amount to report, I would report 3 nights at X amount. And as far as I understand, though the platform bills the person for the largest tax, that comes to me when they pay me, and I have to pay that monthly as I do through that site. Maybe there's something that the county could join with Avalara so every individual doesn't have to do it. I choose to do it and pay the $25. I think it started at $15. I pay that, and 11 months this year, I will pay the $25 a month and report 0 income because I rent my house 3 nights. But according to this, I have to go through all the regulations to make sure that those 3 nights that pay for my vacation or my staycation or whatever it is, really it's whatever I want to use it for, but that's my primary residence. As long as I'm filing my taxes, my house is my primary residence, because quite frankly, if I change it and make it a business, I no longer get a primary resident deduction. And I don't want to exclude myself from a primary residence deduction, so therefore I don't take any deductions on that. Also, under 15 nights, you're not allowed to do any deductions. What else? Since I can't see my phone and I have 7 seconds, I'm going to go, thank you very much. And I'm happy to give more,
That was
more
great
input.
information.
So.
My name is Eileen Juan Valle, and I'm here for 2 reasons. One, to side for my landlord, and the second is because I'm a student here in Santa Fe. This is a city that offers different types of eclectic learning.
Madam
I'm
Chair,
here studying Feldenkrais.
I don't think you need to acknowledge that you're under oath and state
Excuse
your
me?
address. You need to acknowledge that you're under oath and state your
name and
address.
whatnot.
If you could do that, because you didn't do that in the beginning in order for your
I was here.
No, I know, but you need to state that for the record, your name, your address, and that you're under oath.
Oh, I said my name. My address right now is 831 Bishop Lodge, and I'm a long-term rental right here.
And you're under oath.
And? Yes, I am under oath. Yeah. My landlord has her primary residence, and I'm right here as a long-term renter, and also has a non-primary resident that rents as a short-term. It has been her main source of support for her and her little girl. I see how hard she works on it. And after hearing all of this, I do believe that they have a right to rent the houses. Yes, it might be a limit on how many houses they have. Because I'm also seeing that in my school, the Feldenkrais School, they have lost a lot of their students because there's not enough housing for them to stay here. So we lost half of the students this year. Also, the rent of some Airbnb are getting outrageous. Some of my classmates are paying $5,000 a month for one-bedroom apartment. The other one, $3,500 for one efficiency. So it's an issue. The schools are losing a lot of the students that come from international students as well as our other states. So I think we do need the housing, not only occupied, but also there needs to be some regulation about how much they can charge on it. Because other businesses are losing business. So thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Timothy Seneke, 779 Old Las Vegas Highway. I understand I'm under oath. Thanks this evening for an opportunity to say a few things. I, like a lot of people, have a real job and busy and stuff, so just to get over here, it's nice, and I know you all work hard and you're looking for the best solution to a lot of really deep issues, because there's things on the surface, and then there's deep issues with housing shortage and crisis, and in 2.5 minutes, I'm not going to get into all that. I think it's nice to know a little bit about a person. My history in Santa Fe County, I came here, I'm 62. I came here in my early 20s, lived on the street for 3 years, lived in my van, worked. I was never begging on the side of the road or whatever, but fast forward to, purchasing some land out in Cerrillos, living off the grid, pulling a battery out of the car for the first electricity without running water, grapes of wrath sort of existence which a lot of people here probably behind me may have had a similar history. But the point of saying this is that through hard work, also, I heard that from another builder. I'm a builder. I've been building a long time. I built short-term rental Airbnbs for people in the last few years. I own 2 properties on Old Las Vegas Highway. I'm not entitled one bit. I don't feel entitled at all. When my parents died, I didn't inherit anything. It cost me money. I owe a lot to this county and this state from the freedom given to me. I remember building my first one down on that dirt road, and the building inspector came out and he said, "Good luck." He didn't say, "Here's a red tag." This is the 1980s. We should be on the same side. This is an opportunity. I want people around me to prosper. I want the county to prosper. I have 4 long-term rentals. I notified my tenants, next year, I'm giving you a year notice. I think I would like to experiment with short-term rentals. Now, yeah, did I build something without a permit? Yeah, I changed something from a shed into a building. I don't know how difficult this is going to be. You should make it easy, because for all these people to accomplish this, not notifying neighbors who don't like you. I get along great with my neighbors, but I can sure see every time we got 20 seconds. So that's my main message I'll start and end with. Make it easy. It's the freedom that allows us to enrich people, that you can collect taxes, make it reasonable, and grease it so it works for both of us. Yeah, that's enough.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Luke McMath. I reside at 39 Barty 4, Unit 3, Espanola, New Mexico, and I understand I am under oath. I'm a United States military veteran. I joined the Marine Corps because I love our country and wanted to serve to protect those freedoms that we all enjoy. I have brothers and sisters in uniform who have given their lives to protect those freedoms. Bluntly, is a spit in a veteran's face to have elected officials on the home front vote away our freedoms as if there were no sacrifice made to gain those freedoms. With all due respect, let me remind you, as commissioners of Santa Fe County, you were elected by the people to serve the people. You swore an oath before taking office to uphold the Constitution of the United States. In the Constitution, we have clearly been given the right to private property. This proposed short-term rental ordinance is a huge overreach into private property. People of Santa Fe County, mark my words, if we give an inch, they will take a foot and continue to take until one day the freedoms of owning private property will only be a story we can tell our children and grandchildren. Commissioners of Santa Fe County, you have a choice to make. Will you vote in favor of the people that you were elected to serve, the Constitution you swore to uphold, or will you vote in favor of special interest groups that are pushing their agenda all across this country? We the people urge you, vote for freedom. Thank you. Thank you for taking the time to listen to us tonight. I appreciate it. We need your help. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Suzanne Baum, B-A-U-M. I live at 6 Villanova. Anna, I'm in your district. I'm glad to meet you. And thank you, other chairperson and commissioners. I'm only here in Santa Fe County, because of short-term rentals. I came here and wanted to try it out and got a 2-week condo. And then I came back and I got a 2 months. And then I came back and got 3 months. And I kept alternating until I couldn't stay away. And now I own a condo, which I rent out long-term right now, and I own a fabulous home, which I adore. And some of my neighbors do rent out short-term, which I think is great. I have 2 suggestions for you. I have 1 complaint, but I'm going to tell you why I'm qualified to help you make some better decisions here. As Anna mentioned, she started out as a park commissioner, so did I. And then I became a zoning commissioner. I became a city council member, and I became a mayor of my town, a suburb in St. Louis County, named Creve Coeur. I have maybe not sat through meetings with 25 people speaking, but I've sat through many meetings, and I appreciate your still paying attention. What I've heard, and I haven't read this specifically, but I've heard that you need an additional segment. You have owner-occupied, you have not owner-occupied, but you need something else in the middle for people who live next door to their property, like me, live 2 miles away from their property, and I'm actually not going to rent out a bedroom in my house. So as an investor in real estate in Santa Fe City and County, I want the ability to be flexible. And I think you haven't covered all bases by only having 2 categories of renters, of owners. At the same time, I also see that you're charging or proposing to charge a $35 fee for an owner occupied and $350 for the other category. I think you need to pull both ends in, and if you're charging $35 for a fee does not cover your administration costs. Charge $100. $100 to $350, that's a giant spread, and they're charging the same kind of rents, you would think, depending on the size of the home and the facilities. So bring that down and then put 1 in the middle. If you would create 3 categories and more reasonable fees, people would be more likely to participate willingly and to work with you. I think a lot of the other topics have been covered, but there's something I heard several times that really agitates me and worries me. Notifying the neighbors. Why? Why? Why does a neighbor need to know, other than just observing, how I'm using my real estate? Whether it's a long-term renter, short-term renter, my uncle, cousin, daughter, family, all of the regulations that have been addressed, like noise and mufflers and trash being left out, are either covered by county ordinances, city ordinances, HOA ordinances, condominium rules and regs. I don't know why you have to notify anybody's neighbor. Neighbors tend to be rather problematic, and the ones that want to complain are just going to not stop. So why go through that additional cost, administration issues to tell the neighbors? I've been in your seats. I appreciate your work so very, very much. Keep it simple, Sam. You know that rule. Let's move forward, taking consideration the good ideas that have been brought forward. I don't believe that I have to have people renting the back of my home or parts of my home in order to be a landlord. I don't believe I have to give up my condominium because that's my future easy place to live when I can't care for an entire home again. But keeping it occupied and well-maintained in the meantime is important for both you and me. I thank you for tonight.
Thank you.
My name is Constance Langston. I reside part-time at 12 Villanova here in Santa Fe. I did not intend to be last, but somebody's got to be last. So I've heard all the comments. Oh, I'm not last. Oh, thank you. And you have an impressive group of citizens who have come here to give you their most sincere concerns. And I applaud the community and your time that you've given to this very, very delicate issue. It's going to impact families. There are people who cannot maintain that property without the rental income. I hope that message has come across. Now, my property has been long-term rental and short-term rental. The fire marshal can come in and check it out. Someone can call the sheriff if there's too much noise. As Ms. Baum pointed out, there are ordinances in place. My suggestion to you now is that you make your funding of the tax revenue ordinance clear and clean. Just do that. Get your money coming in. They're collecting, all these platforms are collecting the rent from renters. I see it every rental. About 30%, they have a little bit of a fee, but the rest of it is the lodging and occupancy tax. Get that cleaned up. I think one of your main objectives should be to collect this tax. And then these definitions and qualifications and exceptions, this massive amount of confusing and conflicting language can still be perhaps hashed out. Maybe you need a task force. Maybe you need everyone who spoke here to come and give their scenario of what would be a reasonable owner-occupied, non-owner-occupied. But I want to tell you, it has happened. I bought my home in 2019, and I was contacted, and I still get solicitations from the industry that wants to manage my property. Hotels know. Families, hotel, motel industry knows. Families don't want to stay in a box in a high-rise. Families want a little bit of yard, maybe, a real kitchen. That industry has changed, and we can't deny it. So don't push all of us out. I think you're walking that fine line, and thank you for the time and the attention to the problem.
Thank you.
My name is Doug Spear. I live at 100 Pine West in Santa Fe, and I am under oath. Listening to the comments throughout the evening and at the previous session, I believe that making a law and a regulation is a hard thing, and I don't envy you at all. But I would offer one word to you tonight to keep in mind as you consider all of the comments you've heard, and that is the word nuance. I think you've made tremendous strides from the original proposal to the current proposal, and it demonstrates nuance in many areas, but there are areas that still could use a finer comb. We've heard from people like myself who have contiguous properties. My property, I always tell people we have 10 acres. Well, they happen to be right next to each other. And guess what? My casita is on the other side of the property line that my house that I live in is on. So there's a situation where I guess I'm not owner-occupied. I don't know. It's a small house. It was the original house on the property. The owner I purchased from actually changed the property line so that it would be a separate address from the home that I live in. Kind of wish he hadn't done that now. The home has one bedroom. It has a nice large living room and a kitchen, bathroom. It served as the primary residence for a number of years, 30, 40 years. But it's only got one bedroom. But I have a sofa couch that allows someone to comfortably sleep. But according to the regulation that I read, it would appear I couldn't have that third person in the house. Nuance. The 10 acres that I call my property has a 40-acre lot next to it, another 40-acre lot, a lot of probably 20 acres. There's no house on it. I've never seen the owner. I don't know who they are. The notification process seems a little extreme. I live in a rural residential zoned area in East Lone Butte. So I think that we need to find some nuance still in some of these regulations. I love the idea of the third, the county owner, non-occupied residence. Maybe that's a good idea. Maybe that would provide nuance for the people who have a couple of homes and they take care of them because it's their livelihood. Big corporations in Florida buying homes, let the chips fall where they may. You need to decide how onerous it needs to be for them to try and buy properties here. I realize I've gone over. I thank you very much. You've done a great job. It's hard work, and I do appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So just to be careful, is there anybody else present in the auditorium that wants to speak who has not spoken? Come on forward, and if you haven't been sworn in, you'll have to be sworn in, no problem.
Misty Dennis, and I live at 9 Katasi Way, and I am where I'm under oath. So I do want to speak up for the short-term rental side of it. My husband and I and my 2 sons are a family of 4 who, like most, found ourselves without jobs during the pandemic. I know it has been trying times for most everyone for the last few years. And we are ones that try to look at the positive aspect in life. But I will say it was definitely trying on us, both losing our jobs and getting pregnant with another mouth to feed, to then find ourselves welcoming him into the world 9 weeks prior to his due date, having him in NICU for 2 months, and having a bill to match. Not wanting to rely on any corporation as to whether we are overqualified, underqualified, or being overworked and underpaid, we made the decision to find another avenue to put food on the table. So with the background of both of us being in customer service and hospitality, we decided to purchase our own property that allows us to be able to welcome artists, authors, visitors, nomads, and more into our home. This was something that my great-grandmother did as well in Chicago. So following in her footsteps. Both my husband and I are born and raised in New Mexico, and as locals, wanted the opportunity to connect with others, an opportunity that was taken from all of us during the pandemic. Without human connection, trauma and separation has caused a sense of disconnection within society. Our goal was to nurture this and create an atmosphere of comfortable living quarters that allow a safe and local living environment. We are respectful neighbors and expect the same out of our guests. We also appreciate not being able to provide a space for, we also appreciate not only being able to provide a space for visitors that bring in much needed revenue and jobs into Santa Fe's economy, but we also provide long-term living for a local couple as well, splitting the need up for both. We are on board with structure and having rules and regulation in place, for that is why things can run more smoothly, and setting the stage is a must. Although I wouldn't rush the process. Counties are run differently than a city, and therefore, if they want to take on city ordinances, then we believe they should provide city benefits, i.e. gas, road maintenance, and well maintenance, etc. Excuse me for saying so, but we think it's wrong that the county wants to monitor our own well water that we pay for and we maintenance. We should be lifting up the local community, and I understand there are companies out there that have 50 short-term rentals and big corporations, but it should be handled a different way. Outside of the locals trying to be self-reliant, trying to provide a cultural environment that is what makes Santa Fe so special. Founded on bringing like-minded individuals together to create, we are doing the same by creating a space to enjoy. Investors are usually given incentives to create infrastructure and not punishing those. I would propose having something in place for the locals, something similar to colleges, where you have a local set standard and then non-residential. So, thank you.
Sworn in, but I just had a question. My name's Dorothy Dean. I live at 26 Quartz Trail, and I'm under oath, if that's good enough. So my question was, is there going to be any regulations about density and a limit on the number of short-term rentals? That's not in the ordinance, is it?
No, it's not.
I think that's something that should be considered, especially for the traditional villages. I live in Cañada de los Alamos, and then listening to a lot of people in Madrid. I've been renting my house out for about 7 years with a 2-year break during COVID, and then I've just watched houses sell up the street from me, and one after another is turning into, just a short-term rental. And not to be hypocritical, but I am a part of the community there, and I have really great neighbors, and I do notice that people are getting irritated with just a lot of outsiders coming in and not being aware of the fire hazards and that kind of thing. When I rented, I'm like, I put caution tape over things. I'm just like really aware of all the water issues and the fire issues. And I just think there should be some consideration to the density and limiting the number in the county, because I think they do that in the city. And friends in the city who live in certain neighborhoods, they feel like the density of rentals in that neighborhood is what's affecting their community negatively. So I really appreciate all the work you've done. I think it's important to have some guidelines and ordinances on, and that tax issues. My other question is, when I'm calculating my lodger's tax, it's like, okay, I pay the gross receipts tax, I have the gross amount, I calculate when I do my bills for my landscaping clients, I have a subtotal, then I have the gross receipts tax. So is the subtotal what I'm charging 4% on? Or the gross of including what they collected for the gross receipts?
Can't really give you that answer right now, but Landis is going to do, part of the plan is to do
I just think there's
training outreach for everybody for
great,
things like that.
And I think there's just a lot of money, because I know that they're collecting some money, and I had to make a lot of effort to say I'm paying the taxes because I didn't want to get stuck with their mistakes. And so I do think that there's a lot of double taxing, and that's probably going to the city when it should be going to the county. And there's just a lot of issues like that need cleaning up. So I appreciate everybody's comments, and I didn't mean to speak, but I just thought those couple of things were important.
Thank
Thanks.
You. I don't see anybody else standing up, but Daniel, do we still have people on WebEx who want to speak in this public hearing?
Madam Chair, yes, we do. We have 6 people that pre-registered to speak, and then we also have an additional 6 on WebEx that also want to speak.
Okay. Can you please introduce the first person, and they'll have to be sworn in?
Absolutely. Our first person is Sue Baum.
Sue, if you can unmute and then get sworn in, and then we'll take your comments.
Sue? Yeah.
There was somebody with a very similar name, but Daniel should be looking. Daniel should be looking for people who are on WebEx.
Madam Chair, I do not see a Sue Baum online. I do see a James R. Brown.
Oh, you're just looking at the list. Now, she was here in person. Thank you, everybody. And if there are people on WebEx, can you please unmute yourself and identify yourself, and we'll try to get you one at a time.
Hi, my name is Julie Bennett.
Great. Can you get sworn in?
Ms. Bennett?
Yes.
Do you swear to tell the truth?
Yeah, well, I'll get to the next person next. Sorry about that. Thank you, Mike. Hang on a second. Go ahead, Sue.
All right, Ms. Bennett, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
And for the record, before you testify, please state your name, address, and that you are under oath for your testimony to be considered valid.
Thank you. My name is Julie Bennett. I live at 5 Rancho Valle, Española, which is in the historic traditional community of La Puebla. I want to recognize all the very eloquent and intelligent comments that
Ms.
allowed me to
Bennett, can you also state that you're under oath?
Whoever is...
Oh, I am under oath, yes.
Thank you.
No, you're fine, Julie. Whoever else is speaking, can you just wait after Ms.
Shall I continue?
Yes, please.
Thank you. I want to recognize the very intelligent and eloquent predecessors in the chambers tonight that allowed me to cross off a lot of my points. I also appreciate the much abridged version of the ordinance that I read. It didn't read like an ordinance, but I assume that it's going to be put into a format that will be of a legal document. I want to reiterate how important it is that the county check their ordinance against their intentions to regulate STRs, and that they consider themselves supporters of short-term rental hosts in all ways. We are not an untraditional lodging alternative. We are now a mainstream lodging alternative that needs to be recognized as offering something different from a hotel or even a B&B. Previous speaker referred to us as ambassadors. We consider ourselves ambassadors of the real New Mexico. We don't market stereotypes or the artifice that some hotels might market. We're different, and we are mainstream now. We should be considered as such. I also wanted to reiterate the data point that Airbnbs or short-term rentals are 2% of the housing stock in Santa Fe County. I don't really think that we impact long-term renters. I would like to see the county pursue the shortage of housing stock in the county through such ordinances that are on the books, like the transfer of development rights program that is here to support development of low-income housing in areas where it's suitable, and preservation of rural spaces as a benefit of that transfer of development rights. And I also want to speak in favor of venues that I understand are being closed down, such as wedding venues. We've had 4 or 5 listings from a wedding venue in Santa Cruz that was just closed down, and I don't think we'll be reopening, and I understand there's several others of those in the county. Please, commissioners, consider those wedding venues as another form of income for not only short-term rental hosts, but for the county in general. And continue to clarify and simplify this act. And the last question is, I still, after all these comments tonight, don't know if a person actually can be renting a single term, a short-term rental on an accessory dwelling in their house, because they're not living in that accessory dwelling while they're renting it. So do they have to be on the property? Still unclear to me after listening to everyone. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And can we actually just hold everything down? Penny, if you want to answer that, but my understanding is accessory dwellings are part of your house.
Definition in the ordinance of owner-occupied is a dwelling that is the owner's primary residence or an accessory dwelling unit located on the same legal lot of record. So it would include an accessory dwelling unit.
Thank you very much. So James Brown, I see you just came on screen. Can you please get sworn in and then give us your comments?
Mr. Brown?
Okay.
Do you
Yes,
swear
ma'am.
to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
All right. And for the record, please state your name, address, and that you are under oath for your testimony to be considered valid.
My name is James R., or Jim Brown, and I live at 15 Via Suma in the Tessera development, which is right next to Aldea, and I am under oath.
Great,
So I assume it's okay to proceed then?
yes, please.
Okay. Thank you very much for the time and effort you're spending on this very, very important ordinance. It's a long time coming for Santa Fe County. A lot has changed over the years, and it's timely and important that the county as a whole address the issue of short-term rentals. I want to say, first of all, I appreciate the distinction that's been developed between owner-occupied short-term rentals and non-owner occupied short-term rentals. I think that's a significant step forward. I also have detected during the course of the meeting tonight, and I've listened to all the comments, not a lot of enthusiasm for corporate takeover of short-term rentals in Santa Fe County, that the primary emphasis seems to be on either owner-occupied or individual owner short-term rentals. And I think making a distinction between those two is very important. I also appreciate the use of the word nuance from a couple of speakers ago. I have found over the years in working with major policy issues that it's often difficult to write a regulation that covers all situations. It may be possible to write a waiver process into the ordinances so that people can appeal on individual circumstances. I have to say I'm not a big fan of short-term rentals in general because of the impact they have on a neighborhood. In general, they really do change the nature of a neighborhood if not properly managed or occupied. So I appreciate some of the steps that are being taken to address that. The important issues from my perspective are to create for all short-term rentals a 30-day minimum occupancy period, to be sure there's a point of contact when that homeowners in the area can call and address when there are abuses, and believe me, there will be some. We have experienced that in our neighborhood, that there's some respect for the ability of HOAs to develop specific regulations that affect their developments, that we also have mechanisms to hold individual homeowners accountable for adhering to the regulations in terms of fining procedures or whatever it takes to make sure people know that there's an element of accountability. I think the issue of affordable housing is a very critical one. That's a huge public policy issue, and we don't want to do something that prevents the development of more affordable housing in the area. And finally, my last comment would be that there were a lot of me comments tonight. I think it's time to recognize the importance of what I would call the social compact and the respect that we owe to our fellow neighbors and what works for them. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can the next person please come online and unmute and get sworn in?
I believe that's me. Madam Chair, the next speaker is Charles Burkhart. Yes, I'm here.
Charles.
Thank you.
Mr. Burkhart?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes. Do you swear
Okay.
to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
And for the record, please state your name, address, and that you are under oath for your testimony to be considered valid.
Sure. My name is Charles Burkhart. I live at 13 Desert Plume Trail in Santa Fe County, and I understand I'm under oath.
Thank you.
So I just wanted to kind of echo, I wrote all of you letters a couple of times, but I kind of wanted to echo, some of the comments that I've heard here tonight, mainly asking, for simplicity and understanding that there are lots of different situations that different homeowners have in regards to short-term rentals. One thing that I think, I've heard a couple of people ask for only owner-occupied rentals. I hope that that's not actually on the table. The main concern seems to be about investors and different things, being bought up. But if I remember correctly, there was only 2 owners in the whole county that had more than 1 or 2 properties. So it's not really an issue that actually exists. One thing you could do is require for anybody that is an out-of-state owner to have a local operator or manager. That would ease a lot of concerns, I think, from neighbors that think there are unruly guests or whatever. They would have somebody, excuse me, they would have somebody to call if they did have an issue. The other thing too, I know that the lodger's tax is part of this proposal. I wasn't able to find any actual documentation for that. So I wondered if we could somehow get a copy of what that would look like. We've heard a few different ideas of how Airbnb is collecting and remitting or not remitting taxes. My understanding is that they're only collecting gross receipts at the moment and sending it to the state, but they are not collecting or remitting lodgers anywhere. And I think you guys do have to have an agreement in place with them in order to make that happen. So the city did something similar. There's no way to actually get proof that they've paid those taxes on our behalf, whether with the state or with the city. So yeah, I don't know. Just a couple of thoughts I wanted to share, and that's all I have for now. Thanks for your time.
Thank you very much. Can the next person please come online and unmute yourself?
Madam Chair, the next speaker is Shakti.
Shakti, can you please unmute yourself and get sworn in?
Hello. Hi, my name is Shakti Krupkin.
Oh, wait for me. Hold on. Okay. Do you
Okay.
swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
And for the record, please state your name, address, and that you're under oath for your testimony to be considered valid.
Yes, hi, my name is Shakti Krupkin. I live at 20 Yerba Buena in Cerrillos, New Mexico. I am under oath.
Thank you.
Thank you for having us communicate with you tonight. I have a few questions, and I know that this isn't exactly the right format to be asking them, but I'm looking at the amended agenda online, or the amended, ordinance. And I see that it says that the STR must be within a dwelling legally recognized under the SLDC. I don't know what that stands for. I was wondering if you could answer that. I currently have a couple of Airbnbs going on my property. I live against the Cerrillos Hills State Park, and I'm nervous that what I'm currently doing isn't going to be allowed with this. I have an RV camp spot and a teepee, and I only run a few months out of the year. I'm an artist and a single mother, and I do this as some side income.
We lost you, Shakti. Are you still speaking? Shakti, or did you mute yourself?
Madam Chair, it does not appear that she is.
Sorry, did you lose me?
I can hear you now.
Hi. Okay, sorry. When did you lose me?
You have an RV and a teepee, and you only run seasonally.
Yes. I also hope to do Airbnb experience. I'm an artist, and I'd like to do workshops. So I'm working on getting permits for an art studio that could also be. Uh-oh. Can you still hear me?
We can hear you now, yes.
Okay, sorry. Yeah, service is hard in Cerrillos. So I'm worried about, I don't understand. Uh-oh.
It's okay. Keep talking. Let's power through this.
Okay. Sorry. Yeah.
No
So I'm
worries.
just nervous about the new proposed ordinance and how it'll affect my plans for the property. these spaces aren't taking away from potential long-term rentals, and I am on the property. So yeah, those are some concerns I have. And I have other friends in Madrid and Cerrillos who, this is part of the charm of the area, having school buses and trailers and different things for people to stay out in the country. And I hope that isn't taken away.
Thank you. Actually, that's something Penny could comment on.
Madam Chair,
Okay.
Commissioners,
Hang on.
an RV or a tent is not considered a dwelling unit under the SLDC, which is the Sustainable Land Development Code. They're regulated under RV and tent sites. So that would be the route for someone to go if they wanted to rent RVs or tents, not the short-term rental route.
Okay, so that will be available just a different way?
Yes.
Okay,
Madam
great.
Chair, Commissioners, that's available now, yes.
What is that called?
The tent and RV spots. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Daniel, can you introduce, is there somebody else?
Madam Chair, we have Myra Canterbury.
Myra, can you unmute and get sworn in?
Myra?
Yeah. Oh, thank you. Hi, my name.
Hi,
do you want to swear me in?
Yes, please.
Yes, please. All right, Myra, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
And for the record, state your name, address, and that you are under oath for your testimony to be considered valid.
My name is Myra Canterbury, and my address is 15 Mesa Encantado, number 227 in Santa Fe, and I know that I'm being recorded here. I'm under oath for that purpose. Thank you. So I may be the only out-of-state owner at this meeting today. I haven't heard anybody else say they were out of state, but I've owned my home in Santa Fe for 4 years, and I love it. And I use it as a vacation home. So it's not my primary residence, but our community, our HOA, has a full-time property manager on site Monday through Friday, and I'm available whenever my guest needs something. In order to be able to rent on Vrbo and Airbnb, you have to have a nice place and you have to keep it up, and people expect cleanliness, and our place, we're right across the street from the Four Seasons Hotel, and our community has always been a vacation home community. It was the Four Seasons, it was used as a overflow for a horse camp at one point, and then the Four Seasons used it as overflow when they were building their place. So, we're about owned halfway between owner occupied and half vacation homes. So I would like to ask for consideration as that middle ground. I don't live on the site, but I pay homeowners dues that allow me to have on-site management and local support anytime, practically day or night. And there are many, I'm probably speaking for several of my owner neighbors who also are who also rent. And I do both. I put my home on Vrbo and Airbnb, and have some short-term rentals throughout the year, but I've had more luck with people who rent a month or more. And in fact, my current guest has been there for 75 days. And these are people that, again, just supporting. I really appreciate all the comments of all the previous speakers, and I understand the concerns a lot better than I did before this meeting. But I'd like to be considered as something in the middle, not an on-site owner living in my dwelling at the time, but I live there when I go there, and I go there about 8 weeks a year. So that was all I have to say. I really appreciate this meeting. And especially the fact that it's gone on for hours and hours, and that people are still here talking. So thank you very much for your service to our community.
Thank you. That's definitely what we appreciate about it too. Daniel, can you tell me introduce the next speaker?
Madam Chair, our next speaker is Jose La Cruz Crawford.
Jose, can you please unmute and get sworn in?
Yes.
Jose, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can. Can you hear me?
Yes. Okay. Do you swear to
Is my
tell the
video on
truth?
too? Yes, I do.
You're getting sworn in. Just hang on.
Jose, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
For the record, please state your name, address, and that you are under oath for your testimony to be considered valid.
My name is Jose La Cruz Crawford. My address is 127B Camino San Jose, and I am under oath.
Thank you.
Thank you. So yeah, I guess one of the first things I want to start with is just I'm looking at the regulations and I'm thinking to myself, I think regulations are great, right? Because we are technically running a business here. And so businesses should be regulated in some fashion. I heard one of the previous presenters mention the fact that, and which I thought was a good idea, is essentially let's start the regulation at a baseline, right? Let's get the taxes for the county started. Let's start regulating STRs with some of the minimum items that are in the current ordinance. What I've been hearing in particular with respect to the primary residence occupancy amendment that came in, there's a couple of changes and amendments that came through from the original resolution. And, you know, this is a fluid process, right? What I'm worried about is the fact that we might, you know, the commissioners may decide to approve a particular resolution that includes regulations that have not been fully thought out yet. So I like the idea of starting with a baseline with respect to the ordinance and saying, okay, let's start taxing folks, et cetera. But what I don't necessarily like on some of the discussion is the fact that, you know, there's some potential of essentially punishing businesses to an extent because of some of the stigmatization with respect to short-term rentals. So that's one thing that I would recommend is that certain amendments that I've been hearing should be tabled because we are dealing with a different animal. We are in the county versus in the city. And I feel like the county is taking on the same regulations that the city of Santa Fe has done and trying to impose in a county, which deals with a much larger area, different issues, et cetera. So I think that's one of the things that I think is important to understand, you know, from everybody that I've been hearing, presenters, et cetera, is that there are some different ways to attack that, because I think the concern of having big business come in is totally a legitimate concern, but it feels like there's kind of a blanket regulations that have been put in place that would be harmful to locals that are trying to make a living with short-term rentals, and yet are not that harmful for businesses, you know, because we don't regulate how many hotels a La Quinta can purchase or property can purchase, et cetera, or how many McDonald's are in a particular area, et cetera, and stuff. Yeah, we're trying to regulate how many STRs a resident can own or operate, whether they're owner operated or as a primary residence or whatnot. So I guess that is my time. So I guess I was somewhat brief, but that is one of the points that I wanted to make. I think it's good to just go back and start a base, and then we can deal with amendments and start a task force to kind of come up with regulations that would be better suited for all.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Jose.
Thank you.
Daniel, can you introduce the next speaker?
Madam Chair, our next speaker is Rick Goldberg.
Hi, I'm actually Amanda Tucker, married to Rick Goldberg, but we are both.
Amanda Tucker, can you get?
Can you hear me?
Yes, can hear you.
Yes.
All right.
Do I need to be
Your name's Amanda?
Amanda Tucker? The residence would be.
Hold on one moment. Okay. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
And for the record, please state your name, address, and that you are under oath for your testimony to be considered valid.
My name is Amanda Tucker. My residence would be 86B Paseo Encantado Northeast in Santa Fe, and also 207 New Mexico, NM 76 in Santa Cruz, New Mexico. And I'm under oath.
That you're under oath.
You just did.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks. So I wanted to speak because I, like a lot of people, learned about this issue pretty recently. And I just think there's some really valid points that have been brought up. And I also think that I have a little bit to offer. We have owned a short-term rental since 2017. We found that actually when we had the most visitors was during COVID. And I think it's really important for the county to recognize that a lot of things have changed since COVID. You know, not all travelers want to stay in hotels. They want space, they want privacy, they don't want to be checked in, they don't want to be around other guests. A lot of them want to stay with just their families, kind of be in a bubble. And I think all of that's really valid. And I think it's a lot of the ways that the lodging industry is changing. My husband and I also own a motel in Santa Fe. So I feel like I can speak to both the traditional lodging as well as short-term rentals. And I think there's a need for short-term rentals in Santa Fe. I think it brings in valuable income and tourism to the city. And I don't think these people are disruptive. I think they're coming to ski and have a good time and spend time with their loved ones for the most part. And I agree that Airbnb has really restricted what we can do with our short-term rentals anyway. So I think that point has been addressed. But some of the other points to think about, which I don't know have been addressed, is that as a short-term rental owner, we have vendors that we deal with. We have housekeeping, we have landscaping, we have maintenance, and we bring money as an owner into the city and into the county as well. Our housekeeping woman started as one, and because of how busy she's been able to buy actually a house with her family, something that she couldn't achieve beforehand. And also she's grown her business to 5 women. Like, that's something, if we're talking about, you know, making things affordable for people, we feel like we're providing opportunities for locals that may not have those opportunities otherwise. And I think when you shut down short-term rentals or restrict them to the point where people have to shut down, you're also taking opportunities away from people that work in those short-term rental industry as well. It's not just the owners. I think that there is not always an affordable housing issue. We're in Tesuque. Tesuque's never been affordable, if we're being honest. So I don't think that we're taking housing away from other people. We certainly didn't buy a house at a bargain, but we did buy it from someone who'd been renting to a long-term renter, and the house was in shambles. It was hoarders that had cars in their yard and trash everywhere. And we've greatly improved the value of our property. And I think that's something else to consider. No one's going to rent a house to someone that's not nice. So if we're putting our house on the market, we're doing everything we can to improve our house, and there in turn improves the neighborhood. And I think that's something that's really important. I think that it's also important that we are treated the same way as the city if there are going to be regulations in some ways. We used to have a city short-term rental permit last year until we sold it. And we were not required to give our neighbors notice that we were short-term renting. We were not required to keep track of our utilities. And I just feel like there's a lot of kind of punitive issues that are being directed at county owners that aren't being directed at city owners. And I'm not asking for the city to have more impositions on them, but I also don't understand why we have to have those. As someone who's owned a short-term rental in both places, I know there's a difference, and I have a lot of issues with the neighbor requirement as well. I feel like there's going to be a lot of harassment both to the city and to the owners and potentially to guests that occurs as a result of that. And I also think I have a right to privacy, as everybody does sitting at this meeting and living in this city or county. And I would ask that the county respect that privacy the same way we respect everybody else's. And I think just on some final notes, like this is I feel like having a short-term rental, and a lot of people have said it, is a right we have not only as property owners, but we live in a capitalistic nation. And it is a right for me to run a business as long as it's within the laws of the state or the county. And I don't understand why that opportunity needs to be taken away. I just think it's really not what this was built about, and not anything that serves a purpose outside of actually reducing the amount of income and traffic that comes into Santa Fe. And the traffic is tourist, which it is traditionally a tourist city. And I don't think we're trying to change that. So why would we limit the lodging available to those people?
Thank you
And I also think this issue just needs more time. And I think on a final note, you guys should really take the time to sit down with short-term rental owners and understand their position outside of the 3 minutes we're given, because there's a lot of issues here and how it will impact us.
Thank you very much. Daniel, can you please introduce the next speaker?
Madam Chair, the next speaker is Mike Kay.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
Mike, can you get sworn in, please?
Okay.
All right, Mike. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do. So my name is. Go ahead.
For the record, please state your name, address, and that you are under oath for your testimony to be considered valid.
Yes, my name is Mike Koster. I live part-time at 12 Triple Spur in Santa Fe County, and I understand that I am under oath. So I would start out by saying that I've lived in or worked in Santa Fe for over 25 years. During the pandemic, my wife lost her job, and with it all of our health insurance for our family. And we were uprooted. And when we landed with the job, when she landed with the job, it was in Honolulu. So for economic reasons, technically our permanent residence is not in Santa Fe. But we only own one home, one house, and it is in Santa Fe County. We don't own property anywhere else. We built it, we raised our kids there. We've owned it for over 20 years, and we intend to retire there if we ever make enough money in this world to actually retire. So I guess I fall, talk about nuance, I guess I fall through the cracks, and I'm one of those people who is out of state, but is a lot of people are using the word speculator. I guess I'd be considered a speculator, and I'm not a speculator. I'm just one guy. I work with a Santa Fe nonprofit, and I spend about 3 months of the year in my house in Santa Fe working with that nonprofit, and the rest of the time I work remotely. In fact, I spend more time in my house than guests do. Guests occupy our house for about 25% of the time, and I occupy it for about 30% of the time. And so in hearing these comments today, I just keep getting this sinking feeling because I'm being lumped in with this idea of speculators or out-of-state speculators or corporations that are buying up properties. And I understand that that is a legitimate concern, but it seems to me that the question is not where you live, whether it's in Albuquerque and you rent 1 or 2 properties in Santa Fe County, or you're the guy who lives right next door to the property that you're renting, or whether it's an admittedly odd situation like mine where I live out of state and I'm renting the property, it's really a question of scale. Do you own one property and you rent it like me, or do you own 10 like a corporation might? And I really think that when you're retooling this, and I hope that you do, that you'll take that into consideration and realize that it's not where you live exactly. I live part-time in Santa Fe and part-time elsewhere. It's really how many properties you own. It's a big difference between one property and, say, 10 properties. I know I'm almost out of time, so I would just say two more things. One, Airbnb has collected probably in the tens of millions of dollars now in taxes. I don't know where those are going. They tell me they're going to Santa Fe County. I don't know if that's true, but it seems to me that someone from the county should probably talk to the city and see if the city has gotten all your money over those years. And there should be probably a check written to Santa Fe County for all of that money. The final thing that I'll leave you with is I really appreciate you listening to me and listening to all these people. I've learned a lot by listening to all of these people, and there really is a lot of nuance, and I hope that when you go back and retool this, and I hope you do, that it's not made more punitive, but it's made less punitive in a way that takes into consideration small business owners like myself. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mike. Can we hold the applause, please? Daniel, can you introduce the next speaker, please?
Madam Chair, the next speaker is Andrea La Cruz Crawford.
Andrea, can you unmute and get sworn in?
Yes.
Andrea, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
And for the record, please state your name, address, and that you are under oath for your testimony to be considered valid.
My name is Andrea La Cruz Crawford. My address is 127B, Camino San Jose in La Cienega. And I am aware that I'm under oath. I don't have a lot to say because I think so much has already been said. But what I will tell you is that my husband and I was born and raised in Santa Fe. I grew up playing on West Alameda before it was paved. And one of the things that I wanted to add is that I have really seen the toll of development on our local community. When I was growing up, most kids I knew had parents who had been born and raised in Santa Fe. And over time, I have seen that I'm one of the only people I know who was born and raised in Santa Fe. And so I absolutely recognize the housing crisis, the inflation that's occurred. And I also am someone who came from a background with not a lot and built myself up. And my husband and I now actually own 2 short-term rentals. So what's really interesting about it to me is one of our short-term rentals is in the city of Santa Fe. And the other is next door to our property in La Cienega. I have witnessed people that I know who used to be able to have long-term rentals in Santa Fe, who've literally had to relocate very recently because they have been told that their long-term rental rates were going to increase to such a high rate that they wouldn't be able to afford to live here anymore. The house we purchased next door to our house, we purchased, and our mortgage is about it's close to $3,000 a month. If we were renting it as a long-term rental, I think we could maybe make $2,300 a month. And our plan for that is to have it for our children. When we grow old and die, we want to have 2 houses next door to each other where our children can reside. And if we were not doing it as a short-term rental, I don't think that we would cover that mortgage. And right now it's just barely covering itself anyway, because it's kind of a rural community out here. That said, I absolutely support some sort of ordinance that will help to regulate short-term rentals. I think it needs to look at how many rentals a person has. I think that's very important. And I think that people who have more than one short-term rentals should be charged a higher rate. Now, the problem you're going to run into is that smart, rich corporate folks are going to open up multiple corporations that each hold separately these short-term rentals, and it's going to look like they only own one when they may own 50. So there's a lot of complexity to it, but I think what we need is a baseline ordinance. And then I think we need continued discussion in the future and to continue this wonderful and inclusive discussion that you have created here today. So thank you so much for your time, and I appreciate it.
Thank you very much, Andrea. Daniel, do we have any other speakers?
Madam Chair, I'm not seeing anybody indicating that they would like to speak.
Okay, great. So I'm going to go ahead and close public comment at this time, and really want to say how much I appreciate everybody who came in person and came on WebEx to give us input. So at this point, I think we still have a lot to do, but I want to open it up to the commissioners for comments or questions, if there are any at this point. Not seeing any. Just joking. Commissioner Hughes.
Yeah, thank you.
I don't hear you. Are you on? Yeah, okay.
What's that?
Wearing that doesn't make a difference.
Okay, here I
hear
am.
you now.
Now I'm on. Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, we heard a lot of comments tonight, and of course, we've talked to a lot of people and heard from our constituents. In the meantime, I guess there's three things that I heard that interested me. One was that we should perhaps charge more than $35 for the owner-occupied ones in order to cover some of our costs, even though they might be fairly minimal. We're expecting the owners to basically keep everything under control. And I think most people appreciated that change to the changes we made to the ordinance since the last time. The next thing I think is more controversial, but I've always felt there needed to be limits on the non-owner occupied ones. And I think it's interesting to consider the idea of limiting it to owner occupied with a grandfathering in clause for the non-owner occupied. And then I did hear that limits should be we do need limits in some of the traditional communities. I think we've heard about Tesuque and Madrid, and the woman from Cañada de los Alamos, I guess, concerned that it was starting to ramp up there. I moved to Santa Fe in 1986. It was quite a bit different back then, and even when I moved here, people were complaining about how much things had changed. Things have changed just as much, if not more. When I moved here, there were local businesses on the plaza. Now we have given over the plaza to tourism. It's probably a fair trade. We have a living plaza, but I mean, the only place I shop there is the Five and Dime. But I think we do want to be careful not to turn the whole county into just a big hotel for tourists. So I do feel pretty strongly about having limits on the non-owner occupied, and whether we want to, I mean, I think we got just yesterday, I think around midnight or so, Commissioner Hansen and I got an email which she then shared with the rest of you of a suggestion of how to do that. I think it's not, we don't want to do exactly that. It's not perfect, but I think it's a starting place for discussion, perhaps.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Hansen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I agree with Commissioner Hughes that about I like the three-tier, and like 100, maybe 200, and maybe 300, 350. I like that idea of a tiered approach, like the people who are owner-occupied only with a casita next door, maybe their fee is 100. Then people that have a second home, or they're their only home, or they're the owner. I think that's another separate category. And then somehow I do agree with Commissioner Hughes that we need to limit the people who have more than one or two houses. Like, there was a woman who had the house right next door to her. That, to me, that's kind of like the same property. You're right there. It's owner occupied because they're right next door. But then there's the people who are the owner occupied and have a couple, one other house. Mostly what I heard is people have just one other property. There's like two owners, two pieces of property they own, or maybe three, so that maybe there's a limit, and there's a middle category, and then also limiting the people who are the corporations and the businesses. I like that idea. I'm looking at my notes. There was an issue about notifying the neighbors. I don't know what to do about that. I feel like we did try and make some changes. Penny made some good changes in the 500 feet from the property. So in reality, I think we're still at the drawing board. I would like to see us maybe do one more alliteration of this ordinance and try and bring in some of those nuances, so that we can actually get a good base ordinance to begin with that is that really recognizes that many of the people who have short-term rentals are owner-occupied, and that it is completely legal to do just primary resident requirement. But I also recognize that Santa Fe has a lot of people who do have own 2 or 3 homes, and I don't think we can tell people how many houses they can own. But I do think that we can limit in some way, like, some people might own 2 homes and they rent one out long-term, and we don't regulate that. So, and I know that short-term rentals have a different effect than long-term rental, because those long-term rentals are actually people who work in the community. I want to address Area 1, which is in my district, since you are still sitting in the audience. That is something that is a problem. Annexation is a problem. The city needs to complete it and make a decision one way or the other. They are in violation of a court order that ended in 2018. We have requested them to come to the table. We are trying to talk to them. We are trying to resolve these issues. It is not easy. And they don't feel pressed to do anything at the moment. I mean, maybe they do. We're hopeful. We're always hopeful over here at the county that the city will show up and they'll work with us and that we'll be able to get this done. And I've been hopeful for 6 years, but so far I haven't seen too much results. I understand your frustration with Area 1. And I'm sympathetic, and especially since I am your only elected official, even though you have to go to the city for all of these other requirements, and you have no representation over there. So it's kind of like taxation without representation. So that's what you have with Area 1. So I wanted to address that for you since you were in the audience. We did get this thing that says many U.S. cities experiencing affordable housing challenges have short-term rental primary resident requirement only. So, you know, there are many cities that do this: Boulder, Santa Monica, Miami Beach, New Orleans, Miami. So it has to be legal since they're able to do it in all these other places. And we do have this markup of this ordinance from the Old Santa Fe Association, which I know Penny has a copy of because I forwarded it to her. And I think we should look at some of the grandfathering in of non-owner occupied short-term rentals and how large we can allow that to be. I know this is a complicated issue, and that is why we have had so many people in the audience for 2 different meetings, which I find really amazing. And so I think it is going to take some more hard work from both the commission and from staff. And I am grateful to Penny for the hard work that she has done on this. And thank you, Penny. You deserve a big round of applause, actually, for the work that you have done, because this is not easy, writing an ordinance and making these changes. I think one of the things that is really important that we need to put into the ordinance is that the taxes need to be collected so that Airbnb and Vrbo and whoever these people are, who are these platforms, understand that we are directing this ordinance towards them, that they have to work on their reporting and that they have to send us the money. But I know from people who spoke that we need an ordinance passed in order to get money from them. Okay, I think I'll take a break for the moment, but
Thank you. Yeah, we'll come back if you need it. Commissioner Roybal.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I want to thank Penny as well. I know she was working all this last weekend on trying to make the adjustments and changes to the ordinance as requested by our constituents. You know, it's a process that I think we still have a ways that we need to try and make some more changes. You know, I think that you know, if you think about a mortgage. Here, you know, we talk about affordable housing, and right now the rent is, you know, for a small 2-bedroom home is, you know, $3,500, you know, a month. And the thing is that if you go and get a $400,000 mortgage, it's actually right around that same amount or a little bit less. So I mean, it's one of those things where, you know, I can see how we might look at the fact that, you know, rent is so expensive here and we're looking at STRs, but at the same time, you know, these are investments that people make in their property. I know even my own parents have bought some properties that they do long-term rentals on, but, you know, and possibly maybe there's more money to be made on short-term rentals possibly, but at the same time, I think that in their rentals, a lot of times there's a lot more maintenance. You know, after a year or two that somebody lives there, you go in and you have to spend thousands of dollars, you know, patching or repairing, whereas maybe in a short-term rental, you know, there's not quite as much maintenance. And I think that, you know, it's something where, you know, people make these investments, and, you know, I think that we, you know, need to let them make the decisions on what how they're going to use that property, and we need to simplify what we're bringing forward to our constituents, because in the long run we need to look out for their best interests to help them to survive. You know, like a lot of them are using this for supplemental income And, we need to be aware of that and work with our constituents. And I did want to ask Penny, I guess it's my understanding that the septic tank requirement is no longer there. And as far as in my district, I think we talked about that, in my district, we've been adjudicated our water well, and I think there was verbiage put in relative to the wells already being adjudicated in that district. So the rest of the county, though, people that have wells, they will need to put permits, and is that correct? Or meters, not permits, but meters on their wells that aren't in that district?
Mr. Chair, there is not a requirement for the owner occupied. There is a requirement for the non-owner occupied to report their meter readings. We do state in the ordinance that if you have existing water covenants, you need to comply with them, but we won't be requesting that information for part of the short-term rental business registration, just the license.
Okay, and another thing, like in the traditional community where I live, there's times where, parents have made investments and they actually give an inheritance to their kids, and, you could have a rental of your own, and then your parents give you 2 more homes when they pass away, and so now they have 3 rentals. So as far as restrictions, I don't think that, houses that you could inherit in my district, we should have to consider, selling, your grandparents' home, your parents' home, that you grew up in, because you've inherited these. And so that's something that I don't know about restrictions on the amount of short-term rentals that you have, but I think that we have to keep in mind that we have to work with our constituents and allow them to do what they think is best on their property. So those are some comments that I did have to make sure that we are addressing concerns from constituents. And then as far as, figuring out where the taxes are going, there's a lot of taxes that are paid on some of these sites. And do we have a definitive answer of where those taxes are going? Penny, do you know that? Or we don't at this point?
I don't think we have a definitive answer at the moment. Our finance director has confirmed that GRT is being paid to the county, but it's not finding that the lodges tax is coming to the county. So when we have an ordinance, we will send that on to the platforms to identify that the county is actually different than the city.
Okay, thank you. And I think that, one lesson that we've kind of learned from remarks from constituents and concerns that they brought forward is that it's obvious that one size doesn't fit all. So I think it's something that we need to consider and work more further on. So thank you.
Thank you. So, one of the things that I was thinking that many of the changes we made from 2 weeks ago largely address this, but my main interest is to not disadvantage the people who are residents in the county. And there's nothing magic necessarily about the single home, but that they are living near where they're renting and taking care of it, and it is part of the way they make their way in life. And that's, I don't think anybody's intent is to impair that. And so, but it is a complicated issue. So people are concerned about, and there are some communities like Madrid where this is apparently happening. People are coming in and there are many, many rentals that are causing community problems. But I, for one, don't really know. I don't think we have the data to know exactly how to address that. And that's part of the reason we wanted to take this in steps and have a basic ordinance and then consider if there are some places that, for instance, might need some additional regulation on number of rentals as a second step when we actually had data. Because right now, a couple of people have mentioned that we published the data that, short-term rentals are about 2% of our homes. That's really very small. But it doesn't, and that we are different from the city, which is totally true. We are not a big urban area. We're not regulating, we're regulating the unincorporated part of the county, and the issues are completely different. But that we don't have the level of detail to know how that 2% is distributed and the differences among communities that occur in what kinds of problems they're having. So I got the sense that this split we have, 2 tiers, is good to a great extent, but there are people that fall through the cracks. And I don't know whether the people that do fall through the cracks that aren't big investors and are in areas that aren't creating problems for their communities, whether what we're doing doesn't give them a path forward to continue to be able to support themselves in this way. And I don't know how many people it would be if only 2% of our houses are in short-term rentals. It's not more than 2% roughly of the community, but that's important. Every constituent is important. So the concept of the possibility of adding a 3rd tier or of changing wording a little bit may make some sense to me. The thing about eventually regulating against investor owner, just to have a primary residence requirement, like that's the only short-term rental, at this point doesn't make sense to me. I think it's something that we should consider. If it's considered, that could be something that's in phase 2 of the regulations. If there are places where that kind of regulation would mitigate a real ill. We're very different than LA and New York City. And I get the competition with affordable housing, but I frankly have to agree with the person who said it's a myth to think that our affordable housing problem is going to be fixed by disallowing short-term rentals for people who own more than, in more than one house. Nevertheless, there might be communities where that's exactly the kind of requirement needed. And that's what our phase 2 of getting data and understanding that, I think, was supposed to address. So it's good that you guys brought that forward. It's good that the gentleman who works for the nonprofit who is willing to work with us, but I don't think that that's something that
Old Santa Fe Association.
Oh, thank you, Old Santa Fe Association. But I don't think that that's something that would fundamentally change what we're going after, which right now is only 2 tiers. I could see having if we want to postpone this and have an additional, just because we think, basically, I think what we have is the base regulation. But if we feel that there are aspects of the base regulation that still need more nuance, which I might be the case, then I think that is something that needs more a public hearing and probably would take another month to do, so that we can extend this and consider what some of the modifications need to be, and have another public hearing where we vote on the ordinance. But I do want to point out that this is the way it is, a pretty good base regulation. If we added tiers, if we added a middle tier, and we had people to cover people who are county residents or New Mexico residents and live here but have multiple houses, we could charge them $100. I'm really not sure. I know our retired mayor, spoke about shrinking things in, toward the middle, and it sounds like it has some wisdom. But I'm not sure that actually fits in our business registration things, so that's opening another can of worms. And for the group of people that do have the one house they live in, and that's, or their casita, and that's what they're renting, I'm not sure why I want to raise the rates on them. It's part of our home business registration ordinance to do it at $35. So I'm really not that tempted to postpone this for another month just for that change. Yes, Commissioner Hanson.
So I think that there's some things that need to be added into this ordinance and need to be thought of a little bit more. And that is why I think that it's important, especially the language about the Airbnbs and the
taxes.
And the taxes, and having that in this ordinance. There are things that need to be added into it. I think I respectfully disagree about the 3 tiers. I think that would be a good idea. But,
I think 3 tiers could be a good idea.
So I think that if we had one more round of working on this, I think we would have a better ordinance to begin with as a base ordinance. And I would like to make that motion to make it, Penny, would you like a month or would you like 2 weeks?
Madam Chair, Commissioners, at least 1 month.
The 2 weeks comes with the rope that you can hang yourself with.
So this time we're going to respect that you want a month.
I do look to legal a little bit. The way that we were able to do the 2 tiers is the business license ordinance has business registration and business license, and it doesn't have a 3rd tier. And so I think we would need very specific direction as to how you want us to draft.
Well,
I don't see an easy way to do that.
Madam
And
Chair.
I would want to add that we're not saying that anyone wouldn't get either a license or a registration. There's ways for everyone with an approved dwelling to get either a license or a registration. It's just the registration is a price that's governed by statute, which is $35, and it will be probably a faster track than the other, but I don't imagine the other will take that much time. They have the same standards as far as occupancy, parking, things like that.
So you still think that we can have the 35 and the 375? That's it.
I'll look to legal, but we've only got 2 options in the business license ordinance. The licensing is where we've got the non-owner occupied, and we can set a fee there. The other is a registration, and the registration fee is set by statute at $35.
So let me ask you a question in that regard that might clarify it, if you don't mind, Commissioner Hanson. Right now, there's nothing that prevents the people who spoke who have 2 houses. One they live in and they rent some of, and one they don't live in. Maybe they live next door or a few miles away. There's nothing that prevents them from continuing their Airbnb other than it being slightly more expensive. They would need a license instead of the owner-occupied and slightly more conditions to comply with. Is that the case?
That's correct.
So that is largely why I suggested this is a good base ordinance, and things like additional restrictions that might be important for places like Madrid. We had already discussed needing the data to be able to do that, and we can do that as the second step, like we started out saying that's the way we were going to go.
But I think we do need to put in this ordinance about the Airbnbs and
access. But do we need to wait for a month to put that in? Like, I don't have the information. I mean, I know that you would have to research it some, but there was information suggested that we actually have to have something stated in the ordinance in order to be able to, about Airbnb, to be able to collect taxes from Airbnb.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, again, I'll ask legal if they want to answer, but my understanding is just simply by having an ordinance, we can let the platforms know. And our ordinance states short-term rentals have to pay applicable taxes. So between that and our lodgers tax ordinance being sent to Airbnb, VRBO, and everyone else, I think it was our impression that that would be everything that was needed.
And just for clarity, what I'm asking is if we find out that there has to be something in the ordinance, are we making a mistake by considering voting on this tonight because we can make most of the other changes in the future? Or is that something you need time to revise?
Madam Chair, I would suggest, because of the changes that are being discussed, would require additional drafting. I do think it would be prudent to postpone potentially the decision on it to allow drafting and allow Penny to do that. But as to the taxes, the lodger's tax exists currently. It's by ordinance, and certainly, I think an ordinance requiring short-term rental compliance is supportive with Airbnb and VRBO, but I think we could also go to Airbnb and these platforms as well, just to enter into an agreement with them. But I agree with Commissioner Hanson that an ordinance would support our request and ensure compliance with that. So
Okay, I think I get where you're going and appreciate that, and we can follow your recommendation. But I guess the question is, do we need the language in the ordinance, or do we just need to have an ordinance in order to do the agreement? And those are two slightly different things. And I think that was the question. Penny, do you have?
Madam Chair, Commissioners, I would also state that the requirement isn't until March 15th of next year. So if the ordinance was passed this way and Airbnb came back and said, hey, that's not enough, we could make an amendment at that point. We would have time before people had to get their business registration or license.
Well, that's what I was thinking. Commissioner Roybal, I know you had your.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to ask, as far as, I know we talked earlier about quiet times from 10 to 7. What is our current ordinance for the countywide? It is the same times, isn't it? And
you mean like the noise ordinance?
Yeah, because I don't really see the reason why we would put a restrictor ordinance on an Airbnb, or you could have a 30-day rental right next door, and there's not those same ordinances. So I would imagine that our county ordinance that all of our residents have to abide by should be adequate, and not making an ordinance separate for the Airbnbs. And do you know what the ordinance is right now, Penny?
Madam Chair, Commissioners, I don't know specifically what hours the nuisance ordinance has, but it also has regulations relating to noise meter readings and is enforced by the Sheriff's Office. It hasn't been easy to enforce. And as staff was discussing this ordinance, we thought it was more of a good neighbor policy that many different entities include, to make it very clear that there are quiet times, because these are allowed in residential areas, in traditional communities. They're allowed everywhere, and you may well have very close neighbors. So it was more of a statement, so renters, the people renting and the people renting out their property know that there's a requirement to keep to.
Okay, because I guess my concern would be the house right next door doesn't have to abide by the same ordinance, and I know it's somebody that is the property owner that lives there, but it just seems kind of, I guess, weird to me for us to have a different ordinance for somebody staying in a short-term rental. And then as far as having to notify neighbors, because if there's somebody that's renting a house for over 30 days, they won't have to go by the same rules, so they don't have to notify their neighbors that they're renting the house. I mean, I have some issues with having to do that as well. And I think Commissioner Hansen may have mentioned that as well, so.
Well, interestingly,
get
I
another
kind
word
of
in. I was-
am uncomfortable with that also, and we've talked about it. I mean, I understand the goal of that is so that if a neighbor has an issue, they have a person they can call. And I don't know that I know an alternative, but maybe if they're posting their address, they have to post if there are problems in this property, call, I kind of, the problematic neighbors can be a problem, but Commissioner Hansen.
So I was in the middle of making a motion, but I'm gonna, that didn't get very far, but I'll try
I
it
apologize, you're right, you were.
But it's on my own fault. But, maybe the other item is grandfathering in all the existing rentals that everyone has right now for all time, not put 5 years, not say, if you have 3 rentals, fine, you pay the $35 and then you pay the $375 and the $375 because you have 2 more houses. That's one other item that I would like us to consider.
Yes.
Okay, and then working on some of the things, I would like to make a motion that we take another month to work on this ordinance and just tighten it up a little bit and make it more user-friendly. As far as the neighbors go, in the dense areas like Madrid, I think we need to let neighbors need to know when they're right next door to one another. But when they're out in the country, it's a different situation. It's like if you're.
I hope all that verbiage isn't part of your motion.
I know.
No, serious. I know it was a good laugh line, but I actually meant it seriously because actually all of those things are things, if we're going to take a month, can be discussed.
Exactly. So I'm gonna want to take another month to continue to work on this ordinance.
Thank you. Commissioner Hughes, you have a...
Well, I'll second that, but I want to make sure that if we're going to talk about grandfathering, then we're also talking about at least considering limiting it to owner-occupied and all the ones that currently exist.
Well, no, I'm not going to include that. I won't agree to include that in the motion, or I'll vote against the motion. Because honestly, I think that having what you're talking about, only owner-occupied, might be important for certain communities. Not in Glorieta, not in Cañoncito, not in Valencia, not in any of the rural parts of my district. The denser parts of my district, and then El Dorado and stuff, that might be very important. That's what we need the data for.
And that's, excuse me, but that's why I think we need another month to just iron out some of these nuances.
Just to yes, I do have a motion in a second, but under discussion, just to manage expectations, we're still talking about a month for the base ordinance, to make changes to be more nuanced for the base ordinance, because we're not going to have the data that everybody has kind of agreed and many people have spoken about needing in a month. We'll have that in
A year.
6 months to a year maybe, but 6 months might be optimistic. So I have a motion and a second.
I'm not sure what I seconded, so I'm going to withdraw my second so that she can tell me what the motion is.
The motion is that we're going to
take a month
to work on all the things that the commission has said. There is clearly not agreement on everything, but there can be discussion with staff on a number of these items and with legal, and we'll move forward.
Okay, I'll second that. And just to say, I know there's not agreement, but I think we should consider everything we've talked about.
Oh, that I agree with.
Okay.
I definitely agree with that. I have a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Thank you, everybody. I can't thank the public who came and gave us all input enough. It was all incredibly important, and we are trying our best to become more nuanced and to take all this into account. And to thank staff tremendously for the work that they've put in and the work they're going to be putting in.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I'd like to move that we dismiss.
I think I have a motion for adjournment. I hope nobody had announcements.
Second.
No, I'm good.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
We are adjourned. Thank you.
Good night, everybody. Thank you for coming.
Thanks very much.